Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm thrilled to invite all of you to my Boosty channel, where you can enjoy exclusive Naruto Lemon scenes in a comfortable and supportive community. Choose from various subscription tiers, from Mini Lemon to God Lemon, and gain access to unique content tailored just for our fans. Plus, subscribers to over Naruto Lemon and God Lemon will receive special mentions in my videos. Support my channel and dive deeper into the world of Naruto today. Dare! Konoha he lives a boy who has known contempt from his own family. He did not understand why they did this to him. He has a brother and sister. They are considered heroes, geniuses in all villages. Mother and father devote more time to her younger Naruto Uzumaki. They do not care reasons as such. There is no at least. That's what I thought. The naughty-haired hero, he realized as a child that the place where his family lives is not a home for him. All he wanted was a quiet life with a loving family. He does not know that he is the heir of the clan that the whole world feared. He is the prince of devils. His mother Jug Uzumaki never dedicated him to this. And why did he decide that the head of this dying clan will be either the eldest son of Minminamike's, and she does not care much about the last name, or the middle daughter of Ai Uzumaki outside the Uzumaki genes? Big hair, partly the same as Naruto. Our hero is a purebred Uzumaki. The gene of Minato Namikaze's father was suppressed, or rather destroyed, due to too much mother's genes. Although Naruto does not consider the Minato Jug his family, he understands that biologically they are his family, but in fact, family is when they love you, protect you, worry about you, and are happy for you. Now, a haired boy in a black, shabby t-shirt came out of the library. In some places it is even torn and dried blood stains are visible. The same black shorts and blue sandals. This is Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone considers him a disgrace and the scum of his clan, since he started doing absolutely everything later than them. And not as good as, but as they say, don't judge a book by its cover. Now he is 6 years old and has been visiting the library for the 3rd year. Since only here can he hide from people, be in silence with himself, he reads a lot. He likes it. For him, books are his best friends who will help and tell him something. But the librarian treats the boy the same way as everyone else and kicks him out every time he comes, so he sneaks in here so that no one notices him. Today, he read about the history of the shinobi, about what clans existed and exist, and one attracted him very much. Namely Uzumaki. He immediately understood that he is part of this clan since he bears the surname Uzumaki. Also the role was played by hair like Naruto. Leaving the library, I headed home. But can I call this place that? Obviously no one likes me like that, and no one cares about my successes. I have tried more than once to attract the attention of Rodita and show what successes I have achieved, but they always see only negative in me. So now it does not matter. I need to get into Kushina's room and look for information on Uzumaki. In the book I read there was too little information, so I want to find out more. Getting there to this house, I opened the door and immediately heard loud laughter and the noise of fun. I looked at the clock and it showed 11 p.m. The calendar made it clear that it was July 18th, still a long way off until the birthday of these geniuses. Why would there be such a holiday? While I was taking off my shoes, I heard the voice of the price of D. Sinju. Now it's clear. It looks like the Sanins have returned, or just her, but it doesn't matter. I decided not to stick my head out yet and wait in my room until they all disperse or fall asleep. The desire to find out who besides Sonia off came. No, entering the room in front of me became a familiar picture. Gray shabby walls, a wardrobe that is living out its days, a mattress with a pillow and a blanket on the floor. I don't have a bed. The only thing that looks more or less here is the table and the chair next to it. Taking out pencils and paper from the wardrobe, I put them on the table to draw while there is time, at least some Use of the wardrobe after all. Besides storing paper and pencils, there is nothing for me after. For hours I decided to see what's going on because there was noise for those already like an hour ago leave the room and go down to the first floor. I went into the living room and see such a picture. Everyone is asleep, killed to pieces. The only thing I hate more than the Hokage family is alcohol, and here is the whole Hokage family, and also all three of Sonya's family are very much together from the south, and Monaco. Well, what a bunch. I thought Walrus from The Hangover that is standing here. My peers are also here. 5. I don't understand whether they were nagging or not. You can expect anything from them. The younger generation of alcoholics, a team of young alcoholics, and what suits them. Without thinking twice I went to my mother's room to find out more about my clan. Going there, I walked along the shelves on which there are books with scrolls. Taking the first of them, I began to read the Uzumaki clan, or as it is called all over the world, and the haired devils are primarily famous for their fundozu. With the help of it, the Uzumaki could seal absolutely anything they wanted. Over time, Furin Uzumaki developed, and they learned to put up barriers of various directions, learned to manipulate the cheek space and time. They also created seals that caused certain effects, for example paralyzing, explosive seals of truth, seals of control, seals of chakra redirection, and similar. Point Nofan, this is not the only thing that the devils were good at. Their Aiken Kantai Buken Zuzu were the most deadly in the whole world. No one could compare with them. Uzumaki could create SI and artifacts that all the rulers of hidden villages wanted to own so much. The distinctive elements of the clan, as you could already guess, is scarlet hair, and the patron of the clan, who is Shinigami god of death himself. Uzumaki were so strong and developed that they were able to create their own hidden village which destroyed 4 great villages. They did it because they wanted to have everything that the Uzumaki owned. From an army of 1 million people who went to Uzushio, the Uzumaki house returned about 300. This made the whole world convinced that the Uzumaki are real devils in the flesh. Reading all this, I just could not believe what I was seeing. I am a representative of such a powerful clan. I can't even imagine what kind of carnage there was when my village was destroyed. This makes me proud of my clan. After reading a couple more scrolls that talk about the traditions and laws of the Uzumaki, decided to follow everything that I had just read. Taking the next scroll, I realized that this is the genealogy of the main branch of the clan, Toru-Ootsusuki Ashina Uzumaki Izum Uzumaki Kushina Uzumaki. Here I fell out of this world. It turns out that I am not just a representative of the clan but also part of the ruling family. This is something I could not expect. But after I realized this, I accepted. I immediately remembered one of the laws Uzumaki. Although it is rather a tradition for women Uzumaki children above all else in the world, that is Kushina spat on this law tradition. From the realization of all this, I started to cry. I have already asked myself for the umpteenth time why she is like this with me. I have not done anything to anyone. I do not deserve such treatment. To myself, I need to calm down and pull myself together. I have long accepted everything as it is, but this does not change how much I am offended by this. That in fact the most precious person to me left me. After 10 minutes I came to my senses and also remembered one of the laws which says that if someone from the main family was married to a person who has no relation to Kazumaki, then the next Uzukage head of Uzumaki and Uzushio becomes the one who has more Uzumaki genes. This can be determined in 2 ways. The first is to impose a special seal that will show how close you are Kuzmakino. On a genetic level, this is just look at your hair. The closer they are to your alam color, the more genes you have. Uzumaki dominates over other genes. The seal is needed in most cases when both children have scarlet hair. Their brightness does not affect anything. The head can have both dark scarlet and light scarlet hair. This means that if you look at the menu and this, you can conclude that the next musage should be me. This is undoubtedly pleasing, but only if you believe the flowers. Then everyone will know the purity of blood. They honor their head or the heir. To give them means to betray the entire clan. I first thought that this was nonsense. Then when I read to the end, I realized that it meant what Kushina did to me, or will leave her head alone on the battlefield and help kill I don't know why Kushina did this, but it doesn't matter to me either because I am the only one who can become the head of the clan. I'll just let them through the barrier, and for Shio it is. If you believe what I read, I will definitely object to my clan and move to Ushio. Yes, I will do so, putting all the scrolls that I read in their place. Besides, where it talks about the laws and traditions of the clan. I went to bed anyway. It's already 4:30 in the morning. I hope they won't pester me in the morning as usual. I should start training if I want to be worthy of the head of the Devil Clan. In the morning, the door to my room was brazenly knocked down by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. I jumped up in fright because it's not every day that he bursts in here and raged like a wild animal. He ran up to me and grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and threw me into the corridor. So much so that I started coughing up blood. You are ungrateful. He growled at me. And what does this mean? I didn't have time to finish. Because I flew into that's for sure. Good morning, how dare you enter my room without my permission, and who allowed you to look at the scrolls related to the Uzumaki clan? You have nothing to do with my clan, pathetic scum, screamed Kushina. And sweet. Are you? Haha, says Finish. Naturally they didn't let me, who would have doubted Shinigami herself. Why did this fly to me? A kick to the head from the yellow lightning of Kanaki, the hawk beetle, shouted Minato between Kushina and Minato too. Anglo masks of the hawk beetle appeared. Hi Haka, I myself, said they in unison without any emotion. Take you, beat this piece of half to death and then throw him off the cliff, he said, pointing at me and Agape. From such an order I involuntarily burst into tears, either from fear or from resentment that they, roughly speaking in plain text, ordered to kill me. I of course knew that they hated me, but to such an extent in my heart something treacherous pricked. There is Hokage herself, they said in a more joyful voice. Not that this is the end, no, I have a goal. I will not allow myself to be killed so easily. I tried to get up, but I immediately got hit by a tank, and they immediately took me and carried me somewhere for an hour and a half. They brutally beat me. Almost all my bones are broken. I am covered in blood, several kunai sticking out of me. And then came the moment, and the beetle took me by the mountain and went to the edge of the cliff. I barely remain conscious. Well, what about the demon? I hope you will slowly die. Consider this our revenge for you, for the fact that 6 years ago you killed our families, destroyed almost the entire village, he said, grinning. Let him go already. And let's go eat. I haven't eaten anything since the morning, and now it's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he said in a hawk mask. Yes, he said, and let me go. And I flew down. It felt like I flew for a few minutes, but this feeling changed when I suddenly hit something and lost consciousness. That's all, the end, and everything is so good that Hokage herself ordered to kill him, said the beetle. Here I agree with you, agreed with the partner Hawk Ants. Naruto, when Angus threw the boy off the cliff, they Shumshin moved to the evening Kuramin at the same time in the house of Minato and the Kushins. When they took the guy, the owner of the house, they went to the kitchen to wake everyone up. The truth, they did it with difficulty. They decided not to wake the children but just take them to their rooms. Having spent a good 15 minutes on this, everyone was on their feet, although they cursed this morning because of the headache. The only one who was more or less healthy. This is very Maru Minato. Chan Kushikin, why are you so tense? The snake hissed. Yes, no, in short, Maruzian, everything is fine, said Kushina. Well, okay, said the snake. Began to bring his teammates to their senses when everyone was sitting at the table 2.5 hours after Naruto was taken and sipping tea while discussing yesterday evening future villages. As a snake crawled into the grove, Maru whispered something in his ear, from which Sanon's face changed with every second. Eric, what is it? asked the gray-haired man with red lines that go from his eyes. He was dressed in a light green kimono and the same color under which he wears a mesh t-shirt, noticeable on the wrists and ankles. He also wore hand guards, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and red Hori with 2 yellow circles on each side. It was great toad Senenko Nahe Jiraiya Minato you piece of. Hissed with anger and contempt Snake Sanin. From this everyone shuddered and looked at the snake with incomprehension and surprise. What do you mean? In short, Maru said, a blonde with brown eyes and a purple rhombus on her forehead. She was dressed in a blue breeches, light grey a tunic with a large cutout on the chest, in a light green cloak on the back of which is candy, meaning gambling. It was the Princess Slug Nadia Sinju, and then it ordered to kill Naruto, and the order was successfully carried out. His Ambu beat the boy half to death and threw him off the cliff which is behind the forest of death. From what Roshimaru said, everyone stood in a stupor and no one believed that this kind blonde could do this to his own son. Everyone knew that the whole village hated him because Minato announced that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox. In fact, the Jinchuriki are his brother and sister. When sealing the fox divided into frost, young Jiraiya Minato was the first to come to his senses. It is true, he looked reproachfully at his student, who did not answer but only lowered his gaze in the direction of Jiraiya. Not endured hit Minato. Yes, so that he flew back. I didn't expect this from you. You fair-haired brute, hissed. The description is no worse than his comrade Aramaru. People, do as you wish, and I left this house, and you, he pointed out the nominee again, even forget about my support. The entire female part except Kushina from this news, as they realized that this miracle died, began to cry. If you believe that the Hokage could do this, Tsunade actually wanted to kill him. They didn't let her do it. Her teammates tried to stand up for her husband and Kushina, but only Shinju, in her emotions, threw her back so that several ribs were definitely broken. All the guests except Hyuk left looking with contempt at the Hokage family. From that day on, the closest friends of the Hokage became Hyuki. The news that Naruto was killed quickly swept through the village. Everyone was in seventh heaven from happiness from this. Listening to Roshimaru, and why didn't your snake say earlier? Maybe we would have had time to save him, said Tsunade, who has been trying to calm down for the last 3 hours, and only now she did it a little because my snake was crawling through the forest of death in search of something interesting. She accidentally saw how Angu was holding Naruto by the throat over the cliff and what condition he was in, and the second one was standing nearby and was just glowing with happiness after they threw him off. They said that they were lucky that the Hokage herself ordered to kill him, said Roshimaru with undisguised contempt in her voice. His comrade supported him and went to look for the body to at least bury him with dignity. Naruto smelled. I woke up in some white place and didn't understand where I was. Seeing this place for the first time, my whole body hurts. The last thing I remember is how I was beaten half to death and then they threw themselves off the cliff and I hit something. Most likely it was a huge boulder, so I still died, and I didn't have time to visit the patterns. I didn't have time to revive the clan either, I said to myself in a voice as if I was mocking myself, but at the same time my voice sounded extremely sad. I didn't even expect that I could speak like that. We want to be happy here. Well, let's begin with the fact that you did not die, and we will end by visiting the ears, and you still have time, and bring the clan back to life too, said with a share of a grin behind me. I turned around to find out who this voice belonged to. Behind me I saw a man with scarlet hair that reaches his knees height, somewhere 185-190 centimeters. He was dressed in black and gray armor, and on his belt hangs a katana, also made in a black and gray style. His face is slightly wrinkled with several scars. Eyes are the same as mine, bright blue with Nick cold in them. Forgive me, Ava, I asked him, and what does his words mean? Did the grandson really not recognize his grandfather? He said with a smile, and crossing my arms on my chest I asked my grandfather with some kind of Easter as practice has proven those who are called relatives are the most dangerous people for me. From my reaction he frowned. The main thing is not to hit, and although I died the dead do not feel pain. So he sat down in the lotus position and spoke again. Don't be afraid, come to me, let's talk. For the first time we see each other, although I would prefer not to see you here for another 500 to 600 years. He said. I decided to come up to him anyway. I don't have any choices anyway. Coming up to him he sat me down on his lap, and with my back to the armor I will now use one Technique to view your memories and watch your whole life. Do you mind, Naru? He asked me with such kindness and tenderness that I involuntarily got goosebumps, of course, but I warn you that what you will see there you will not like it, I told him, and looked into his eyes. He shuddered a little from my gaze and frowned but said nothing. Instead he folded some seals and touched my forehead. Closing my eyes, I felt a slight chill throughout my body. After literally 10 seconds he opened his eyes, and in them I could read fierce anger. I even became scared that they would start beating me again. Don't worry, for example, I won't do anything to you, he said when he noticed my reaction. Let's get acquainted first. I'm out of my mind, Uzumaki. Your grandfather, said the man, looking at me with a kinder look which made me feel better. I couldn't hold back my emotions. With tears in my eyes, hugged him. He hugged me back. Yes, how dare she treat her son like that? Aminata, __, not like that. I raised you. Jug flashed through my thoughts. Grandfather, I said with tears. He is the first of my relatives who treats me with coldness and contempt. Yes, long ago, Chalk, I've been here, he said, stroking my head. In this position we sat for another 5 minutes, and then he moved away from him and he told me what it was like to live in Izushio, how beautiful it was there, how rich a village it was. But we also talked with him on detached topics. It seemed, and about nothing, and it seemed like a couple of hours flew by for everyone, as my grandfather said something that I would not like to hear. Listening to Naruto, unfortunately, it's time for me to go. I don't have much chakra left and it's rapidly falling, so I'll pass on my knowledge to you now. They'll be useful to you. Don't worry, I'm not dead. Our patron Shinigami himself managed to seal 2,500 Uzumaki, including me and my wife, your grandmother. I didn't let him finish. I understood how I could unseal you. I said that I am determined to rescue my clan so that they can return to their happy life. Unfortunately, I don't know. I only know that when the time comes, Shinigami herself will come to you and tell you what is needed so that you can return us, he said with a smile on his face. It will hurt a little, so please be patient a little, he said, and folded some seals again and touched mine. It was just ish pain, all of his, and the skills of which ones to use them and everything like that just crashed into my brain. I don't know how long I held out like that, but in the end I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was the night sky, and it was as if the light was coming from the earth. It's all strange. Having risen somehow, I looked around and saw that under the tree, not very far from me, a girl with white hair and pale skin was sitting. She was dressed in a transitional chemical monos with a high collar and a stoma on the sleeves and in the center. I don't know why, but I couldn't immediately take my eyes off her. She's incredibly beautiful. Although what's the point? Strangers always treated me with contempt from these thoughts. Why would she be different? But I should at least try to come up and find out where I am now. Something doesn't look like the river could have carried me here. When I approached her, I decided to ask me the question I'm interested in right away. Oh, can you tell me where I am now? I asked her. She looked at her sharply, and in her eyes you could read surprise. I didn't do anything like that. Why be so surprised, Kaguya? And here I am again sitting under this tree and thinking about what a mistake I made when I created my children. They are just clots of chakra. I could have guessed that they would want my powers and my death, but they failed to kill me. That's not enough. I was betrayed by the man I considered my family. Why am I so pathetic? Why have I fallen to this point? I can already hear footsteps. I'm definitely going crazy. There can't be anyone here. My brother's clan was destroyed and only Shinigami can come here. My brother's son needs to calm down and drive away these hallucinations of footsteps as far as possible. Yes. Oh, can you tell me where I am now? Said the voice that came from the side of the footsteps. I turned sharply towards the voice, and in My soul, I hoped that it wasn't my imagination, so I went out to the house. There was a little boy with scarlet hair in a black t-shirt that was all in his blood. In some places it even had holes, and dried blood stains were also visible. The same black shorts again in blood. Autumn sandals. I did not immediately realize that I was openly staring at him despite my appearance and age. I think he is very handsome. I thought so about someone for the first time at our first meeting, but what I don't like is that in his eyes you can clearly read pain, betrayal, and a bit of fear. Well, yes, everyone is afraid of me for nothing. Sorry, but still, where are we? Only don't hit. He closed his eyes and turned away from me when I looked at him with a harder look. From what did he get the idea that I was going to kill him, and why was his clothes all covered in blood? Happened to this boy? Oh yeah, how can I say it, are on the moon, I said, smiling awkwardly, but it really sounds strange that I'm not shaving. I understand, he said, slightly calming down. What a cutie he is. Stop, I've never considered anyone cute. What the although wait, Grandpa told me one day I'll meet someone with whom I'll act like a little girl and in front of whom I'll feel a little awkward. He'll be the one I'll immediately experience strange feelings, emotions. He'll be the one who can understand and accept me. He'll be the one who'll be ready to shed rivers of blood and give his life for me. Could it be that it's him? That's what he said, Grandpa. Perhaps feelings, emotions like those for him I've never experienced for anyone, even this family, and this has never happened before. If this is so and we can love each other as Grandpa said, then maybe I'll have a family. Tell me, what's your name? I asked him. I'm really interested, and I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I don't mean stop. What Uzumaki? He is from his brother's clan. Now I am almost sure that it is him. Naruto Whirlpool. What a beautiful name. Nice to meet you, Naruto. Should I tell him my name? Suddenly he has already heard something about me, and now he will be scared and will be wary of me like fire. I do not want this. No, although I do not want to lie to him either. Come what may, if it is he who can become my family, then I will do everything so that he accepts me. So I have known him for less than an hour. Where does such an attraction come from him? I said I with such a kind smile that only I am capable of. What a beautiful name, he said with a smile with all 32 teeth. Your mother. From this smile my heart started pounding madly. It is impossible to fall in love in such a short time, or is it possible? But I will still try. Tell Naru, what's wrong with you? Why are you wearing such clothes, and why is there blood on them? I argued. I am what interests me most now. Well, maybe you will just look memories, because it is hard for me to talk about it, he said, as if he was about to cry. What happened to him? Then, instead of words, I went up to him and hugged. I do not know if this will help, but to me at such moments I really wanted someone to hug me. Apparently he too. At first he was taken aback by such a display of care, but then he hugged me back as tightly as he could. How warm it was in his embrace. I would never let him go, but I had to. I gently pulled away. After 5 minutes of such hugs I made the necessary seals and put my hand on his forehead and began to watch his whole life. After a couple of minutes I had watched everything, and now I seriously want to destroy this stupid village. How dare they treat an innocent child like that? Is the 9th post, and the fox is sealed in it. There is no fox in it. Don't worry, Kaguya, I don't care about them. Now for example I have you. And then he stopped short, blushed deeply and looked away. I also blushed deeply. No one had told me such a thing. I hugged him again, but a little tighter than before, and buried my face in his blood-red hair, and then I whispered with tears in my eyes, thank you. Naru said so quietly that he barely heard. He also hugged me, and this time we sat like that for much longer. It was decided he will be mine. In any case, I will not allow him to be taken away from me. After we broke away from each other and I laid his head on my lap and sorted through his scarlet hair with my hands, we talked about everything in the world. It turns out he is very well read and can support any conversation. He also knows how to listen. If you think about it, then he is only 6 years old now. What will he be like in the future? Listen, Kaguchan, what are you doing here? He asked me. I blushed a little from the way he called me. 2 goddesses pain me here. Sealed, I answered. I don't want him. Who and why is it worth just thinking about? This how it becomes scary that he will refuse me, but I'm only 20 years old. Why the did I then create these from chakra? I don't count those thousands of years as my age. I don't age without developing. So yes, 20 years and period. And how to print you? I'll definitely print you. After all, you said. He got up from my knees, and at the last words he stopped and blushed at the same time as his hair. Well, what did he want to say with this to the wrong Naru? It seems he noticed my pleading look, so that he would say to the end, I care for him. He said the last words very quietly, but I still heard them. I care for him. I have tears. They went immediately. Notice this. I once again pounced on him with hugs and almost crushed him. You have also become very dear to me during this time. You are the only one I can think so. Please don't leave me. I started to have a slight hysteria. I suddenly became scared that he could leave me at one moment. No, he would never do that, just not him. The next moment there followed mutual hugs. Don't worry, who else? And I will never leave you. How nice it is to hear such words, and everything would be fine. How I felt that he was getting lighter, and it seriously scared me. Kaguya, what was going on? He asked, moving away from me. He began to disappear. Listen, Naru, you are returning back to the world of people. I have a gift for you. Along with him I will give you the awareness of how me free about that. Who can help you? You will find out who he is and everything else. The main thing, remember Naru, my tears do not stop. I am afraid to let him go to this cruel world, but there is no choice. Be careful. I will wait for you, I said, and decided on the strangest step in this situation. I gave him a gift and memories through a kiss. I expected that he would throw me away because I did it unexpectedly, but he was a little surprised, but still answered. When he did, I realized that he has the same feelings for each other. We have the same. I am sure that he will free me and we will live together. That moment has come when he completely disappeared. Be careful, Naru. I love you, I said, already into the void. No matter what happens, I will wait for him. Naruto. Opening my eyes, I immediately closed them because of the bright sun, which immediately blinded me. Trying to get up, I failed. My body hurts, and it hurts a lot. I wonder why. I remember how I got into the room. Moan read about the Uzumaki clan. I remember how the next morning Minato was attacked by a temptation because of this. I definitely remembered. Why does everything hurt? I also remembered what happened after I was thrown off the cliff. Meeting with grandfather and Kaguya. I definitely promised that I would free her. I also made a promise that I would free my clan from captivity if I am offended. That Kaguya was sealed. Then about the clan, I will eat up because they did not die. So stop hanging around here. I need to get up, start training hard, because without strength I will not be able to help any of them. After all, having risen to my feet, I opened my eyes and looked around at the vegetation of the land of fire. It does not look like, but where the river could have carried me, I can't even imagine. I should try to find at least a village to find out where I am, and already based on this in my ears. If you believe my grandfather's memories, then the barrier as a living organism, it will only let the prince of the clan through, which I am Kushin. He will not let through because she betrayed the clans. The barrier knows about this. How this is possible and could not make a sound, I have no idea. Having set off on the first day, I never reached the settlement. Therefore I decided to stop in a small cave to wait out the night, and in order not to waste time I need to awaken the chakra center, and this is where my training will begin. I concentrated in the lotus position, but there should have been a light burning in the stomach area. This will be my chakra center for half an hour now. I've been sitting like this and nothing. Although this is not a quick process, but still, when I wanted to stop for today, I felt this light. Although it is complete nonsense to call it a light, I clearly feel how the stomach area is simply burning. A blessing in disguise for such heat. I surprisingly quickly got used to it. No one told me that it was so painful. Quickly coming to my senses, desire going to bed went away as quickly as it came. Instead, I decided to train chakra control from my grandfather's memories. I know that the ideal initial exercises for control are to learn to walk on vertical surfaces and water, and also with the help of chakra attach a leaf to the forehead and move it. Also with the help of chakra. First of all, I decided that I would learn to walk on trees, and since there is no reservoir nearby, I will do this later. It is still unknown in How much time I will learn to walk on trees. Approaching the first tree I came across, I put my right foot on the trunks, began to gradually pour in chakra. First, as expected, the foot slid or the bark under the foot began to crack. After spending about 20 minutes the foot still stuck to the tree. After that I am not sure, put the second foot, pouring into it as much chakra as into the right one, and to my surprise I remained standing. Little by little climbing up the tree, I realized that it is not so easy to hold the required amount of chakra. Having spent another hour to more or less get used to immediately supplying the required amount of chakra to the legs, I went to sleep with a leaf. I will do it tomorrow on the road. When I woke up I immediately went along the road. I hope I will quickly get to some village. When I walked by the feeling of about 2 hours, I decided that it was better to go along the upper paths and I will train chakra control. Jumping up a tree, I began to think about plans for the future. What I decided for myself, so this is that my main goal will be the liberation of someone, and the clan takes revenge on Konoha and those who destroyed the souls of. I am not going to, at least for now. I will strain their lives. I will ruin them and arrange total chaos. I will not, but I do not intend to forgive them either. As soon as I return my grandfather, he will decide what to do with them, the head of the Unaniya clan. First of all I need to train a lot, train further. This is the rest of the crocodile which she transformed into a living being so that he would free her. In short, Zitsu is the same as Hagarma and Hamura, only if in the latter was spent chakra, and they consist not only of 5 natural elements and a separate admixture of frost yang chakra, but also in their creation, as if united by frost in the elements, they are more proportions than in other living organisms. Due to this they can be called purebred ootsusuki. He is the fundamental structure of the universe of a living organism, and due to this a person can awaken both the genome of the element frost and also in a small dose use. No one can use it as well as clans. Why I do not know, but the fact remains a fact. In general the clans were a kind of plan due to the fact that their possession of yang was simply at an exorbitant level. Because of this they were able to awaken such dozutsu as Renningen. That this is my Renningen Reni Sharingan, the last eyes or eyes they awakened extremely rarely. Its strongest owner was Kuraha Atsuki. She lived a couple of thousand years before Kaguya. Then there was a war between clans of different worlds. Sounds like some kind of nonsense. Well, that's how it is. Then Kuraha, with the help of the Sharingan line, killed about 10,000 enemy shinobi. However, that day she herself died, and according to her will to Irina, the Sharingan which she owned was destroyed, whom I also own. I am not nearly at the same level as Kukura. After 2.5 hours I got to a small village which is for me nothing special distinguished. First of all I need to dig up a map to understand where I should go next. In any case I need in the shower, but the map costs money. I don't have it. Where can I get it to earn him? Walking around the village I accidentally bumped into some girl. Oh, sorry, I apologized. I hope she won't get too angry at me and won't make claims against me. The girl was quite beautiful, an aristocratic face, amber eyes, a cloak black with red clouds, blue hair, and a flower as an ornament on her head. Somehow she looks at me strangely. Yes, there is nothing. Listen boy, what is your name and where is your home? She asked, either out of anger or resentment that I crashed into her. But what does she care? Who is she from? Where is it? Okay, in Konoha there are no such shinobi. I know approximately all the elite shinobi of this bug infestation, and in general there was no one with blue hair. Uzumaki Naruto, but my home is far away. I am not a local, I said, as I am, except in Konoha no one knows me, so there should be no problems. Uzumaki, tell me, who is Uzumaki Kushina to you? But this really bothers me, since she knows her, so she knows me, therefore she can try to return me to this traitor of the clan's blood. On the other hand, why would they send someone to search for me if Minato personally gave the order to kill me? Maybe this is an old acquaintance and friend of Kushina. Then I have similar problems. She noticed my tension and mistrust towards her side. Don't worry, personally I don't know her, and I have nothing to do with Konoha. I just know one person from your clan and he told me about her. She told me with a Mila and kind smile. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that she can be trusted, a feeling as if I feel her intention, emotions from her directly carry interests of kindness in my direction, yes, and she said that she knows Uzumaki, but because of this clan only I remained Jugs. Her daughter said, and she was surprised, so she has a daughter. She said a little thoughtfully, you didn't answer my question, she said again, raising her. My look only now, she exudes determination, truth, why I can't understand, why do I even feel all this? I am her biological son, although in fact I have never been one. Last I said in a quiet voice so that they wouldn't hear me. It seems I miscalculated, that is, she said without understanding what exactly I meant. Instead of telling all this on the street, I suggested that I tell her somewhere else. She took me to a coffee shop where I ordered brown apple juice and began the story. During my entire story she outwardly almost did not change, but again I have some kind of strange feeling as if she exudes negativity. Maybe I got sick after all. It is unknown how much time I spent in the water, and when I got to the point where it gave the order to kill me, she frowned about the feelings of negativity. Only became stronger towards the end. I told that I awakened the chakras, learned to walk on vertical surfaces. Listen, I'm telling you all this, but what's your name? Decided to find out what her name is to address her somehow. I won't. I call her blue-haired or something like that. My name is Kanan. Listen, since you were thrown out, maybe you'll come with me. I'll introduce you to my friend. He's also from the Uzumaki clan, like you. I'm sure you LL find a common language. Yes, and you need a place where you could return at least for the first time. She offered me the prospect of meeting with Uzumaki. I like it. I don't know, I'll stay in the forest, but for the first year or two it will be good. Only where are we going? I asked her with interest. After all, I hope it's not far from the strange to the gate, because I have a card in my ears. In any case I'll have to visit. We'll go to the strange rain. There is a base of the organization in which she is a member, she said, getting up from steel, taking me by the hand, leading me to the exit of the establishment. And what kind of organization is this? I asked with interest. Akatsuki, she said, and when we left she's made of paper, something similar to a bird. Wow, that's all I could say because I was in complete shock. He, come on, get in, we'll fly to the land of rain on it, and from there we'll go on foot. If my bird gets wet we'll fall, she said, and immediately explained. Although I would have understood the reason without explanations. Having reached the land of rain, Conan said that now we were heading to the village of rain. For some reason it seemed funny to me. Actually, we got there pretty quickly. At the entrance we greeted Conan and didn't ask unnecessary questions about me. This is undoubtedly pleasing. In the village itself I didn't find anything remarkable apart from the fact that it was raining here. At any end of the village there was a high tower, and at the very top in the window a light was burning. We came here, I asked her. I understand that this is something like the residence of the local Kaguya. Thinking about this, I immediately remembered the Hokage and became significantly sad. No. Not because he ordered to kill me, but because I am generally related by blood to such a creature like him. Yes, the head of this village and part-time Akatsuki is a stump, or is his real name Nagato Uzumaki, your clansman, she said, opening the door to this very tower, entering it, and again did not notice anything that would so zealously catch my eye. We went up to the top floor and, as I understood, stood in front of the entrance to Nagata Conan's office, knocked on the door and let in. First, she changed, and then she went in herself. But the office looks quite interesting. There is a large desk near the window, and behind it sits a guy with metal on his face and orange hair in his eyes. What kind of Renningen is there? Memories of alcohol. There was a mention of these eyes. This is a very powerful dojutsu. If you master it at a sufficient level, you can destroy an entire army with that one technique. Hidden village. Then this guy is most likely very strong. Also on the sides near the walls there were bookcases with books, and with coils in the middle of the room there was a wooden old man's magazine, and also a couple of sofas so that it would be convenient to receive someone. Conan, who is this? Asked. He tore himself away from the paper. Alakita You can tell by him that he is already tired of these papers. I even feel sorry for him. This guy's name is Naruto Uzumaki, she said. At Nagator Nengen climbed on the forehead. Of course. When you know that only the Hokage's wife remains from the clan and you think that everyone else is dead, and then a guy comes to you and he is introduced as Uzumaki, I would also be shocked. Ahead of all your questions, I will say he is the son of Jugs in Zamaki, exactly that Namikaze. I found him in the village on a strange fire. Shortly before that, in the Hokage's house, Naruto made his way into the room Jugs in order to learn more about the Uzumaki clan. After that he went to bed, and the next morning Minato and Kushina woke him up screaming, and they started beating him for what he did. And then, in front of his eyes, the bitten man called to Anbu and ordered them to beat him and then kill him. So they did. They threw him off a cliff, and that's how he ended up on the border of the land of fire. We accidentally bumped into him and I persuaded him to tell me all this. I also suggested that he come here with me, to which he agreed. The girl said. Nagata's reaction is something with something. His eyes were jumping back and forth, then they became 5 in surprise, then immediately narrowed with anger. Clear, so he is the crown prince of the Zamaki clan. That's the news. Sometimes it seems to me that this world has gone crazy, he said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Perhaps, he said. I continue to look at him in the eyes. If I used to always look away, then now I will always look everyone only in the eyes, thereby showing that they are not scary to me. So Naruto, as I understood, my name is Conan, told me I have a question for you, he said, also looking into my eyes. What kind of power do you want, and if you want what? Why, she asked you, he already, in a colder and rougher voice. Eat. What, a cold one came across? Yes, I need power, and I need it in order to protect my family in the future, which I will build. I also need it to return the Uzumaki clan because of the sharpening, and also if not someone wants to interfere, I could make him regret that he even thought about it. But here I could not even hold back a laugh. Their faces are just something with something, such surprise I have not seen for a long time. They even opened their mouths and stupidly stared at me. What did you say? Asked a logical question Kona. Well, of course my statement is quite peculiar. What I said. I was thrown off a cliff, I lost consciousness and woke up in some kind of space. There I met my grandfather out of my mind. Uzumaki, he told me that 2,500 people from the clan, including him and my grandmother. How exactly to unseal, I don't know. He told me that Shinigami herself will come and tell everything, but the first stage I already know. Only after it Shinigami herself will come and tell about the second and part-time last stage of unsealing. I said. Nagata listened to me attentively and did not interrupt. It's good that I understood you in this. My organization Akatsuki will help you. There is a chance that my relatives are also sealed there, but first tell me what we should do first, said Nagata in his serious voice. And by the way, during the whole conversation I never felt bad feelings towards me. We should ask them about this first. We should collect all the badges. After we activate the Eternal Father Kiyomi, then something will happen and Shinigami herself will appear and tell everything else. I said. Their eyes crawled up again. How interesting, everything is working out just what we planned to do. It was for this that Akatsuki was created. Then there are reasons to implement the plan in life even more, he said with a thoughtful look. That's how. Can I find this walking scarlet here? What's his name? Zeus. Exactly, he is exactly what I need. So we will do your training tomorrow. Also I will sign you up as a member of Katsuki. Conan, take the kid to the room at the base. Tomorrow we will introduce him to the others, he said. That means tomorrow we will find out if there is a fox here or not. After all this, Conan took me to their base, the entrance to which is from the first floor of this base. When we went down the stairs from the first floor of the residence, we ended up, as I understood, there was some guy with a scythe sitting here. Gray hair and beauty high. And what is this with you? He said. Oh, to her. And then how he called me. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and you will be for the kid, said I. Sneered, and he didn't seem to like it much. I hear. Who did you call grandpa? Screaming underage. You are so crazy that you Will out he covered me with curses, so I involuntarily even thought that he was definitely grandpa. Haydn, calm down, he is a new member of Akatsuki now, the truth will spend all his time on training, and yes, Stump itself has already accepted him, Conan said, and so we call Haydn. Was simply in shock from this, that, what a yes, I would rather screw his father in the ass than believe this, but this is in vain, he will have to fulfill it. I even felt sorry for Minato. Go ahead, and with a song you can pack your things right now and stomp to Konoha. I am sure the Hokage will receive you with a very hot welcome. Decided I'll go after the transmission memories and skills of my grandfather. I have a feeling that I've become older, namely spiritually. Conan even laughed a little at this. I mean, Hokage need this little pussy golden domed one, he asked, not understanding why I mentioned him here. You or hit your head yourself said that if you believe that I was accepted as a member of Katsuki you will go to. I even told you who he is, so come on, I'm sure you will succeed, I said, openly mocking him. Two can play this game. What are you, the offspring of Akaki? The are you doing here? I'm not even a period, but I don't understand. I've already started screaming. He and you don't need to come to us, so where is my room? I answered him and then asked him a completely normal question. I already want to sleep, and here Haydn is drumming my brains. Yes, of course, let's go, she said, clearly pleased that she is leaving Haydn's company. I can see, yes, and I feel that she is ready to kill him if only he would shut up. She led me to a room that reminded me of my old room in the house, Minato, except that it was more whole. The same applies to the furniture. The light worked, and so did the bed, a bookcase and a wardrobe, and there was also a chair. A bathroom combined with a toilet, nothing extra, a kitchen, I understand, in another place, and it is common. I will have to find out tomorrow, perhaps. In good night. She left the room, but I did not hesitate for long and immediately went to bed. It is still unknown what time I have to get up tomorrow, what awaits me tomorrow. The truth is, as soon as I lay down, as something crawled out from under the ground, I immediately became wary, but when I looked closely, I immediately from my memories, as if I understood who this evil spirit was. You can turn on the light, it will be more convenient for both of us, I asked. He did not answer anything, but he simply went to the switch and turned on the light, and then came up and stood in front of me. A creature in a cloak of Katsuki was standing near the house with some kind of thing that, as if a mouth surrounded his head, and the head itself was black and white. This is definitely an evil spirit. So who are you and why you came to me? Decided not to reveal all my cards yet. Who knows? Why did this weirdo show up? I sense a small part of my mother's chakra in you. Where did you get it from? And especially since it looks like she gave it to you herself. Anya, you took it by force. So who are you, Naruto? Uzumaki asked Scarlet, looking straight into my eyes. If we talk about some churka, then everything is simple. I am more than sure that you heard my story in Pain's office. Well, so after I left my grandfather I woke up God knows where. Looking around I saw a beautiful girl. It was under a tree. I went up to ask where I was. Well, and off we went. We started talking, and well, anyway, I gave her my word that I would believe her no matter what. I said, slightly blushing, remembering our farewell. Fortunately he did not pay attention to it. Well, I heard you, so that I would completely believe you. Let me look through this fragment of memory, he already said, more relaxed voice than before. Go ahead. Aloud. I without a doubt. He touched my forehead, and a slight pleasant chill ran through my body. By the way, I understood she spun you and trusted. She considered you the only person who could become her family. I will not say anything about this. I will not decide, and if so, then I count on your help. Naruto herself to say that. I was stunned, to say nothing. Why is he so formally to me? You this what is not necessary to me so formally? I do not understand what he is doing. No, I can't do that. Mom trusted you, then I have to subordinate myself. Wow, if so, then I will use it to the fullest. Okay, just in front of everyone, treat her the same way as everyone else. We do not need unnecessary suspicions, I told him, to which he nodded, turned off the light, and fell into the ground. A strange guy. After that I went to bed with peace of mind, waking up early in the morning having done all The water procedures for me came to us and they went to the meeting hall. Upon arrival in front of us appeared an ordinary hall with a rectangular table in the middle. There were also several people in the room. Stump Heiden Deckel. A man who you can only see the eyes, a guy in a mask, a guy who looks like a shark. So, since everyone is here, let's begin. To begin with, I will introduce the future member of our organization, Naruto Uzumaki, but due to his age, you will have to teach him to speak. Not cold enough. Nagata. Well, stand still. What the are we supposed to do? We have to train him. We have nothing to do with your god soul mother. Let him be the most. What does it have to do with it? We don't owe this Aru anything. Haydn screwed up. It seems to me that he is the dumbest of those gathered here because his goals coincide with ours. This is once he will become our trump card. Since nothing is known about him, he is considered dead. This is 2. He is well acquainted with Konoha and knows in whom the cube is sealed. This is 3. Said Zitsu, then stunned absolutely everyone but maybe except for Pen. I thought he was more emotional. At least he was like that at our first meeting. Apparently the news that I brought was too unexpected. If you look at it like that, then Zutsu is right. If they find out about us, then they can find information on each of those present here, and there is nothing about him. This will be to our advantage. But how do you know in whom the cube is sealed? After the resealing it is unknown who became the vessel. Before it was known that he is in you, but since the son-in-law says that you know where he is, then you are not his. Jinchuriki, said the shark man. How did he even appear like that? Let's start with the fact that I am the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namekaze Kushina Uzumaki, former Jinchuriki of the cube. I was declared his new vessel in order to save him from the hatred that filled the village after the rampage. Fox Real Jinchuriki Fox are my underbrother Minmanamikaze, and not to sister was divided into light and dark part. So there are 2 of them. Answered extremely honestly. I understand. To begin with, I will introduce everyone present. Hear me, Konan and Hidano. You know black and white man is Zetsu. This guy with only eyes is Kakuza, shark man. Such themselves one of the 7 swordsmen of the fog. Guy in a mask. This was introduced. Guys, hi Naruto Kun. Yatabi, let's be friends, shouted Tabi. Strange feeling that he is lying. What the? By the way, pain after I awaken chakras. Every time I talk to someone I have such a feeling that I feel something from them, either emotions or something else. What is it? I asked. Everyone in the room looked at me in shock. I can just feel how surprised they are. Then you impad. Very interesting. In general you can feel all emotions and in the future and intentions of people. This is an extremely useful ability. Answered me Stump only clearly, and answered I. Then so your training will begin today. Your physical training will be done by the kiddies. For a couple of sedan, Zetsu will teach you stealth, which will help with techniques. Said Stump. It turns out for some time I will train there after the USA to learn Furin. I think a good plan. I got it. I gave him the answer. In that case, let's go. Naruto Haiden will train you when I'm not there. I have no desire for him to make you his mini version that walks and covers everything he sees. With Mats leaving the office, said kiddies, listen, not a shark. I will hand you over on land. You are a piece, shouted Haiden. Though it seemed to me that no one was listening to him. We had already left and were on our way. I understood that. We arrived at the training ground there after 15 minutes of walking, and the training ground was quite large, but I had a bad feeling, and so Naruto was now doing 10 circles. 1 circle was exactly 1 kilometer. 25 push-ups, 35 on the press, 50 squats and pull-ups, as many as you can, said Kisame with some kind of wild grin. My premonition did not deceive me. Although maybe everything is not so bad. After 2.5 hours I still finished with these exercises, and I lay under a tree and greedily gulped air. I see you have already finished. Well, let's check your poems. I raised my head and looked at the one who was saying this. It turned out to be Kakuzu. I calmly got up and took the sheets of chakra that he handed me and ran chakra through them. The first sheet burned, the second was cut, the third got wet, the fourth crumpled, the fifth turned into a piece of wood. 6 wrapped in chains. From such a picture that I and Kakuzu were in shock. Yeah, apparently I'll have to go back to Konoha soon to take the Makuton scrolls and shine back here. What can I say for your age? It's amazing 4 elements plus 2 genomes, though what kind of chains these are I don't know. Although Uzumaki used them, maybe it was them who said which one get away from. Shock, yes, these are the Congo's chains as far as I know, maybe even hold the Kaibai's, I said. And which one? I just fell out of reality. Where have you ever seen the task of catching the bijou becomes so simple? Although is it possible to say so? It makes the task of catching the tailed ones much easier. They can also be used to kill well kainens and sell them on the black market and get money, said the one with the big eyes in complete delight. You and I too, Nuki Nina more precisely. I'll be expelled from the dead, but that's what I said. For now I don't understand what he's happy about. Well look, there are those who don't want to join us. That means they can be killed and the money won't be extra, said like Yuzu. And if we kill some, how much will they give for them? I asked. After all, at least some benefit from 4 will be you. I already like you, baby. It depends on who, but in any case they are expensive, he said. I wouldn't say that I was really interested, but I need to build trust. Okay, you go in the room and there you can race and spin. Later we'll start training with the elements, he said, leaving the training ground. I followed his advice, and already in the room I called Zitsu. What happened? Asked this Alaya. Go to Kanahu and bring me the scrolls with Marketan. I woke him up. I said. He doesn't seem surprised. Okay, then I'll go, he answered and disappeared into the ground. From the moment he joined Akatsuki, several years have passed now. I'm already 16 years old and I can safely say that training with the strongest Kenin have borne fruit. Now I can probably fight back anyone from the organization, but to win is another question. Here everything depends on the situation. As for my forces, then here it's quite interesting. During this time I managed to go to the neck and study their fu and and then on the flowers, and at the base of the organization I also signed a summoning contract with the phoenixes. As they told me, I am the second who became the first summoner, was the one who warmed the heart. Yes, during this time I realized that then I irrevocably fell in love with her. What kind of father? She was the first summoner of these mighty creatures. Thanks to their regime, the sage of Catan herself becomes simply deadly. According to the elements, everything is also excellent. Catan fireball, great fireball, fire destruction, great fire destruction, fire cage, fire fox, explosion of dancing flames, paradise ton, lightning projectile, Chidari, Zitsu, Kakashi spied paradise, Kiri, the same thing that the Esketery came up with, the Kia rim technique, double lightning, water shots, explosive wave, water column, tsunami, water dragon, futon, vacuum bullets, gust, blade of wind, air storm, Makutan, wooden shackles, great forest complex, wooden structures, creation of the forest. These are all those poems that I learned. Futon I was not particularly keen on, unlike Catan. Well, what is that? Is if we talk about Tuin, then during this time I can be considered a master of the AES rank, of course not far from the strongest masters of the clans, but it does not matter in any case. Now I can be called a master. This is already enough, at least while in Kinzutsu I can give a decent fight themselves, and he perhaps the strongest swordsman of the fog chains. Congo Fusa I also mastered. Now I can use 20 chains, and I think I can hold the exchange for some time. More than 10 minutes, while the mission as a member of Katsuki I have not yet completed. That's the point. That while on my order to my son-in-law I found information about all the Jinchuriki and also the tailed beasts in general, nothing special I still did not find out about them, except that there are some who are friends with Biju, such as, for example, there is a Koma. In any case, this is the most interesting thing I can say about them. What was happening in Konoha while I was improving here? Yes, actually nothing interesting. Min Marcel graduated from the Ninja Academy a few days ago. I just fell in shock when I found out that they, in addition to Rosengan and the Flight of the Thunder God, not a period, but they don't know. However, it will be easier for me to take the fox. By the way, now Tabi should come to my room. All these years I didn't like him. Every time he spoke from him they really had a lie. Shame, sometimes fun. He is a strange person. And then there was a knock on my door. I got out of bed and going to the door let him inside. And so Naruto, you wanted to talk? I'm waiting impatiently, shouted Tabi while dancing. Now he is experiencing interest and a little concerned. Datagi, I would like to know who you are. You Know yourself that I am an impad and that I have been proficient in this ability for about 7 years. You also know all this time I have not touched you, but now I want to know what you are. I asked him. I just felt how he tensed up. I asked Yuzitsu about him, but this Bush said that the time will come, you will find out, and all that stuff. Yes, you are right, and you know I am grateful to you that for so long you have not touched me on this issue and even now decided to find out face to face. They put this on display for the whole organization, said unusually seriously Toby. I was even taken aback for a second. Who would have thought that he could be so serious? My name is Abika Uchiha, student of Uchiha Madara, said as it turned out Obito, and took off his mask. Let's go back to Konoha for a while. What happened here after Naruto's death? Nothing special. The residents were glad that the Jinchuriki was killed and praised Minato. And what about the Namekad's family? Here is almost the same story. Keyword almost. A month after Naruto's murder, Minato and Kushina began to notice that something native was missing, and then something happened that no one expected with the Hokage and his wife. The bookmarks that were aimed at making them hate and despise Naruto because he was a vessel of the cube flew off. When this happened, you were bitten, had a nervous breakdown. She cried and hated herself for not changing the Minato protection on herself. Because of this her son suffered after he was killed by order of his own father, but she did not blame Nato for this. He was under the bookmarks because of her. Minato spent all his time with the jug and he himself could not restrain himself, and now the only thing he wanted was to die for being such a bad father. To put them on there were also bookmarks. Kushina took them off when they returned home that day. When they woke up they were in complete shock from what they did to their own brother. No one in the family held back that day, cried. This is not crying, this is a roar. For a whole month the Hokage family recovered from such atrocities that they themselves did. The youngest in their family, Min Masav, spent all their time with a jug of Dobiha. Somehow hold it. Minato also did not stay at work. Immediately after they left, Minato executed those who were guilty of these bookmarks, namely the elders from the Danza. They tried to resist, but when everyone learned the true reason for such an attitude towards Naruto and his death, everyone supported the idea of executing such. Then all the heads of the clans tried to support the Minato family as best they could, little by little, but they succeeded. When they learned the whole truth, let it be with difficulty, but they forgave them. Naruto's body they never found anything. It's not surprising. The rest of the time they trained the Rasengan to be as strong as their father, so that in the future they would have the strength to protect their newly born sister. Mita, that was her name. She was only 2 years younger, since at the time of Naruto's death they were 4. Mita was a red-haired girl with sky blue eyes. She prefers white, red and black clothes. Sorry, I'm not good with women's clothes. She prefers to wear her hair in 2 strands or loose. She rarely did a high ponytail and always left a couple of strands framing her face. They promised themselves that they would not make the same mistake that they made with Naruto, even if not of their own free will. Today, his distribution day, the young genin will become full-fledged shinobi. This made many happy, or to be more precise, it made everyone happy. After all, they are still children. They are 12. Naruto was in the summoning world for 4 years. Therefore he is 16. Our company consisting of Mina A and Mita, she is like a genius. Kakashi at this age was Chunyen, so everything is fine. Just sat and humbly waited for the teacher. Mita told that she had 2 older brothers and told what happened to the youngest of this pair. Minato then decided that she was already smart enough and had the right to know what mistake or her beloved A and the best parents with brother and sister. What did he make a mistake again? Mita made a real scandal about this. She did not understand how it was possible to do this to her own child. She was also angry at the minuses, and they promised to protect her and successfully did it. But as she then said, where were you when he was beaten half to death? Where were you when Minato gave the order to kill him? Then was the first and only time when she called him by name. Minato's condition was so deplorable that he was even ready to commit suicide due to the fact that he had already made a terrible mistake twice with his youngest child. In such a state, even Kushina did not beat him, although she really wanted to. Were no better. They understood that Meta was right in everything they knew that for her family is sacred for her, you are the people with whom you can relax, but hear such a brutal betrayal. But when she said once, now I'm the youngest. Can you tell me right away when you kill me, get out? Everyone's nerves couldn't take it, they were hurt by just mentioning those times, and when your daughter's sister does something like that you just want to end your life to somehow atone for the guilt before them. Yes, exactly, before them. Meta loves her family too much, and didn't she show this for her? Betrayal in the family is simply unacceptable. And then this happened a couple of days later. Mito nevertheless apologized to everyone for what she said. Then she understood that she said too much unnecessary. Yes, they themselves were very hurt by the mere mention of Naruto. She was a little surprised that they began to ask her for forgiveness for this nightmare. They told in more detail what and how everything was, and then it came to mind that they did all this against their will, and this made it a little easier. When the bell rang, a man entered the classroom with a scar across the bridge of his nose and a pineapple hairstyle. It was just a hand. And so, children, today is a great day for you. Today you will officially become a shinobi. The main thing is to remember your will of fire. Further, our company did not listen to him. They all considered his speech to be complete nonsense. They understood that they needed strength in order to protect each other. After that incident they became even closer. Since they could not protect Naruto, they will protect Mita. The girl herself believed that she was obliged to support her elders in every possible way and become a support for them. That is how they became the most precious people to each other. Parents, of course, were also dear to them, but still each other they can support at any moment. But parents are not always. Minato sophisticated video. This was happy for the children, but at the same time they couldn't stop thinking that there should be 4 of them and not 3. For this they didn't stop blaming themselves, but they had to put up with what they had done. Suddenly a voice and hands brought Trinity back to this world. Team number 6. Team number 7 about the hand. Our Trinity looked at each other and smiled at each other with a sincere smile. They were glad to be on the same team. They, like everyone else in the class, understood that this team would have perfect teamwork here. Even an idiot would understand it. Not much time passed as a scarlet-haired girl with a leaf protector on her forehead entered the office. She was dressed in a dark blue sleeveless jacket over which she was wearing a vest. Janina also had black pants and shinobi sandals. Team number 7, since we are getting to know each other, no need, let's go home, we'll eat there and go to training, said Kushina. Left the office. Her children followed her. The children themselves believed that Kushina was an ideal commander for them. She knows their character, moderately strict, strong. In addition, there will be no awkwardness and mistrust. Sensiu at home. Kushina prepared a whole table of delicious food. The whole team at the table cheerfully talked and laughed. Now they are a family and not a teacher and students of heroes. They went to the training ground where they trained until the evening. Plus all 3 learned their poems at Min My Futon at Ikaten and Dato Yumatraden's Futon. Kushina was not very surprised by this since she herself owned Simpton and Dato Ayamanata Raitan about Katan sales. No and Jinchuriki Kubi, and here's why. At Min My know a little strange, but nobody didn't pay attention to it. No means no. Kushina announced that the first month there will be missions of D rank, and after that there will be the first mission from Iran. The whole month the team carried out boring missions up to rank. They were already tired of such a useless activity. However, during this month they learned 1 technique, poems, vacuum bullets, and I am a fireball, wall and dirt, for which thanks Kakashi and Impulse. And here team number 7 is standing in the Hokage's office in anticipation because today they will be given their first mission. This only fueled their impatience. Minato, I think that they are already ready for the first mission of rank C, said Kushina. Looking into the eyes of her husband, he turned the gaze of the Nagans, and not seeing nervousness or fear, he smiled warmly and said, okay, if you eat so you say that, I will believe. I have 1 mission for you, said the Hokage, and the police in the nightstand for a scroll with information about the mission. Here you must accompany the carpenters, the country of the waves, to protect him until he finishes building the bridge. Call Taz Nasana, said Minato. The last words he said a little louder, giving the order. After a couple of minutes a slightly plump old man entered the office. From whom not a word of alcohol apparently he was already drunk and to this. Children Keshka they will protect me said the old man clearly already a challenge discussed in his direction on the part of the genin team. This is the best genin team in the village in addition. The bloody habanera is coming with you they are there with ordinary bandits said. Minato with a slight smile on his face the carpenter twitched a little at the mention of ordinary bandits but no one paid attention to it the list is for intoxication good after 2 hours at the gate. Kushina said and left ordering to follow her went home in order to prepare for the mission thanks to the fact that they are all a family no one will be late and everyone will be normally collected. Let's go back to Naruto. My name is Obito Uchiha student of Uchiha Madara said as it turned out Obito and took off his mask. From such a statement I was a little surprised to see here Uchiha also I was a little tense he can't be a spy of the leaf it looks like mine the guess was reflected on my face that he even spoke no I'm not a spy I also like you think I'm dead I was on the team with the attack poop under the command of your fathers before he could finish speaking I interrupted him don't you dare call this multitude my father I said with undisguised malice and contempt for the fourth inhabitant just an understanding nod well so Minato Namikaze was the sensei of the team and on one mission there was a collapse and I was crushed he said stroking his battered side of his face showing with this which side of him crushed me then. Madara sensei saved yes he was alive no matter how you ask it's a long time to explain in general I wanted to return to the village but I saw Kakashi killing my beloved Rinahara after that I became disillusioned with this world and I want to finish him I didn't let him again by interrupting his eye of the moon to collect all the badges and resurrect the ten-tailed and then become his Jinchuriki and activate the eternal father Kiev. I said in a calm voice of resentment it turns out that I lost contact with this world he clearly did not expect this like you yes. Tell him again they didn't even give him it's a pity they just don't give him this time he didn't let him finish Zetsu who crawled out behind my back you see Obito this person has completely different goals but to achieve it you need eternal Tsukiyomi so we can say that now you have one goal. He helped me Zetsu yes he knows how to come on time if you have another goal but for it you need eternal Tsukimi then what is the true goal asked Obito who is really just wondering what interests I am pursuing Zamaki clan eternal Atsuki Uemi this technique that will show me where the keys are in order to print the rest clan. Said I am inhabited almost choked on air he probably now broke his whole idea of his surroundings also I have a proposal for you I said which surprised and interested. The beat again empathy says that he is really interested I'll start with the fact that the eternal Tsukimi will not work on you because you strongly believe in this technique so I offer an alternative you help me. In everything I am resurrecting Rin and it will not be this Tenchi I am much better than inhabited. I just could not stay on my feet and fell on my ass not understanding at all what was going on here seeing that he did not understand I decided to explain to him a little the eternal Tsuki Yumi is an imperfect technique it will not work on people with great strength or crazy faith in something about the same as you believe in the glass moon plan so I can give you back your Ren you help me in everything I said which shocked the Uchiha even more. He looked at Zatsu and he only nodded in agreement I extended my hand to him which he shook I even though I use him if I can say so but I will fulfill my promise I am faithful to him Rin I really feel sorry for him he does not deserve that after he helps me I deceive him. True you need to warn him about the consequences before you agree to the resurrection. Rinta you should know the price said then surprised him a little you will have to give some amounts of your chakra blood and also one strong emotional memory for example if you really had fun here with us we became at least like friends you can give memories related to Akatsuki. I will then give you my memories if you are ready for this then you will see her on. The question why exactly you should give chakra and blood the answer is simple of the two of us. You were in love yes and only you knew her personally therefore you are roughly connected. It will not be easier for them to find her return I said looking him straight in the eyes now I am convinced that he loves her sincerely empathy confirmed everything he gave an answer immediately I agree if She needs my life for her I will give, he said with the utmost seriousness. You understand that everything I said is not a joke, and he has a chance to return his love in life. That's great thinking that now Masuko Tobi can be thrown back among his own. You can be yourself. Yes, at least the support is inhabited. Return to the world of the living, said Yasu with a bare and patted him on the shoulder. He answered me with an excited smile. The whole next month I trained hard and honed my skills so that in my upcoming mission I could return with victory. And Katsuki, when they found out who Tabi was just out true, they accepted it as quickly as they out from this news. Even Haiden said Nachiha and Uch, well, and with him now it's time to go, but according to the report Zevtsi, I will have to go to another place right after this because there is also the Naruto case. Are you sure you are ready to deal with him? It will not be easy. He is weaker than me, but still we were comrades at one time. Spoke in cases. When I was about to set off on a journey with me I decided to take offense, but he will be further away to cover and immediately leave. Everything is fine, I do not argue. He is strong, but I trained with you and everyone else. I can handle it, I answered with firm confidence in my voice. I am more than confident in my abilities. But I also have a backup plan just in case. I understand, Mom. What Zabuza? Do you at least know where to look for him? He asked me. After the country of waves he will be there, I answered him, and quickly went there for lunch, and he quickly caught up with me, and then we were already walking together. But when we are on the way we will split up. I will go to Bayan, will be on the way to the country of waves. Naruto tried to attack Nina's Noki, but seeing the plaques and they understood that there was no point. The fame of this group has grown all over the world. Everyone knows that this group takes people of the level like them less, therefore there are attacks even on one of them is a lost cause. Tell Naruto caught up with Naruto Obito and looks a little thoughtful, and his emotional background says that he is interested in something wild. Why do you need swords of the mist? I understand, of course, the legacy and all that, but still, asked Obito, looking into Naruto's eyes. The latter somehow smiled sarcastically and spoke. You see, Obito, began Naruto, the swords themselves, except for the moves themselves, are not particularly interesting. Only they have a special purpose, said the Devil Prince. Phi, smiling at his thoughts, continued. These swords are keys, said Uzumaki, and looked at the reaction of the Uchiha, who in turn did not understand what this meant, but after a few seconds he understood the meaning of his partner and looked at him in bewilderment. They will open a passage to a special bunker in which there will be the legacy of the clan, money, scrolls, weapons, records, and everything in that spirit. But the main thing is that there is the first key to the liberation of my people, said Naruto, who had already imagined how he would live peacefully in his soul with his clan. Only he was more than once seized by a certain fear. Suddenly she would not respond to his feelings or something else. All this haunts our scarlet-haired man, but he will accept any answer. Kaguya will return her to this world in any case. True, he understands that if she does not reciprocate his feelings and does not want to stay with him in her soul and wants to travel alone, he will remain alone for the rest of his life. Throwing aside all the bad thoughts of Naruto, a couple of Suka and continued on their way to the land of waves. How one of the 7 swordsmen ended up there, Naruto cannot imagine unless the order, having reached the strange waves, Naruto at a rather slow pace, jumping from branch to branch, thinking about his Obito, kept away so as not to interfere in case of anything. And then Naruto felt a surge of chakra rush there. Arriving at the place he sees how Zabuza, one of the swordsman, fog and fights against a red-haired girl, and the trinity of children are standing around the old man. In the girl he recognized his heaven mother, and in 2 of the 3 children he recognized his brother sister, although about the 3rd he already had suspicions. After all, she has the same hair as him, so perhaps the younger sister Kushina has almost lost. And Naruto was ready to rush into battle to finish off the swordsman, but he was beaten to it that the demon with ash-colored hair flew out of the weak wear and attacked Buza with a kunai. Naruto decided to watch his former comrade Obito because in the whole village only he walks with ash-colored hair. After 20 minutes for Buzova as a result. Lost Kakashi already wanted to finish him off as he appeared foggy and took his body along with the sword, asking the dweller to follow them. Naruto watched as the 6 genin somehow raised the kushana with Kakashi sent for the old man. By the end of the day they reached the house of this same old man and stayed there. Naruto, in order not to waste too much time, walked away from the house so that he would definitely not be spotted and called Obito like Naruto. Well, how far are they? Asked Naruto. His comrade in the organization is not there. A couple of kilometers away there is a house where they took refuge. Will you take the sword now or will you wait until it recovers? Asked me, Beat, looking straight into my eyes. Of course I would like to fight the swordsman of the fog to the death, but there are still 5 of them, so I will have time, and now it is better to take the sword, I said, and with a look I made it clear that he should show the way. Heading northeast from the old man's house, after 40 minutes we came across a small cave from which 2 chakra centers were felt, and if the first was pretty good, then the second can be compared to a strong member, considering that for Buzerin there will be no difficulties. Entering this cave, a girl of about 15 years old with black hair in a standard uniform in her hands appeared in front of us. Apparently, this is the one who took away Mommy's. Who are you? What do you need? He asked. Yes, it is he. Well, by the voice I can tell that this is definitely a guy. We need to meet behind Buzova. Don't interfere or you will die, I said, looking into his eyes, killing left and right. I am not going to. There will be no sense in his death for me, so I will just knock him out, but I don't need to know about my husband either. However, he apparently wanted to say something else, as a voice came from the depths of the cave so that he would let us through without weakening his vigilance. He let us through to his leader. I wonder what I owe the appearance of 2 Akatsuki members. 2. The man who was lying on a stone bed in a pretty bad condition asked the whole bandages and blood. And most of the bandages hang on him more as a decoration than a really necessary thing. Everything is simple here. Zabuza, I came for your sword and immediately. Ahead of your screams. No, it does not belong to you. Or Kira, it is one of the 7 swords of the whirlpool. You will not be able to fight us. And your friend will simply waste his strength in vain. So I do not advise you to resist. You will do worse, I said, looking straight into his star, which radiated such irritation and hatred towards me. His emotions tell me the same thing. I am already even interested in what emotions my family will experience when they see me and whether they recognize me at all, although what difference does it make? I don't care. I will not give up my sword without a fight, he said, intending to get up, which he does with difficulty, so I went up and, after spending half an hour healing his wounds and replenishing a little chakra, went outside, saying that I was waiting for him on the street. The swordsman looked at me in shock at such actions. He did not believe that anyone other than the swordsman of the fog had the honor and dignity not to fight someone who physically cannot. He expected everything but not this. To do this, go outside. I waited for the swordsman for about a minute. He came out ready, most likely for his last fight in life. I'm surprised that you didn't love me on the spot, said Zabuza with a satisfied voice. By emotions I see that he is perplexed but also extremely satisfied. Kisa-misan taught me a lot for which I can't help but respect him. I gave him an answer to a question not asked in plain text. When mentioning a comrade, he was shocked that his once comrade works in Akatsuki. I'm glad that you treated his teachings with. In all seriousness, before I begin, I would like to ask you for a favor. In case I die, I ask the taker to bathe his supervision. Let him also join your organization rather than wander around the world without even a banal friend and home. I only nodded approvingly at his statement. Nothing will happen to me from his last will after my consent. We entered into a sword dance. He left a huge impression on me. He is Incredibly strong as a swordsman, yes, he is weakening in himself, but even so his sword skills are incredible, so all the swordsmen of the fog are just monsters in sword fighting. I don't know how things are with him in cilantro. They are incredible. By the way, I practically woke him up. He slightly then dreamed of me. Thanks to experience, no more than kiddies. In this I was well prepared. Strike, block, strike, roll, vertical swing of the ball, and I have a scar across my left eye. Fortunately, nothing serious threatens my vision, but the scar will remain, and not a small one. Well, okay, it will be a lesson to me not to yawn during the fight. Jumping away from each other, we folded the seals and blew a water dragon at each other, only mine was a little bigger, and therefore, after fiddling a little, my dragon broke through it and flew at the owner of the cube, Ribochu, who in turn ate as he dodged, but I did not give him much time to rest. I came up with an air storm on him that hit him, and in addition to throwing him back, caused quite a bit of damage. His landing was also not so great, by the way. Having hit the tree hard, he broke through it and was left falling near the next one. I am more than sure that I hit him only because he was wounded and did not fully recover even despite my treatment. With Kaguya chakra I started to develop it a couple of years ago, but it is not enough for me to look like Atsuki, and even those, if desired, they could change their appearance, the appearance of some kind of monster or white skin. It is just in most cases for intimidation. Someone really liked to walk like that. Coming closer to him, he spoke in a rather hoarse voice. I admit, Uzumaki, you are very strong at the hands of such an opponent, and it is not a pity to die, said Zabu in a hoarse voice, but with a smile on his face. Yana, now next to us, is still Haku, standing and crying because his closest person is dying and he couldn't help on the orders of this same person. This feeling is probably just terrible. If you were completely healthy it would be harder for me, but I admit that I initially came to quickly kill you and take the sword, but as you can see I couldn't do that. I told him without expressing any emotions. Such a habit. Being healthy, it would be hard for me to fight you. And about the last one then? I don't see anything terrible here. The main thing is you remembered what my colleague taught you. This is the main thing at Haku. Remember, you were dear to me, but be strong. I don't know how to make speeches, but the main thing is I joined my father as a whale. You will not be abandoned to your fate. B said his last words, the demon of the bloody fog, after which he closed his eyes forever. Haku, who held on so as not to cry. I don't understand how he broke down, but no, I'm not inhabited. He was not touched. He needs to let out all his emotions and feelings. After a whole hour Haku finally calmed down. I was already about to come up to talk about his transportation to the lair when here in front of me, almost literally like the devil with you, Kirky crawls out of the ground. Zatsu, I then almost cut off his head on reflexes so that Madara would punish you. Zeus, stop scaring me like that. I almost blew your head off. I slightly shouted at him, and what is he doesn't give a what's going on here, and why are they shouting at him? Sorry Naruto, there is something you have to do, he said on in all seriousness. A walking bush, as I sometimes call him in my thoughts, but still if he says so it means something really serious. Glancing at Obito, he understood everything and took Haku away to talk to him, and I got ready to listen. Let him be artificial, but still the son of his beloved. I'm listening to you, viewer. You must return to your family, said the overgrown flower. Now he was probably the closest to death in his entire life. To Zeus, tell me you're tired of living, __. I began calmly, and then she shouted and released a fireball at him. Here the truth dodged the but nothing. I'll get you calmly. Naruto himself has a good reason for that, he said as usual. In an even voice, he generally knows how to express emotions. If there is no reincarnation of Haguruma, then I won't go there, I said as if I cut it off, but I don't want to see those unless I capture Kibi, and so I see no reason to go back there. Almost mitosis. Makire information about Shura's youngest son Rikuta. It would be nice to track after her, and if possible either eliminate her or lure her to our side so that there are no problems, because only the reincarnation of Shura and Indra can hinder us. The rest of the forces, I have enough in this, I am sure, he said. I thought in some sense he is right. If they have the power to hinder us, then We need to get rid of them, but at the same time they would be useful. Stop Mitozumaki. Who is Mitozumaki? Who asked this? I am like that in Konoha. I don't remember your younger sister. She was born 2 years after you got into Akatsuki. In theory you can your whole family, so that period finish him, not the Dalmakunai who flew at his head. They don't tell me. Need told her in a sepulchral voice. I will never forgive them in my life, and I will leave them alive only so that when I return the clan grandpa and grandma will deal with her themselves. From this she will be the worst. That's your business. You have a mother, so in a sense you are right, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and we need either alive on our side or dead. I think you don't want to risk the plan even more than me. I told my son-in-law, who has been dodging my kunai for 5 minutes, maybe I should hit him on the head with a kirin. Well, no matter how you look at it, he is right. I have a goal to free someone, the girl who has sunk into my soul and whom I fell in love with, as well as my clan that must live. And what about the intro? I said when I stopped trying to kill him. I still need him alive. I don't know about him yet, by the way, since it's yours. However, here I suggest arranging everything as a chance meeting, he said, appearing a meter from me. I need to speed up this technique from him if I can. And how do you plan to pull this off? Keep in mind that I don't like this idea, I said, crossing hands on chest. I wonder how long this adventure will last. I'm on the hunt for robbers on the bridge, namely a certain Gata. He's here himself, the devil in the flesh for the locals, and you completely accidentally stumble upon them. Like an order for the head of Gata, said Zetsu, looking straight into my eyes. By the way, a gift like Gaita, and did not wake up. I wonder what she gave me and when he will appear, but with the idea we need to do something. I don't like him, but there is no other choice. First we need to try to attract her to my side. Well, how with you, come on, but I'm not going to sit there for long. I can't hold back. And I'll kill them, I said, and taking a cube or what disappeared appeared. I'm in the village and immediately go to the hotel to wait a little. Yes, and I need to take different clothes. Appearing in the guise of a member of Akatsuki would be superfluous in the hotel itself. I lay and thought about whether it's worth doing all this. I can hold back and kill someone, and this is especially true for the Namikaze family. My nerves are not made of iron. You piss me off, I'll kill. And how? Tell me. On mercy I will recruit Mito to our organization. She has friends and relatives there. It will be difficult. In the worst case I will arrange a bloodbath there. I will kill her at the same time, but I would like to do without unnecessary blood in the form of Mito. For such thoughts, and went to the kingdom of Morpheus. In the morning he woke me up to my son-in-law saying that it was time for me to get ready and brought me new clothes. And now we are not black sandals, shinobi black baggy pants with pockets just above the knees, a mesh kimono, burgundy t-shirt with black spirals. Where is he? I am interested in such clothes. Stole, but I did not ask him, did not run away. Well, okay, I got dressed, and having checked all my supplies, kunai and seals, I went on the way. No, I'm definitely going to our next meeting if there's an opportunity to hit him with something powerful so that he doesn't offer that again. An hour later I'm standing on the other side of the bridge and waiting for that to come so that I can go out and accidentally meet my family. Maybe a fool can play and pretend that he's lost his memory. No, it's another 30 minutes passed and that dwarf finally showed up. I'm already waiting now. At least there's a reason to kill him. I'm already approaching this gang from behind and I can hear his conversation, the Kanakas themselves. So the kid died for the music. It's better for me. It's a pity, of course, that he didn't kill you. Well, okay, my people can handle this, the dwarf said. Now I think sometimes I should join the game. Echo, after all, this is ______. Didn't say how much this whole show is an intriguer. Ego Aata. There's a conversation, I shouted so that everyone could hear me. The crowd turned to me and parted so that their leader could see me, and after all, the view of me also opens up to a Konoha member. At first they didn't understand who I was, but after a couple seconds of the jug and Kakashi recognized me well. Or I don't know any other reasons for him to look at me with such shock and disbelief. Well, now we'll finish you off. Who are you? Said Gata. I began to approach him, but his guard is just some kind of finished. I want to kill him and they look At me and miss in life I'll hire such security. Oh, where are my manners, I said and bowed pretendedly, though a little. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, said I, straightened up. Glanced at the Konoha people and almost laughed. Here even my empathy is not needed. All this is so obvious. Namecads looked at me with shock and began to cry. What's wrong with them? After all, they are strange for everyone. For those who knew me, there was just universal shock. Censorship, there is no other way to call it. But what kind of face would Kakashi have if I said now that the inhabitant is alive? And why are you here, Uzumaki? He asked, and I directed my empathy at him. And I perfectly feel that he is nervous and afraid, right? Be afraid of me, you. Yes, so to me, I just need your head, I said, smiling at him, and started releasing my sake or something Moro Kimura released at the second stage at the exam they started on in canon. Crushed everyone too. Even the dogs of Konohanga. Now everyone feels animal fear, horned, and says it's not worth it. His whole life flashed before his eyes, the last thing he managed to say. So this is the devil, right? After that I beheaded his cubes. Working. If we appear pathetically, then only like this. Turning to the robbers, I smiled bloodthirstily, and the last thing that flashed through my head was this phrase. It started. Do she and I started the meat grinder. No one survived. Heads are raised. Hands of someone I stupidly chopped in half. Someone with a horizontal blow. Someone with a vertical also scattered here. The insides of some individuals in general. I had a lot of fun. I myself was also covered in blood, only someone else's never touched me. And, as expected, having sealed the sword in a seal on my wrist and approaching the head of the gata, I took it and walked towards the cons while humming a simple tune, as if it wasn't me who had arranged a bloodbath here a couple of minutes ago. And when I walked past them, the jug plucked up the courage to talk to me. I already thought that none of them would ever risk at least breathing next to me. And Naruto said Kushina in a stumbling and trembling voice. I scared them so much that I said I stopped in place. What are you asking, Mom? What should I call her? That are you alive? Whispered she. Abruptly turned to face me. I continued to stand with my back to them and continue to empathize. I deliberately turned to make it more interesting. If you didn't notice then, yes, you are alive. Then what business do you have? They said in a slightly angry voice. I don't even have to play for this. The real game will start when I return to Konoha. Without saying a word, Kushina rushed to the place and grabbed me from behind and started giving me fish. Lord, this scream was probably heard in the sun. No one has been like that for a long time. Quit these thoughts. All sorts of crap gets into my head. Their stupidity, that it is transmitted by airborne droplets or something, and also the effect is instant. Son, forgive me, I beg you, forgive me, said Kushina. No, there is definitely something wrong with them. I didn't understand at first how I was supposed to get into a family where everyone wants to kill me, but now I understand. They are all up before I could answer anything. 3 more creatures swarmed me, Minma, and I understood. Mita, what about my goal? I immediately met, and she hugs me. What is going on here? Get away from me, I said to be convincing. It would be strange if I immediately came into contact. True, son, forgive me, let us explain, please, whispered Minato's wife. I of course was not interested in their life at all, but I don't really understand why they should explain themselves. And what do you have to explain to me about? I asked purely out of interest. You never know what interesting things they might tell you. Not here, at home in the village, I beg you. Again, Kushina whispered, while squeezing me tighter and tighter. The other 3 creatures also cried and pressed themselves against me. You gave the order to kill me. If you want me to make contact with you, why on earth? I said with irritation. For now I don't even have to play. I wish it would be like this until the end of this mission. It's a pity that it's impossible. I'm sticking with us and I'll kill someone, but we have to try, son. I know that I'm not worthy of being called your mother, but please, I beg you, come with us. In Konoha we will tell you everything. I know that you have the right to hate us and you can call me whatever you want, but please let us explain, I beg you, Naruto said. And in the end, Kushina shouted, feeling as if the story will be quite interesting, although they are in any case they deserve forgiveness. Such a thing is never forgiven. Let's go with you, said. Okay, I think It's too early to play goodness and friendship, it will be too strange as soon as I said it. All these four creatures roared even louder and tried to kill me with hugs, so I can't call it that. Glad you're alive, Naruto, said Kakashi, who came up. I remember Obito was telling about him, a strange guy and also a pervert. Oh, Kakashi. By the way, they said oh to you, said I still want to see his face when he finds out that Obito is alive. Of course he says that this Abiya won't do it, and the fact that he is a Wakatsuki is also the main reaction to see from whom he said surprised from our mutual friend Uchiha Obita, said I then on top of him and Kufshinov. Just an indescribable shock for this day for them. Sharply two people came to life here. I even understand them a little. I myself had such a feeling when I found out that my grandfather and grandmother were alive with the clan, though I didn't know them, but they knew me, Obito, so they clearly have this feeling stronger than I did. Like, where did he die? He bombarded me with questions. Cyclops is calm. Cyclops is alive. Your friend is alive, though where is he now? I don't know, so I can't help you with this. We are of course good acquaintances, even friends we can be called, but we always meet in different places. But I lead my distrust of you and the whole sheet. I won't name them to you, I said in an even voice, as if it wasn't me telling where I meet a person who should be dead. So either we go to your finished village or I go. You start to give me and stay away from me. The last ones I told the brats that they didn't want to let me go though, and after my words they were in no hurry to me, but after my weakness they quickly unstuck. It's better that way, but we have a task here. Some pink girl said, well, and nuclear, her hair color is somehow you can walk at all. Nothing, Sakura, we can handle it ourselves, and you, Kushina, can go. And yes, Naruto, do you have a way to contact Obito? Can you tell him that Rin is here? I interrupted him. He knows you killed her right in front of her eyes. I asked something else with a little joy, because watching him is quite fun. Just tell him that I want to talk to him, said Kakashi with a very sad voice and his head down on one hand. I even feel sorry for him on the other. I don't give a about him. He is not my friend or comrade. Okay, I'll pass it on, I said, and walked forward with my head in my hand. Somehow I forgot about it, sealing it in a scroll, and the scroll itself is in a seal on my neck in the form of the number 410. Is there any special meaning in this number? No, it just seems to me that the seal looks cooler at that moment. I was only concerned about it being practical and outwardly beautiful, so this seal appeared. Everything is going, I said, and without waiting for them I already wanted to go when Kushina grabbed my hand. I looked questioningly. I demand an explanation. Come on. She hesitated. Let's go together. No need to go in front or behind us, she said, trying not to look me in the eyes. I literally turned on my empathy for a second and felt that she was now experiencing insane guilt and the same shame, also fear that I will now send them and leave. No, well, something definitely happened. I shrugged my shoulders as if to say that I don't care to them, and in a friendly line we went to the village of parasites. Listen, brother, maybe you can tell me about yourself, asked Aya. How disgusting it is when she calls me brother. No, dare to call me that, he said to her in a grave voice. She shrank and tears began to well up in her eyes. He put his hand on her shoulder. Maybe I should tell them some made-up legend so that they would be more inclined to believe that I would really give them a chance. Well, you can tell them that, and there is nothing to tell. Thanks to luck, you continued to train and became a mercenary. I told you everything in the shortest possible legend. Look how they lit up. Really, what is there to be happy about? I don't see. The rest of the way to Konoha passed in silence. But all the females looked at me as if I had been raped somewhere in an alley. The next day, approaching the village gates, the guards looked at me strangely. Oh, Jug-san. Who is this? With you? One of them asked. It doesn't matter. We need the Haikage. With these words, she grabbed me by the sleeve and dragged me to Minato. How quickly the feeling of shame passed in this creature. When we reached the residence, we went up to The right floor. The jug flew in there with her foot. I almost burst out laughing right there. Apparently she completely lost control of herself. Now she is controlled by emotions. Minato, look, she said, pointing at me. Goldilocks raised her exhausted face and looked at me. The first second he did not understand who was standing in front of him, but the realization came pretty quickly and he looked at me in disbelief. The truth, when he came across my gaze in which contempt and hatred were clearly visible, he lowered his gaze and tears began to well up in his eyes. I have already lost all logic of what is happening. Naruto son, he wanted to say something else, but I interrupted him. Don't you dare call me that. __, you killed your son 8 years ago. I told him. Look how everyone cowered behind this. Of course it's nice to watch, but I had to turn off empathy because I choke from the emotions they're experiencing. Naruto, come on. Let me explain everything, he said, already holding back his tears. How pathetic he is. Well, I'll try, I said with a grin. I wonder what he'll say, but my gut tells me I won't like it. The next few hours Minato was telling me what and how. He told me about the bookmarks that were on them. As it turned out, this __, announced that the Jinchuriki is her, that the full sheet is sealed to me, when in fact the Jinchuriki is Min Masa and the fox is divided into Frost. Honestly, I wanted to kill him then. With incredible force. How did I hold back? I can't imagine how he said that he expected that they would give me their love to the maximum, and when I got older they told me what and how, but the elder, namely Danza, wanted the fox for himself, and that's why he put such bookmarks on them. Then Kushina entered the story, who said that it happened to him because of her. She forgot to update the protection on herself. That's exactly what she didn't have time to put it at all, because the bookmarks were put when she was too weak and physically couldn't update and put up protection. At that moment I realized that all my suffering was because of this. And I wanted to kill him, only I was late. Minato had already killed him 8 years ago. A few months after my death. Though the Namekad's family is to blame, it doesn't take away, no matter how you look at it, but it was they who poisoned my life, and it doesn't matter whether they were under the bookmarks or not. And to be more precise, I had a crazy desire to kill Minato at the same time. If you think about it, not a single Min mania against bookmarks could do anything with them. There were no weeks at that time to resist such a nasty thing as bookmarks. But the jug is a different story. She could do it, but she was tortured by the birth of triplets. And after the release of the fox. And then, due to the sealing of the replacement, there were complications, and she was broken by the fact that he then practically died. Of course, these factors play in favor of the fact that it makes no sense for me to hold a grudge against her. But even so, it turns me inside out at the sight of her. I hope you now you understand that your mother and I didn't want such a life for you. It took us a very long time to more or less get back to normal after the decline in bookmarks. You then refuse to believe that we know. I refuse to believe that I with my own hands slandered your life, that I personally gave the order for your murder. I am not asking you to forgive me. I don't deserve this. The whole time he was saying these words his voice was shaking very badly, but the children with the jugs are not guilty of anything. Give them at least a chance. Throughout the entire conversation, everyone in the office except me was crying, barely holding back sobs, although no, they don't have. I managed to keep them in myself for another 5 minutes, sitting in my thoughts. It's good that I connected empathy to this conversation, and I know that he is not lying. Such a story took me by surprise. I expected that he would make excuses, but no. Here where is everything interesting? Only here my desire to kill the blondie only increased. And what should I do? I think I can act according to the old plan only. The Kushana will be added to the Mito, but it is Masaya who are the last two. Not necessarily, but they will go for the company. But the Kushans, just to see what the grandfather and grandmother will do with her when they meet her. I already wanted to say something when someone in Minato's office, we may have found Naruto's bodies, shouted a blonde with a diamond on her forehead, dressed in blue breeches, a light gray tunic with a large cutout on the chest, in a light green cloak as far as I understand. This is the price of Shinju, one of the legendary Sannin and better ninja medic actually. My body is in pretty good condition here, so where else could you find my carcass? I am incredibly interested to know. Usually she always goes with me and does not complain, does not miss. I twist a little. At least a little the situation. She stared at me like a ghost. Yes, her comrades are not far behind. I didn't know that the 3 Sannin would show up here, and they will also talk about my body. After all, they are strange. And Naruto, said the old man with white hair. He is dressed in a light green kimono and pants of the same color, under which he wears a mesh t-shirt noticeable on the wrists and ankles. He also wore shields on his hands, a black belt, traditional Japanese wooden sandals, and a red Harry with 2 yellow circles on each side like this. Jiraiya the toad sage. Well, it's already 16 years since Naruto, said I. Still look at them with a grin. Stop, you're 12, said Mita without understanding anything. I spent 4 years in the world of summoning, I said, looking straight into her eyes. She immediately looked away. No, okay. But what is she now? Everyone is looking at me in shock except Mita. Of course, here, __, who is for me. The language was pulling, although it is not such a big problem, but still I did not plan to tell about myself too much, but apparently the call will have to be revealed. And who asked you? Rod Kimaru. Honestly, strange and very strange. You will not believe the snake phoenixes, said I with the girl. Look how stunned him with such an attitude towards him. I have not heard of such a call, said thoughtful Tsunade. Somehow they quickly accepted that I am alive, or it seems to me. Well, have you heard or not? It's not my problem, I said, getting up from the sofa on which I comfortably settled immediately as I entered the office. Our legendary 3 are now in shock from how I have changed. Okay, I'll go. I still have a letter to write, I said. I am heading to the exit of the office. Wait, Obito is also alive, said dumbfounded, and Minato. For him today, 2 people who should be dead came to life. It's good that I decided to reveal the identity. Only Akatsuki lives, and for the whole world he will remain a fool for the time being. Toby, yes, I'll see you. Grasp everything on the fly, said I. See, so far no one even tries to tell me how to talk to whom, and I like it, bro. Naru, let me take you home. You weren't there. With every word Min's voice became quieter and quieter. Empathy makes it clear that he deeply regrets how he treated me. Well, at least this way you can use it. Well, let's go, I said, and left the office. Not even 5 seconds passed as Minma flew out of there, beaming with joy on the way he told what had changed in Konoha. Honestly, I wasn't particularly interested in it, but for the sake of gaining trust one have to listen. I also found out that they didn't touch my room except for the renovation. It's strange, of course. In the house itself, my brother made us both a cup of tea. Well, to be more precise, he talked about everything that came to mind. I'll get it into my head. I didn't really tell anything except about the countries I've been to, but of course I didn't tell you the details of my life. After he gave me a scroll with the Rosengan, and I sat in my room and studied it until the evening, until Kushina and Minato came. I didn't go to them. I just made up a few barriers, called my son-in-law and told him to tell Obito everything Kakashi asked for. He's strong on B. Maybe we'll be able to pull him over to our side. If not, then I'll just kill him like the whole Inkad's family if they interfere. After I gave the order to Zitsu, I removed the barriers and went to bed. Tomorrow I'll have to show all the skill of my acting talent. When I woke up in the morning, I didn't immediately understand where, and so the first thought that came to my mind was to find the smart guys who dragged me here and kill them. Only after I started remembering what happened yesterday, I realized that I was at Minato's house. Well, why did Ashura have to be reborn? With these, of course, the topic with bookmarks doesn't give me peace. Even so, for me it's not so, and they will remain, which can be slaughtered. As soon as I collected all my thoughts in order, I wanted to go to the bathroom and tidy up my appearance, but they didn't let me do it. Brother, get up. Breakfast is almost ready, said AI, entering my room without knocking. It's a pity this is Neodon, so I could calmly chop off his head and shove it somewhere. There was even a case when he got me, and I chopped off his head in the trash can and attached a seal of sound suppression so that it would not be heard, and I just laid the body on The bed in his room with us when I was preparing breakfast and wanted to throw out the trash but did not come out. There was Hayden's head. Who cursed everything they saw. The most interesting thing is that the girl didn't react to this at all. She just grabbed him by the hair and threw him over her shoulder as if he wasn't a head and some kind of stone did era. Then he started laughing like crazy. Kasami just grinned and everyone else didn't react at all. We're used to the fact that I love him. If she goes somewhere really this only happens when he really pisses her off some kind of. Then he started grumbling again that we are with food, we only give him work, but I always have it just in case, like the body of criminals who are worth something. Then he shuts up and does what is needed, that is, they take out the brains of the Haidanuans. I have an organization, then we have a pretty serious messiah. It's all business, but we are also people, although rarely, but we can laugh a little. Yeah, I get it, but don't you dare call me brother, I said reluctantly, and then immediately menacingly releasing her keys she quickly ran away in horror. That's what I should do, although why am I whining? I have nowhere to go, so get up and run away. I went to the bathroom first and then to breakfast with the future corpses. Maybe I should sell them to Hayden. After washing myself I changed into a black t-shirt and crimson loose knee-length shorts. Right after that I went down where everyone was waiting only for me because everyone else was here. Kushina cooked rice with meat. There were also salads. Sitting down in an empty seat I wished for the sake of good acting, enjoy your meal, and started eating. Gemini Naru, do you want me to teach you Rasengan? Minato said with hope. Here I doubt and I need your help. If the technique itself does not represent anything special, just a clot of rotating chakra here, you only need good control of the chakra, of its shape, without unnecessary words and without looking up from the meal. And even in spite of it I created a blue sphere in my right hand which also, like Minato's, emits a blue glow. The same one does not glow, and this suggests that his Rasengan is weaker than the blonde's elder, and the control of the chakra of her shape does not reach the required level. When everyone saw it, they were simply in such a deep shock that I'm afraid to even imagine what thoughts were spinning in their heads. Probably envy. After all, I mastered it so quickly. And it's at least as strong as the Illuminati. It could already be envy, as you would like to say, Minato. But I interrupted it. The technique is simply sharpened to control chakra, its form is nothing more. So for me, it's not such a big problem, I said, and removed the technique. I continued eating, immersed in my thoughts. No one dared to say anything else. And no one wanted to. They were just like me, with their thoughts, having cut off empathy. I realized that Minato is just in shock. Minma is not only in shock but also jealous. This idiot is too strange, but pleasantly surprised and happy about something no less strange than her brother. But Mita, well, here is the same as I don't know what she is happy about, but we will write it off to some of my thoughts. The jug is also in shock and a little sad. Well, of course it was me who learned her husband's signature technique so quickly. Right here, after 15 minutes I finished my portion. We are in the dishes. Already wanted to somehow invite Mito to walk with me. It is necessary trust between me and to establish, so here I have almost started to say how we got ahead of brother. You haven't been to the village for a long time. Let's go. I'll show you what has changed here, said Mita, looking into my eyes. How everything is unfolding successfully. She herself makes contact. This is good. I think I will stay here from a month to a year, and then it will be possible to somehow lure her, but if she refuses, then I will have to kill. There is no special difference. I could kill her right now so as not to have trouble, but once, for she says that in the future she can become an incredibly strong shinobi, so why not lure her over to my side? Okay, let's go, I said. She just beamed and, grabbing my arm, led me out of the house under the surprised looks of the others. Turning off empathy for a second, I felt anticipation from Minato. It's good that I have listening seals all over this house, but there is also one in Minato's office. Fortunately no one noticed how I put it while the ANBU was sitting. Maybe you would have noticed, but they weren't there, it's almost impossible to feel my seals. Kushina can't do this, I put a seal on her that doesn't let me feel my fuin when I put it when she hugged me on the bridge with that 3. Just in case, leaving the house, Mita led me along familiar streets that I hated, people were walking back and forth, but that's okay while you're so peaceful here, I won't reveal all my cards, walking down another street, under the conversation of the foreign ministry about what is here and what new things they built, we came across 3, I understood that Jenin age he is like Min Masaya also with them was Janine he is dressed standardly for any of his ranks beard protector cigarette in mouth it seems like it's Asuma sucking obi what kind of thing was said about him about the Ministry of Foreign Affairs blonde in all purple did not finish because she was staring at me I was thinking why the is she staring at me yes and she's also blushing I hope that I just got it all wrong listen girlfriend and who is this handsome guy said our experience. To her ear I somehow synchronously with Sosamoy and the guy with the pineapple hairdo rolled my eyes this is my older brother. Uzumaki Naruto she said somehow proudly or something yes and after checking her I also felt pride it's nice of course that someone is proud of you but there's just one thing I can't understand what she's proud of we practically don't know each other for her to be proud of me why the are all the children of Minato so strange and incomprehensible or something although I myself was born from them it turns out I'm also strange and incomprehensible oh yeah and I don't care if it's strange or not the main thing is I'm fine and I have a goal that I will achieve at any cost and when she heard my name she dropped her cigarette pineapple. Looked at him and then at me and it seems he understood something you are the son of Hekage who died a few years ago said this guy it's strange that he knows me I wonder where he is from. I looked intently into his eyes you can't tell by his look but I realized a long time ago that he is evaluating me if so then he's probably trying to understand what I'm capable of and what I am maybe. This guy from the Nara clan it seems like everyone usually does that's how everyone evaluates everyone around them. And they think who knows what at least that's how Kakuzu and Hunt described them to me. Zilkanoki but I don't really remember the distinctive features of the clans of this bug infestation this blonde. Misunderstanding together with the fat man looked at me like the eighth wonder of the world well. It's not every day you meet a person who should be dead Hermonico. Nice to meet you Naruto-kun said the representative of the Brainbreakers as she considers a sweet smile as for me, her smile is in no way comparable to a smile I just raised my right eyebrow. As he asks what next she looks at me and seems to be waiting for something okay, let's ask directly and what next I asked her in a cold voice she looked at me somehow strangely. And then looked away Naruto-kun with girls you need to communicate differently. Said fat man sums in appearance yes, I know how to communicate with girls on certain missions I used my oratorical skills and appearance on girls no, I didn't sleep with anyone. I was with girls and made them fall in love with me and then I got the information I needed further I just left if they didn't want it the good way I already acted. Like Shinobi although on such missions it was necessary to act quietly but here the genjutsu of oblivion helped me with its help. I erase certain parts of memory and a person does not remember what happened during this period this is the most powerful illusion that I own this is provided that with illusions I am in bad terms really they don't need about mother where have you been all this time Naruto asked this time. Rutabai who had been silent until now maybe he can also start smoking Yuzurit both pretty good tobacco in mercenaries was answered I also with indifference okay guys we'll go and some sensei said Mitya taking me by the hand dragged me longer shows Konoha honestly I don't give a about this village. I would be happy to destroy it all day we walked and had fun maybe. She was really interested well as for me it was pretty boring different game counters she even made me win her a teddy bear no matter how you twist it but she is still a child Malaya although she is a shinobi true only on paper as I was once told by the kiddies. You become shinobites when you start killing you see all the grill of this world I completely agree with him I just have no Reason to dispute this was my first murder just happened when I got with him. We had to eliminate a squad of bandits who obey some so-called Nukanen's kitties. Then he specially allocated 5 bandits to me, so that in a real fight I would feel what murder is. Then I really killed them quickly on adrenaline, then kitties, and left the bandits to me, and I dealt with the Lukanens. I, like him, had no problems, but after that came the realization of what I had done. He then encouraged me by saying that this is reality, we kill alone so that others may live. Already when we came home and changed clothes, Zatsu came to me to convey Obito's answer. Well, what is our mask wearer saying? I said, sitting on a chair, throwing my left leg over my right and crossing my arms over my chest in the dark. It also looks pretty scary. Probably. Fortunately, I set up pretty strong barriers in the room and no one will be able to eavesdrop on what is happening here. I'll start with the fact that he understood what game are you playing and decided to play along with you. He asked to tell them that one day he will meet Kakashi and Minato. Said Zd-su, I have a rough idea where he can meet Kakashi, but he won't meet Minata. I have my own plans for Goldilocks. Naruto herself let me know how the operation is going. Asked as usual in his respectful manner. The walking Scarlet is pretty good. Meta herself makes contact, but I just don't like Minato with a jug. The first one seems to have his own plans for me, and the second I just don't like Minmar. It seems he is starting to envy me, and I am not envied. This is definitely something specific about her. I can't say yet. The main thing is Mita is making contact too well today. I generally felt proud of me. This is quite strange. Well, okay, most likely I will either be identified by Janines or will be put in as the 4th member of the team. The latter option is more likely. They want to earn my trust and forgiveness, and it is to my advantage. I said, thinking about how to start collecting the exchange right now. After all, it takes more than 1 year to catch them. Probably 3, which means by the time I can arrange Mito on my side we will already need Kubi. He has 2 carriers, so I need to win them both over, or at least one. Yes, I think so. Let's start by stretching this operation out for 3 years at most, I told Zeus in a commanding voice. He immediately realized that something was about to happen and prepared to carry it out. Give the order to Ootsusuki to start collecting the Biju. This operation should take a maximum of 3 years. Now I've learned information about the unknown Jinchuriki, and for now they should be ready. As far as I know, in 3 months there will be an exam for Chunin, as well as the Jinchuriki. The one-tailed one will take part. As soon as he returns to Suna, you will attack and grab him, but no one should survive, so that there are no rumors that we did it, while we cover them quietly so that there is no suspicion on us. We will do it. I gave him the order. He looked pleased that we would finally begin to put our plan into action, and when I was free, I finally realized that I fell in love with Kaguya. How come I don't care? I love her, and that's enough for me to get her back. I don't know what she feels for me. Maybe I just a good friend for her, but even if she does not accept my feelings, I will return her as you command. Said to the viewer with bows disappeared underground. It is good that I put listening seals in the Hokage's office and the information that the children of the Kazekage are also participating in the exam, and also that one of them is a Biju vessel found out. Very timely, removing all the barriers, and went to the kitchen where I had dinner, and as Minato said I will be on the same team as Smith, I even involuntarily raised the corners of the lips of the jug seeds. Then the 10th ones just shone past. It seemed like he also smiled, and not sure that he is happy about this, although it is not so important. After dinner I went to the shower, putting on a white t-shirt and black shura. I went to bed. Tomorrow I will continue to establish contact with Smith. Waking up at 5 o'clock in the morning, the first thing I did was go to the shower after the department of a black combat kimono with gold spirals, loose black pants with a gold acanthus, and black shinobi sandals. Going down I found Kushina, who was preparing breakfast. Having said "Oh," I sat down at the table and began think about the situation. Over the next 3 months I have to improve Smith's relationship to such an extent that she would agree to go with me. I also need to decide who to waste, bypassing the difference that is not really there but In the absence of any more important goals in this village, you can think about it, although it already seems to me that it will be past. His yesterday's emotions make themselves known, and he probably during this time he can start either to be jealous of me towards Minato and in the jug to envy my strength even if it is weak, but I felt envy from him on the bridge. While I was thinking about it in the kitchen, they went down with a massive min and mid. Oh, Minata, here is the last one. Now you see how he doesn't want to. Today I feel some interest in me, but I don't like it. Seriously, what interest could he have in me that I arranged a bloodbath on the bridge? So that's normal. I'll arrange it here too later, but I'll arrange it good. Morning, Not-san said in one voice. Mitai. Oh, in vain. I started drinking water. At that moment I almost choked. Why the do they call me that? We're not like that yet. Ah, what difference does it make? On the contrary, it's to my advantage. So why the am I complaining? And I ran up to me and patted me on the back so that I cleared my throat faster. Out of the corner of my eye I noticed how Push and Minato smiled from them, and satisfaction emanated from them after that, with emotions I will never believe that they are sincerely happy that their children are getting closer to me. Then everything is clear. I'll stay here for a while, but they don't know that. Thank you. After I cleared my throat with a slight, albeit strained smile on my face, I said, by the way, you Naruto, when you were a mercenary, have you heard anything about an organization called Akatsuki? Minato asked with a serious expression. Why? He was interested in our organization. I doubt they have already started acting. I only gave the order yesterday. And even then, they should be preparing to catch the first-tailed one. And even then, this operation will take place 3 or 4 months after the Nichunin exam. They couldn't have let it slip in advance. Well, I heard something. Usually, it's a mercenary organization, though with an elite set of people. There are mainly renegades with a rank. Although it seems like there are 1 or 2 ranks. I said yes. They revealed it. I didn't say. How many of them are there and who exactly? Clear. And how many of them are there and who? Exactly. The older blonde, nicknamed Minato, asked. How would I know? I only crossed paths with them once. And even then, in one of the bars. We didn't even talk. Their distinctive feature is their cloaks with red clouds. But that time, those 2 were wearing straw hats. So I have no idea who it was. I answered her with a speech I had prepared in advance just for such an occasion. All this time, the rest of the family calmly listened to us and was a little shocked that in the world there is such a strong organization. After all, renegades with and a rank, this is not a joke really. When it came to the bitten off bar, it blew scary. Everyone even turned pale, but I didn't pay attention. Well, what will she do to me with a frying pan? I'll try to drive in. I won't allow. I didn't say that I forgive them, which means they have no right to do anything to me. Son, what were you doing in the bar? She said in a sepulchral voice, and her hair was divided into 9 strands. Firstly, don't you dare call me your son. I haven't forgiven you yet. And secondly, I was relaxing there and I was looking for a task for the future. I said, I'm happy, in a calm voice and sipping tea from a jug. After my first words, she calmed down and drooped, but she started, but I immediately interrupted her that the bookmarks were like this. This is not an excuse. The fact that you were finding this out does not change the fact. How did you treat me, or did you think that? Tell me this and I will immediately rush into your arms screaming, Daddy, Mommy, this will never happen. I don't know if I will ever be able to call you that. But even if I can, it will definitely not be this year, and maybe not even next year. I said in the same calm voice as before, glancing out of the corner of my eye at Kushina. I see that she is almost crying. Although I need to play a role, I can't. It would be strange if I quickly forgave them. Listen to Naruto, I already wanted to answer him. But they interrupted me and him in particular. And no one, and Mita, hears. The surprise. Dad, Mom, not San is right. Even if it was under the bookmarks, but you treated him like that. And even gave the order to kill him. If something like this happened to me, I don't know if I would be able to see you at all, and he barely. That he lives with you in the same house and also talks and eats with you at the same table, too little time has passed for him to you. Yes, we also considered him his family, said Mid from the cold inn. The voice now she has absolutely everyone in the kitchen in a stupor. Who would have thought that she would stand up for me? I think this task will be much easier than I thought. Minato Tsukushina did not answer anything. They just sat down at the table and had breakfast. After breakfast I decided to test the emotions of their half-parents. They feel sadness and also weak but anger, slightly increasing empathy. I realized that the anger is not directed at me and not at themselves. Ananita, what's wrong with them? I understand I can't. She told the truth and they are still offended by her. Naya-san, let's go for a walk, said Aimi. Tazukiwala passed by the way began to envy, even if it is weakly felt, but it is felt. Well, let's go, told her. We went for a walk through this rotten village. No matter how much time has passed and they will stop considering it rotten and disgusting. After 4 hours we have already walked around a decent part. Kanaki all this time they tried to occupy me with conversations and different stories. There were even some that I sincerely laughed at. They often used to prick the Minmu. Nothing serious but still funny. I tried to tell something so that I wouldn't get caught. I wouldn't want to get caught. Ahead of time, passing by one eatery, they looked like they saw someone and decided to drag them in. I wondered if I didn't have money, how they would get out of it, or they have some, but something tells me that I'll have to pay. Jishin, send me here. Hidden on the blessed one again. This is an abnormal blonde. Oh guys, said, and the three of us sat down next to some white-eyed creature, and here as many as 2. I'm sitting between. Everyone present looked at me somehow strangely, especially this blonde. I don't even remember her name and I don't need it. Oh Naruto-kun, I'm glad that you're here too. Listen, maybe after we sit down we'll go for a walk together, the blonde blurted out. And who the did you make? I'm a fool. She looked at me so offended that it even becomes funny, and I confirm she buried her face in my shoulder and quietly, it burns how you don't remember me. We met yesterday, she said in an offended voice. Well, since we started pretending to be a fool, then let's continue. Did I ask in a completely innocent voice, tilting my head to the right. Oops. Mita also started laughing. Only she turned away so she wouldn't get caught. Okay, let's meet again. Yana Yamanaka, your name is Naruto Namikaze. I know, she said. No, __, I would never take that last name in my life. I'm actually Uzumaki, I said. She looked at me in surprise. Like yours. She wanted to start, but this conversation was already starting to piss me off. I let it out a little so that she would shut up, though I went a little overboard. I scared everyone who was sitting at the table except Mita, and for some reason it didn't work on them. It's strange. We won't raise this topic again, I said, and after placing an order I started looking at everyone. I was sitting at the same table with yesterday's trio without a special one. Some pink-haired monster duck asses, some white-haired white-eyed chick dog lovers, beetle breeder already white-eyed guy, some in green, and a chick with 2 buns on her head. A strange gathering. Listen to your hand and tell me about yourself, asked the pink monster. That's what it says. Wow, you can talk like that. I thought you were just a decoration, I told her openly. Started laughing out loud. I looked at her like she was crazy. She went crazy. You haha, said the same haha as Imita. Haha. When I first saw her, she said, little by little calming down. It means I'm not the only one. I think so already. Good. Well, on hand, I can be offended. I will forgive you if you go on a date with me, said. It's a mistake of nature. So she seems to be a spider behind the house drying up. Why did she switch to me? Hearing gopher duckass, you are being cheated on right before your eyes, I said, looking at as I guess Uchiha is too similar to them. By the way, we should get rid of this clan. It is too dangerous for my plans. Before leaving the village I will cut out this clan. We should also Connect habitat to this well or hidden, although no, the last one is too noisy. Uchiha looked at me like an enemy of the people. Alicia got drunk. He is quite funny. As for me, and no creation of a discolored eye. Will not go anywhere with you. I wanted to say something else when Mito interrupted me here. It was Sakura. He won't go anywhere. He's walking with me, she said angrily, looking at her. Sakura blushed with anger, and before she starts screaming I confirmed Mita's word. Sakura sadly lowered her head. Then maybe we can all go for a walk together, offered them Monaco, but no, go to. I'm getting closer. I can't stand them. If at least someone comes with us, then I guarantee that I won't kill this person, I said as I cut off just as the order was brought. My favorite danga for dessert, and as the main one is chicken shish kebab, and you can do it, said arrogantly White-Eyed. Listen, White-Eyed, you are now talking to a person who has been working as a mercenary for several years, has not carried out mainly assassination missions. Here is a simulation. Ask what happened on the bridge when we first met, I said with a hint of anger. I can't stand it when people underestimate me. Usually such they don't live long. At the mention of that mission my sisters shuddered and turned white just a little. And what was there, asked Fatty. Meta lowered her gaze a little, lost in thought. Yes, in general, everyone who saw me there, and this is Mito. A pink crap, susly, kutka, ass, white-haired, lowered their gaze and turned slightly pale. On the day when we met, the beginning of the story is white-haired. We were all guarding the builder's place at the construction site, both teams were there. She paused for a moment and then continued. Then a local tycoon named Gata came to the bridge. He brought with him about 100 bandits. When he began to threaten us, Naruto-kun appeared. Why? Did I get Naruto-kun? Only one has the right to call me that. He appeared from the same side from which Gata came. He calmly walked past Gata and cut off his head. She said this, she swallowed, apparently remembering what happened next. After these words, everyone looked at me strangely. Then the massacre began. He cut out all the bandits that were there with particular cruelty. He chopped them up like meat. Then she fell silent in horror. She looked at me. What is this? She is Naruto-kun. Where did you get that sword from? Cube's working sword of one of the 7 swordsmen of the fog. We will forget otherwise, she said, and it seems that only now it dawned on everyone what I was using all that time. They looked at me with undisguised interest, and someone like Sakura with horror. Well, in general, that day he should have attacked you a little earlier than Gata, but I accidentally met him and killed him. He costs quite a lot on the black market, I said as if this was some kind of routine. Everyone at first looked at me with disbelief, but the fact that this sword I have says the opposite. Now everyone is looking with undisguised surprise. How they have fed me up I have to unfold. Too disgusting. A bouquet of emotions and feelings in this coffee shop. After 15 minutes I already ate his dong. Dimitri are already sitting and waiting for me to finish. We were about to leave, but we were stopped. Naruto horse, said White-Eyed, but I interrupted her. That's enough calling me that. Only one girl can call me that, but maybe that's not all. No one else dares to call me that, I said with anger and releasing more of my ken than last time. Hugo, and it was she who was energetic, through something to scare the little brats. I can then. Naruto, let's go to the training grounds. There is sparring. It's just interesting to see what you are capable of in a real fight and not in words. Her brother has already said probably screw you. Let's go, I said, and headed to other establishments. In half an hour we were already at the training ground in order to even the odds a little, and agreed that 2 of them would fight against me there. South Uchiha, my sisters are waiting. This is that white-haired girl and the guy in green, true MFA, and they refused, citing the fact that they do not want to fight with me. Well, that's their business and not mine. The first one flew into battle. Uchiha I immediately activated one thing, my Sharingan. I hope that this will help him. A direct blow from the right side for me and reflected it, and immediately with kick sent the Uchiha flying. It was only worth the Uchiha to fly away from me when immediately two Byakugan attacked me again. It was not particularly difficult to repel their blows. They tried to hit me with everything they could, but I either dodged or simply blocked. Of course, for them, this was a surprise, but a plus for them from me. They quickly gathered themselves and did not relax. True, while playing with them from behind, they wanted to charge me on the top of the head. I grabbed this thick eyebrow and, spinning around, hit them both with a hyuga and sent them to the Uchiha. Here he was knocked down and they hit a tree together. I'm waiting. She launched stone bullets at me. It was not difficult for me to dodge them, so as soon as I did it, I rushed to her. As soon as I approached, she took out Kuna and wanted to wound me with it. I took out my katana and seals on my hand, and began a fight in cilantro, where I won by a huge margin. Knocking out of her hands, I immediately missed the blow of Hyuga in the air and hit him on the head with a roundhouse kick. As soon as I landed as Shinju launched stone bullets, tightly replacing it with the nearest branch, I immediately went behind her back and knocked her out. Only the girl Hugo was left. Her brother is now out cold. Without thinking twice, I attacked her entai, having previously removed the katana in the seal on my hand, having reduced the distance she tried to take the initiative on herself, but only I grabbed her right hand by the wrist and pulled it to the left. As soon as she turned a little towards me, as I abruptly let go of her hand and made a turn, hitting her with my right foot in the head, she flew off about meters 10, barely getting up. She didn't even have time to realize how she was hit in the solar plexus. Immediately after that, with a knee to the temple again, she flew back a few meters. As soon as she got up, how I ended up behind her and knocked her out. This whole fight lasted about 3 minutes, maybe 5 maximum. Looking at the spectators, I saw only shocked faces except for 2 Med says smiling. Turning on empathy, I realized that this couple was simply bursting with pride with them. Clearly something was wrong. The strong ones were in deep shock and nothing more. Having said goodbye, more precisely Mitya said goodbye to everyone and left after me. I didn't pay any attention to them. No, seriously, it was ain't sparring but a beating. Having walked for a few more hours, I had to create a clone so that Taya would be on my back, because what about Mito? We were very tired of walking like this. Although I feel that they are lying. I didn't open them. Coming home, I put them on their feet and took off their shoes and washed my hands. We sat down to have dinner. Well, how was the day? Asked Kushina. I didn't answer anything, and there was no need to. Mid told everything that happened today. Minato's Kushini were surprised that I beat the geniuses of this generation so easily. Yeah, like geniuses are weaklings. Let's just go. After dinner, I went to the shower and changed again into a white t-shirt and black shorts. Went to bed. The plan is in full swing. All that's left is to figure out how to convince Mita to leave with me and also raise the level of trust, because I'll offer and now she'll probably refuse, and I'm acting somehow strange. If you think about it, you can lure her to my side. A person who can control the virgins by I would really be very useful, and she has quite a lot of Uzumaki genes. We'll see. The primary task is Mito, and I'm all ready as it will be expended. You can just miss plans. I'd like to finish here as soon as possible. Get out. In case the plan fails, I'll have to kill Mita and expend it, and namely the last one. Then I'll definitely send him to get. I'll hope that Mitori agrees to go with me now. If only they had a good reason to be angry at Minato. Kushinu would be great. It would make the task much easier. Since the latest events, 2.5 months have passed. All this time I was establishing relations with Smith, also Saya. The latter, the truth, she stuck to herself. November, I was and particularly against it. As it turned out, she's not the same, as I imagined with Min, but I don't have such a good relationship with Aksai. I'm generally silent. That's who I really found a common language with. So it's with her now that I'm sure that if the MFA of Asaya refuses to go with me, it will be very difficult for me to kill them, and not in the sense that they will give a strong rebuff. No, It will be difficult for me to do this on a mental level. Minata. I even managed to quarrel several times. You see, he doesn't like my freedom I send him to. He really pisses me off, and with him there's also a jug dripping on my brain. Either they imagine themselves to be who the knows who or what else, but the fact remains they control themselves too much. There was even a case that for me I tried to enter into a relationship with Aya, but Kushina slapped her. No, I understand you're emotional and all that, but then I really almost killed her. It was then that it dawned on me that I had managed to become attached to, but in any case if they don't go with me then I'll kill them. I won't back down from my goal. So something I got distracted after that slap and ran out of the residence in tears. I barely restrained myself from killing her right there, but still I was able to just leave there and head home to console my stupid little sister. I remember the first time I called MID and they were just so happy. There was no end. Mita, when she found out what did Kushina stop talking to her, and that night I stayed overnight at my place. Though after that Emita did the same thing. They are really funny. As for the plan of the eyes of the moon, as Madara called it then, Katsuki, practically you will be finished now. The last large orders before the end of the exam Nakunina. After that the capture of Biju will begin, but lately I have been thinking about capturing them not just sequentially but several in a row. Although this will take too much effort, the risk of being exposed will be much higher, so I still gave up such a prospect to arrange such now. I am past Mitya. We are standing on the training ground and waiting for Kushina to come, and as I think the boss will announce the exam, at least I don't see another reason to gather us here. Oh kid, said smiling. Jug in hunting asked for a bitten nose, so I also did not stay on the sidelines and supports her, as she told me now she does not feel family support and closeness of cancellation, that with Jug she has such a feeling as if they have moved away from her. And thought I then decided to play the guilty one and just started that it was like my fault, but she interrupted me and said that it had nothing to do with me, and that she was glad that I was alive and gave them a chance. I didn't feel anything about it, but still from these words I felt warm inside. I sometimes am surprised at myself. I didn't want to get attached, but in the end I got attached to metal. We just nodded in response. I gathered you here to inform you that in 2 weeks there will be an exam for Chunin, so I recommended you for this exam. Here are the forms for you. You have until tomorrow to sign them and hand them in. Well, and I am going. Don't be late for lunch, she said with a smile on her face, but here is my empathy. Says that she feels offended and slightly disappointed and interested. Here is she really offended by us because we completed the mission in our own unsuccessful way, and most importantly in a safer way. So she is also disappointed in us because of this. It's just, of course, after we took the forms she left I became interested in where she could be, so I checked certain areas of the area in the village using my seals that I came up with a month ago. They act as something of a sensor. True, the distance is still small, but this is already something. In the end I didn't find her anywhere. More precisely, where are my seals? She is not there, or she hasn't reached them yet. Mita, and let's go for a walk? Asked. By the way, he somehow looks at Mito strangely. I noticed this on the bridge but didn't attach any importance to it, but now he is starting to behave strangely. Although I already understand what this means, he has fallen for his sister. Of course, in our clan this is not prohibited and even in some sense is encouraged, but still I have some kind of strange premonition. No, I don't like her as a girl. I like her as a girl, Kagu, and this is what I love as a sister. It will be a pity if she does not go with me. I will have to kill her somewhere else. This is information. Intro runs here. I will definitely kill him if I find. And what about Naruto? Asked Aya. Here she is really trying to establish a relationship with me, unlike Minwi or Kushin Minata. They generally, in my opinion, took my return for granted. I wish I could quickly remove the cube from him, then he will die. I am actually only inviting you for a walk, said a little more gloomy look Min Man. Are you inviting us on a date or something? Said in a slightly mocking manner Mita. She has been increasingly behaving quite funny with him, most often laughs at him. Nothing offensive, but still it's funny. But in our clan this is allowed, said with some kind of nasty smile. Past I am standing and Watching this comedy on the sidelines, I even printed out a couple of sticks of danga so that the performance was tasteful, so to speak. What kind of nonsense are you talking? They shouted at the same time. Yes, if they will pounce on him and beat him up, I'll also unseal the chaise lounge and enjoy this performance. Naruto, is this true? Asked me. Yes, in general in our clan incest is allowed. I would even say that it is encouraged, but it's clear that no one can force you, and the fireplace does not apply to me, I said, finishing the last ball of danga. I should go and buy more danga sticks, preferably in large quantities, so as not to constantly run to the store for it. This is why it does not apply to me with some kind of malice, said past he. Really is strange. Firstly, you bear the surname Namecads unlike me MFA, and secondly there are very few Uzumaki genes in you, practically none. Therefore, you can say that you don't have the Uzumaki clan, you belong to the Namecads clan. If such a thing even exists, I gave him the answer. I hope he won't out. But I hope they are so happy because Minma doesn't belong to the Uzumaki clan. Although what is this? I hope I'll look now, empathy. And everything is great. They are happy that Minmani can lay hands on them. But they love me like a brother, even a little nice. Sometimes it seems to me that I'm becoming too sentimental. Minma, by the way, looked at me like I was an enemy of the people and left the training ground. Listen, Nissan, somehow. Be careful. The beginning. Mita, blushing calmly. Little sister. I already have a girlfriend. I also don't intend to seduce you, I said with a slight grin. It was clear what she was thinking. Razmenma can't do that. I can, really. She seemed to have misunderstood me. I seem to have said that no one can force you to love. Umataya just exhaled. So that's what they thought of me, I said with a sly squint. They even blushed, either from shame or something. From something else. No, you never know, so it doesn't matter now. I'm wondering who the girl who stole the heart of our cold Nissan said with a smile. That's really curious. What kind of one day I'll introduce you, maybe, I said, looking at him where Luna was supposedly, because she's there now. Look, you promised, she said with a laugh. Mita, well, after that we walked around Konoha a little and went home. There was no one there, although it's not like Kushina to have lunch now. Well, okay. I went to the room. Going there, I signed the forms and decided to listen to what was going on in the Hokage's office. After 35 minutes of such wiretapping, this is exactly what Kushina came to, whom the blonde had called. At first there was nothing interesting until he came by and started declaring how I got him for a long time. Such hysteria did not continue. Minato stopped her from talking about strengthening Kanaka. He said that since Konoha had begun to lose ground on the world stage, it was necessary to strengthen the Konoha clans, so he decided to make Saos out of Mitai. At that moment I just released a colossal amount of ki. Fortunately the barriers did not let him out, so here and to use me as a bull inseminator. Minma supported this idea with all his might on the condition that he would be the first to use Mitaya pervert underage Jug. At first Bai arose, but after Minato remembered the last request of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and herself to defend the village, Jug agreed. Now I sat with mixed feelings. It seems and everything is working out as well as possible. It will be easier for me to persuade the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and leave with me. On the other hand, I want NATO blood and Kushin's. The truth is the last one will do. Grandfather and grandmother when they return, but Minato in general, he will die, that's for sure. So now I need to tell Meta everything, and I think it's time to expose my sisters to unnecessary risk for the exam. I don't want to, and I'm not talking about the Genin. The top will probably try to capture them and me during one of the stages by sending clones of each of them. I began to think how best to persuade them and how and when to leave the village. If anything, there was a knock on the door, and after my permission to enter, those who started this Circus appeared in the room. Mita, and we need to talk, and the conversation is not a pleasant one, I said with the most serious look. They tensed up a little and I activated the barrier's protective soundproofing illusory in general. Mita, and we need to talk, and the conversation is not a pleasant one, I said with the most serious look. They tensed up a little and I activated the barrier's protective soundproofing illusory in general. To begin with, I will ask you one question. Don't you think that I appeared somehow too abruptly decided to start? I will not lay out all my plans right here from afar, for first I need to make sure that they will go with me and not betray me, and only then devote them to my plans. Now my gift of empathy more than ever, by the way, so I will be absolutely sure that they will not lie to me, and since my empathy no one from the locals knows, then they will not be able to prepare. In what sense? Not I myself. We just crossed paths on a mission, persuaded you to come to Konoha, is not that so? Asked Lamita, only nodded, a sign of confirmation of her words. In fact, no, we did not meet by chance. I knew that you were in the land of waves even back then when you first met Furbuzova. I even watched this fight. Said I did not look at me surprised, but nothing, it will only get better from now on, because this is far from the most shocking. This is the news that awaits you. I have another hour to get to today's conversation between Minato and Kushina. After the recording will go to a special seal where you can also listen to the recording of this conversation, but there are already quite a lot of recordings, so it will be more difficult to search. The murder of Gata was planned for the sake of you bringing me to Konoha, I said, and I observed that the girl's emotions are wary. Everyone was still in shock. I needed something from this bug-infested place. Who sent me here and why? I won't talk yet, I'll just say that I did my job, and now I don't intend to stay with trash like Minato Kufshinaman so I want to offer to go with me, blurted out. I began to wait for their reaction. Their shock simply cannot be betrayed. Also they feel betrayed. They think that I used them, but I suspect something. Maybe she caught the fact that I never mentioned them in my story. Listen, Naruto somehow detachedly began. I'm already used to the fact that they call me brother, Nia-san, brother, that's why. I was confused for a split second. You never said anything about us. Why is the right question. Sister, after all, despite the fact that Mita herself is really a genius, she is still younger than us. She only turned 11 a month ago in June. I won't deny at first I perceived you the same way as Minato with Jug, namely us. Then I just didn't care. I really didn't know about the bookmarks. That's why at first I didn't play as it was. After I even thought about forgiving you with a change, namely from the temptation. True. The only one I forgave from your four is you. To you I managed to get attached, but there are several reasons at once why I want to leave here and also take you, and the first, perhaps the most important, why I want to take you is Minato's Jug, I said, looking into their eyes that were standing on a wet spot. And it's not surprising such news is a shock for them. What? asked Mita in a slightly trembling voice. I even caught notes of fear of both. True, it was not directed at me or herself, but into the void. Therefore, they are afraid of my words. When I first got into Minato's office, I sat down on the couch and put a special furin seal there. It records absolutely everything within its radius of action. So today, I decided to listen to what was going on in his office and maybe hear something important. First, Kushina came and they were just talking about something and about the exam. Then he came by and started pouring on me. I have no choice but to swim. But what happened next really angered me. I said, and paused for a moment so that the girls could digest my words. Minato said that the village had begun to sag on the world stage. Therefore, in order to raise the level of power in the village, Genya in the world suggested making you from Wine Matic for the Kana clans. And I would be a Kumasa Menadal, that is, in simple terms, he wants you to become personal whores for the clans and give birth to strong offspring. The same story with me. As soon as I said this, they started crying. A whole farce of emotions clearly shows disbelief. resentment, anger, and the strongest is fear. Of course I didn't have such a bouquet, but something similar, abundance and fear with disbelief was not, and all so that your uncertainty would disappear. Let me turn on the recording of this conversation for you, I said. Before they would start shouting that this could not be. They nodded briefly. I bit my finger, letting my blood through, and drew the necessary symbol. A couple more actions are ready now. With the seal comes Minato's voice, and then comes the voice of Kushana. The next few minutes we calmly listened to what my seal managed to record. The emotions of my sisters were jumping like crazy. Really, it's a pity. Too heavy betrayal. I felt this in childhood. Then my support for life became Kaguya and the clan. For Mid and Aiza support will become I supported me. Kaguya grandfather will support them. At the end of the recording they were roaring very loudly. I calmly approached them, hugged them both. They clung to me like never before. Even on the bridge they did not cling to me like now. They do not have a single positive emotion, only pain, fear, disappointment, resentment, anger. To calm down it took them half an hour. After I sat them down on the bed and I took a chair and turning it back to them by force on it, so to choose to go with me or to finish I was not allowed. We are going with you, not me myself, they shouted. At the same time I was even taken aback by this. I thought they would resist and say that it was all a setup and the like. But no, as it turned out we are needed as relatives only to you. You could just leave and leave us, but no, you want to take us with you. I don't know who you are outside the village, but it doesn't matter, we are not that. In the end I just couldn't stop the tears that came again. I stood up and without further ado hugged them both. They in turn burst into tears again. Even if you are 3 times the world's evil, you are our family, we will not leave. Smith Yuaniki spoke through tears. From these words I really felt warm in my soul, just like when I met my grandfather. I smiled sincerely and kindly. After all, they are not lying, their words are pure truth, even emotion. You can feel that they are completely loyal to me. To put it bluntly, I will not let anyone hurt them. Another half hour was spent to calm them down again. Today is too hard a day for them. Now you are crying everything. It will be very useful for them. So since you are leaving with me, I will tell you all my plans for the future, I said with a warm smile. To begin with, I want to say that I am a member of the Akatsuki organization, I said, watching their reaction. It is better now to present information little by little. They dump everything at once. This is the one Pa asked about. Minato asked Mita. I only smiled wider when she called this piece of by name and not Dad. Yes, now the organization is known to the world as a mercenary group consisting of high-ranking Nikayanins, but Ootsusuki has a specific goal, I said. We will soon begin to collect Jinchuriki and seal the exchange into one statue. Though the Jinchuriki himself dies, I said, and looked at the girls in their emotions. I just feel not believing that I want to turn around like this myself. I have this feeling much stronger than Yumata, but there is also a logical fear. Don't be afraid, Nei-chan, no one will touch you. I won't allow. When we need Kibi, I will throw a mine as a bargaining chip. If he doesn't die, then I will finish him off, I said. They relaxed. Apparently they understand that too. Minato Kushana, I will be very cruel. In general, we need the exchange in order to plunge the whole world into an eternal illusion where everyone will be happy, but this technique has the opposite effect. So as soon as the 10th tail and Zayuba are revived, I will pierce the heart of the one who will become his Jinchuriki, and then what I am trying to achieve will happen, I said, and I look at their surprised faces. They no longer have the strength for a new shock. As soon as I do this, and with my will in a blow special chakra, I will free from imprisonment the one who was able to conquer my heart, and then you will meet, I said. I see how the eyes sparkled. I will not explain why she is sealed and who did it as soon as I return her. So we will explain everything to you, as well as soon as I collect all the keys. Let's say I can return the remnants of the Uzumaki clan which Shinigami herself sealed so that they survive. I, as the crown prince of this clan, am obliged to free them. There we will meet the grandfather and grandmother, I said with a smile on my face. They returned it to me in double size. There are 2 of them. After talking a little more, I removed the barriers and went down to the kitchen where She made herself a light snack and went back up. We ate and talked a little on unrelated topics, also about the little things about our escape from the village. I'll just seal them in a scroll when the second stage of the exam begins and after. The life with the help of my coma, and it will transfer us to the Akatsuki Buzu after they finished their portions. I put them to bed on my bed. After all, emotionally they were exhausted. Himself Zelek on photon went to the world of dreams. Until tomorrow morning we will definitely sleep through it, and no one will be able to enter the room. The barrier that I will leave overnight will not allow. From the moment I told everything MFA, and I have passed enough time today. We have our last mission before the exam. We need to escort one merchant to a city on the border of the land of fire and the land of lightning. The relationship in the team is not exactly excellent. The past behaves as if anticipating something, although we know what, but we are in no hurry to talk about it. Kushina is holding up much better, but my empathy says one thing: this even does not regret the decision she made together with her husband Mikoya. Try to behave as I told them, that is, as before. It does not always work out, but they try. Tell me these two beasts drag their beds into my room. It is not my question is going on here. They answered that they are afraid to sleep in their rooms after they leave. I did not dissuade them. If they are calmer this way, then let them not sleep in the same bed with me, and okay, our relationship with them has become even stronger, which is not surprising. I also began to train them, mainly only physically, but also calligraphy is also being pulled up. Fun jutsu. I will also train them, not now but in the future. I will get into the subconscious and hung up different kinds otherwise by, so that it does not riot. Obey its carrier anyway. It is only a stupid creature made of chakra that holds back Jubi from revival. Here it is so with Biju. There is no consciousness that in canon. Now I am Mitya Yastam near the main gate, and we are waiting for the jug to come. Exactly. The customer also sent the 10th team with us. Who are they? I do not give a in my soul, and it is not interesting, to be honest. And now I am thinking about what was told to me 2 days ago when I was in the room with my sisters in the evening playing cards. School climbed out the girls. It is clear they were scared, but seeing my calm reaction and the fact that this creature is in no hurry to attack calmed down a little. Naruto herself, I have news for you, said then Zitsu, completely ignoring the presence of Mita. And what's the matter, Zitsu? I asked, looking into his eyes. On a recent mission, Daidarisari found 2 Uzumaki in a village hidden in the grass. What to do with them? They haven't captured them yet. One sent to Konoha for the exam, he asked. I thought about these 2 need to be taken and then returned to the clan, if of course they want to force them. I don't intend. If you think about it, maybe there are still a lot of people in the world. The best option would be to send white people to the face so that they comb all possible countries and find more red-haired than my clones. We'll check them. If they are really Uzumaki, then do the same with them as with these from the grass. So this is how I will send the clone into the grass. Let him talk to the second one. If anything, we will arrange a temporary base for them in the rain. Wait, what goes into the sheet? I will figure it out myself. Most likely I will deliver it when I return, just in time. I plan to leave Mita at the second stage, and A are coming with me. So the front is offended that first the exam was in Konoha. He should transfer us to the base, I said in a calm voice. Zitsu looked at the girls, and in his emotions I felt he was pleased with the addition of potentially strong supporters. Naruto himself, they finished speaking. He didn't give it to him. Yes, Zetsu, they know about our main plan. Return to Ague of the whole clan. No one cancelled, I told him. While it's calm, after all, he has a great trait. He doesn't ask unnecessary questions when it's not necessary. To my words he nodded contentedly and left the same way he appeared. From my thoughts he distracted me, shouted such and something body at me. Truth, I purely on instincts threw this something right into the wall, and judging by all this something was painful. Naruto began to threaten Kushina. Her wave of ki crushed everyone except me and Asuma, and the hair divided into 9 strands and flew up like tails. Not to fly at me when I think. Let it be. Thanks that I didn't kill her on reflexes, I said in a sepulchral voice. She wanted to say something else but couldn't. I slammed my thirst for blood for credibility That's why even her sum was pressed to the ground and my eyes started to glow from one trick, essentially a useless trick, but it looks cool, and in such moments it works as an additional intimidation, removing all the pressure. Looked at the fact that she almost died because of her stupidity. Alive? Asked I at her. She nodded at my words and began to look with even more admiration. Crazy masochist, this is the first thought that came to my mind from this look. Let's move out, she said, rising jug, and in her emotions you could feel righteous anger, but I don't give a for a week. We've been on the road for all this time, nothing worthwhile has happened, even somehow boring. I thought at least robbers would attack us, but even they are not there. The customer talks to her the whole way. Mitya is trying not to show signs of hatred towards the kushina, exactly the same. Tried to get to the bottom of it. Yes, that not it, and even if it's not visible outwardly, sympathized with the jug. She drilled everything with her evil gaze, but she can't say anything. She's probably afraid now. We stopped for the night in the forest to the city. There's still a way to go. The next one should be the penultimate one before the city we need. That's why the old man went there. I can't imagine the second stage of the exam would be faster. Take this Uzumaki Medisai there and probably kill the Minmu, although no, I won't kill him right away, but knock him out and take him with you for torture, or even say, sorry, you can give it while sitting in front of the fire. I'm already completely fed up with the fact that Kushina is looking at me angrily and Monoko is in love like that. Kushina or Monoko, you're tired of staring at me like that. What do you need to say? I said loudly and harshly. Everyone immediately paid attention to us, and she herself fell into a drop. Well, how to talk to your mother is something with something. Everyone else is just interested. They stared at us. Firstly, don't swear in front of people's houses. Secondly, don't you think you're too cruel attitude towards others like this? You treat your mother and well, you completely ignore her and even become aggressive. Kushina expressed her opinion. I just didn't understand where she got the feeling that I consider her my mother, and in a coffin I saw this Inu, so that's how it is hinted that she is not my mother. I don't care whether there were bookmarks or not. I have never given a reason that I forgave you for another __ clan. I don't give a I am not obliged to dance in front of her just because she deigned to pay her worthless attention to me. And as for cruelty, let me kill Minato specifically, and then you will understand what it's like when you can't talk to the one you love, I said in a cold voice. When I spoke about Yamanaka, then she practically started to cry. I don't give a I know what she really feels. I would have refused in any case. I won't betray, but when it came to the promenade, it was I who demonstratively put a kunai under the throat, which made Mitaya, who was sitting next to me, turn pale. They didn't even think to stop me. Maybe it seemed to me, but I even smiled the corners of my lips, or did it seem to me? And the sum preferred to remain silent, but it was clear that he was quite surprised. Narek swords were also sitting in shock. Well, yes, I'm so calmly threatening to kill my brother. HC gaze here, any ignorant person would be surprised. Don't dare, said in a pitiful voice Kushina. I can directly feel her concern for her son. Yes, you have to be such a lyceum measure to worry about one child, but calmly give up 3 others to be torn apart. Roughly speaking, I can't even imagine what the child will do with this creature. You just need to figure out how to knock it out. And Hayat, I already understood how to do it. Nobody cancelled the I removed the kunai from the Shaminwi, and I even somehow disappointed exhaled, or it seemed to me again. Yes, it can't be like that. Having checked her twice with the help of empathy, I realized that she feels just fierce hatred in his direction and in the direction of the Kushana too. This once again confirms that they did not deceive me, although I don't trust, but I didn't tell them about empathy. They don't make sense to know about it yet. People, let's go to bed. We still have to go to the city tomorrow, said Asuman. Apparently worries that I'll out and cut Minmu. As far as I know, he knows that I was a mercenary and probably remembers my thirst for blood. Maybe he's just worried that he won't be able to cope with me if something suddenly. Everyone started laying out their sleeping bags. The jug has already put up a protective barrier. I wouldn't say that it's really that cool, but this is only from my Sighed, all the same grandfather's knowledge, and what I found makes itself felt I'm an order of magnitude stronger, but if you look from the other side, that is. Not from mine, then the barrier is very strong. Instead of unfolding a sleeping bag, I folded a couple of seals and built a house of Markuden. I don't really care if they know about my genome or not, it won't do them any good at all. Except Mitya. I looked at me like I was the eighth wonder of the world. Well, what are you? I expected Naruto, so you own Makutana Suman, rather confirmed then. Asked. He was the very first to move away from shock and who made Kushina a jonin. She's still standing there in shock, as you can see, I said in a calm voice. I let Mitya into the house. Everyone else had already moved away from shock and were heading to my house. I just grinned and slammed the door right in front of their noses and put up my barriers. As this one got past me, Aya shouted, "Ha, he knows that I put a sound barrier in Kanahia. I put it up at every opportunity." Her nerves were already on edge. Calm down, sister, soon we will leave this rotten village and then we will return the clan and grandpa and grandma, said Mita. She is also disgusted to live in a house with a man who is ready to rape his own sister for his own pleasure. Let's sleep tomorrow, we still have to go to the city, said I, and the bed and the sleeping bag lay down on it. The girls did the same. By the way, Nissan, and we will not freeze here, asked Aya. No, I put a climate barrier here all night, the same temperature as now, I said. I close my eyes, she grunted, and apparently also lay down. Tomorrow again to endure these. Period. Husband, on the approach to the city all the way to it, we did not utter a word. The customer after yesterday also kept quiet. Apparently everyone was offended at me for not letting them into the house. McCoy just did not want to talk to anyone except me and among themselves. Besides, on the way we realized, what did you take with you? Too little money for a hotel for such a number of people is not enough, therefore we will need to earn some money somewhere quickly. I honestly then barely restrained myself from killing them. This is how it was necessary, how to take into account in order to take enough money, and I tell you that art is a small work. Such as an explosion reached us. I seem to know who is coming to meet us. It is good that Akatsuki is aware of my mission, otherwise would have to explain. This is quite difficult, especially if the listener is hidden. Art is an eternal work, said a calmer voice. I wonder what they forgot in the land of fire too. People in black cloaks with red clouds came out to meet us. One was a blonde with a ponytail and bangs covering his right eye. The other was a red-haired guy with a bored face. Finally they paid attention to us, and the self-taught became wary. Apparently they recognized them, the genin, seeing how tense the mentors were, began to worry. Not that I realized that it was Akatsuki, and they tensed up only for show. I told them that while I was nearby they would not attack. What meeting? Naruto Senpai, shouted the blonde with a smile on his face. My explosion seals really hooked him. Everyone looked at me in shock. I'll break their brains in these 2 days, and not on purpose. The guys came closer to us. They don't give a about the others. Well, yeah, they don't attack, and that's okay. Deidara, sorry. What are you doing in the land of fire? I asked them, and the sum, although a little relaxed, but was on guard. And the Jug 2.0 Naruto, we're here on a mission. More precisely, we're now returning back. And are you here? Answered and asked. Sorry. The guy is pretty strange. He's crazy about his dolls, although she's crazy about explosions. So a couple of them 3 bang. I'm also on a mission here. An ambiguous hint. By the way, Gay, what kind of case do you have? I asked, nodding at the case in his hands. I recognize it. Seems that Kakuzu uses such, and this, well, we met on the way like Yuzui Hidana. Well, and so the first one returned me the money that he lost to me in cards. Deidara said smugly. Sorry. Grinned, apparently my grin, but Deidara sensed something was wrong and turned a little pale. And Naruto Senpai said, stuttering, lover of explosions, Deidara, you actually owe me some money too. Remember, you also lost to me in cards, and so you didn't return it. Now is the time, I said in a sarcastic voice, and he finally turned pale. A relative of Rodkimaru or something, but I need to buy clay. The blonde began to make excuses. It's not my problem. Haydn just owes him about 100 kilograms of clay. Haydn owes you about 100 kilograms. Here it is shaking. I even allow it to be blown up if It happens, I said. Taking the case from his hands, opening it, I saw about 1,000,000. Yeah, that's not bad. Which one would I have lost? That's for sure. Deidara shouted, clutching his head. I just grinned and closed the Dildar case. It was time for us to meet. It was nice to see each other. Naruto will see you soon. He gave an ambiguous hint. Sorry. Apparently, the organization is already aware of my imminent return. He grabbed the idea that he was probably already thinking about how he would torture Hada for clay. I just grinned at this behavior and put the case away in the seal. Naruto. How do you know about renegades of such a rank? He asked. Yes. You can't. Seriously, I'm crazy. Kushina closed her eyes to his words, and everyone else prepared to listen. You're an idiot. They're lying. Obi. I was a mercenary and I often had to work with renegades there and met some hidden. The same story, though, at that time. They weren't in Akatsuki. But that's not particularly important. I said. In a calm voice. The legend is plausible. I hope. Okay, this could really happen. She said it herself and relaxed. Him and all, they also relaxed. They repeat after him like ducklings after a duck. By God, they have already gone, I said, and moved forward. Mitya, they hesitating. Went the rest, in my opinion, only for the sake of appearance. They hesitated. In fact, the task was. Yes, it is impossible, boring and simple, although what I wanted from S rank, but I am already frankly fed up with Min. My could tire if the first one behaves like __, and tries to hit on Kai with benefits, then does not touch her. She is too small for this. Then the second one tries to pretend to be a correct and strict mother who will point out mistakes to her stupid children. They are infuriating, although there is also but with her too something is wrong. Even after all my words, she continues to behave like a complete fan for the sake of interest. I climbed into her head to check her on the bookmark, and you know what I found them first. I thought that they were set for love for me so that I would not go anywhere, but as it turned out, in fact, I was wrong. Firstly, the bookmarks are not connected with me in any way. Secondly, they were set so badly in addition, they are already outdated and started to work incorrectly. They made her obsessed with me, but not specifically with me. It's just that on the day of our first meeting I really sincerely interested her, and then the bookmarks made themselves known. If you look at it that way, they were aimed at some kind of restriction. It looks more like bookmarks from certain nightmares. They are set when one nightmare haunts a person for a very long time, but on the other hand, it's not them, but it looks very similar. Not to torment her anymore, I removed all the bookmarks and set a simple mental block as an apology for my words. Where I asked she 30 minutes after I removed the bookmarks. Now we had a rest. I went to collect brushwood for the fire, but she followed me calmer. Monoko, you are in the forest. We are on a mission. Remember, I asked, leaning against a tree and looking at her. She stared at me with a little surprise, but then grimaced slightly and nodded. I understand that the realization of what happened has come. And where did you get these tie bookmarks, and what __ put them? I asked her. Not so sternly when I answered her. She made an extremely thoughtful look, becoming like a hamster, while I see that she is much calmer than under this wretchedness. In this position she sat for about 5 minutes before giving an answer. In childhood, she began with a heavy sigh. I saw how a group of shinobi raped and then brutally killed a group of girls. They then noticed me and headed towards me. I was then very scared, but they appeared and saved me. Then I began to have strong nightmares and also constantly saw images of that nightmare in reality. I asked my father for help, but he was too busy at work and came home exhausted, so I did not disturb him and asked for help from the newly minted genin to help me. He then agreed and put bookmarks on me that limit this circle of memories, but apparently he did something Wrong, and sometimes I had an attack of panic, fear and light headaches, but I didn't pay attention to it. But when you appeared I started to behave very strangely. I would even say disgustingly. You really interested me then, but I quickly realized that I didn't interest you, but I couldn't stop." She finished her long monologue with a bitter smile. "Those words that you said to me and the way you reacted when I jumped on you near the village gate, I'm not offended really. I think you had the right to do it after all. I've really gotten on your nerves for all this time," she said with an innocent smile, checking her. With empathy I realized that she was telling the truth and wasn't angry at my behavior, and she never lied. But still sorry," I flared up. "But here's what interests me. Is it possible that your father, the head of the clan with Golemov, didn't suspect anything was wrong?" I asked skeptically, raising my right eyebrow. "He was interested in this, but then I said that everything gradually went away on its own. He of course probably didn't believe me, but then I could build a sweet Moscow and persuade him to do anything or make him believe what I needed. Now it won't work, the last one," she said a little quieter and slightly pouting. I then burst out laughing. "Not that's really funny." She looked at me sullenly, but then she laughed with me. Together, having calmed down, we finished gathering brushwood and headed back. On our return she stared at us with a couple of surprised glances. It's not surprising. After all, before that I constantly drove away other things in every possible way. Her insulted, and now I'm going to talk to her. "Naruto, did you really respond to feelings?" And but-chan asked the echidna Kushina. "What do you think? How will you use me as a bull inseminator, and will you start?" And Monaco no, and did not respond. I did not respond to any feelings. Besides, she does not feel anything for me. It's all bookmarks, I said in the calmest voice. As I expected, the shocked looks did not go away. I already wanted to start explaining how she got ahead of me, but under the bookmarks she was still a bitch. But now fortunately everything is different. "Okay, let's go to bed." Human let it slip. Kushina immediately began to put up barriers and spread the rest from the sleeping bag. I, as usual, folded several seals and built a small house. "Mitya, I was already going in there." They turned around. "What are they in? Will you go with us on the street?" Many mosquitoes asked. "Not that." Looked at me. I just shrugged my shoulders like, "Decide for yourself now." And Monaco does not run after me, and I definitely like it. Yes. With her it became easier to communicate or something, but she was a little surprised by such a proposal and agreed. "True." She looked at me, as I understood, asking for permission. I just nodded. I went into the house myself, and but actually the same, but everyone else saw her off with envious glances. Apparently mosquitoes and other evil spirits got on their nerves. Having laid out in sleeping bags, we shook each other good night, fell asleep. But in the morning we got ready and went back to Konoha. Due to the fact that there was no customer with us, we got there pretty quickly. Only 5 hours had passed since the last halt, and we are already in the village in Konoha itself. In addition to the fact that there are quite a lot of snotty kids from other countries here, we need to prepare to leave the village. Yes, Obito should take us, but I don't want to just leave. I want to leave beautifully. I still need to knock out Kushina and seal her mind just in case. Also knock out and capture. In the future we will need Kubi, and if we leave him now, he has the opportunity to master his power. Then he will become a problem. Behind these thoughts, Mita and Past and Jug got to the house. The last two were also quite thoughtful. After checking them, I wanted to kill them, or rather one of them. He feels wild lust, excitement looking at how the world wears such, Kushina feels anger, determination, anticipation, desire to go to Minato. What's wrong with her throwing away these thoughts? I went into the house, where I immediately went upstairs and changed into a white t-shirt and dark blue pants. I went downstairs. There Mitaya and Minma were already in full swing, judging by the sensations in my room. Yes, I am also a censor, though I started studying this path not so long ago. Therefore I cannot be called a first-class censor, rather slightly below average HM. So in my room, and that's where Kushina is. I don't know, most likely went to Minato. She wanted to go to him so much in her, although no, I'm not interested. I can imagine why she went to him. Pervert Nissan will be ready for dinner soon, wait. A bit, said Mita, bold smile on her face. With these two I really understood. What a family is. I think I've been missing this all my life, but everything will be even better when I return the plan. And what, don't put further, continue to think about it. I sat down at the table and began to wait while reading the book the story itself tells about a Whig that lost his parents at birth and seems to be an ordinary orphan, but no, the whole village hates him for some reason unknown to the boy, because the boy's parents were heroes. They were hidden from him so that his enemies would not take revenge on them through him. Only the boy himself was not particularly happy with this, and he gave lunch silence until he finds out the truth about who his parents are, who is behind their death. I don't remember exactly how time went there. He trained and did not speak, and one day his father's student comes to his training and tells him who his father was before becoming the head of the village. He gives him his mask, and the boy, wanting to follow in his father's footsteps, takes the same position. He becomes the most real nightmare for those who break the law, literally and figuratively. He cruelly, and without further ado, dealt with those who broke his law and those who attacked him. No, he practically did not kill, he severely maimed and sent poison. He killed in the most extreme cases. Criminals hate and curse him, and ordinary people love him and bless him at this moment. They put a plate of media with soup, vegetable salad, rice with bacon in front of me. I immediately put the book away and shook hands with the girls. Bon appetit. I started eating. They are cooking. He is simply divine. Their husbands will be lucky, and they will be Uzumaki. I will keep an eye on this, period. I will try. During lunch, we did not even think about calling Minmu. Why? Personally, I do not want him to ruin such a moment, and the girls are tired of him, even on the mission. The jug, I think, will not come soon, so we can sit in a family atmosphere, though the girls had other plans. Naru, and Mita hesitated a little. She began to leave, but I did not let her finish. If you mean that everything is ready, then there are almost a couple of points left that need to be resolved, but these are not such difficult points that you should bother with them, though problems may arise with the jug, but I think against my son, she has no chance. After eating, I wanted to take the dishes from them and wash them myself, but they were against it, and I would have continued to argue, but the rolling pin was too heavy, so I kindly gave in to his sister's head. Not that iron. As soon as they finished, if you went to my room where spent the rest of the day, they are not elderly to leave, stayed to sleep with me, not in vain. A second bed for myself bought the next day, waking up and washing up. The girls went to their rooms to change, dressed in aquamarine kimonos with red spirals, Pokemon pants of black color, as well as sandals with fingerless gloves, leave the room. I saw waiting. Mita was dressed in a burgundy sweater with rolled up sleeves, dark blue shorts, over which she put on a skirt of the same color, sandals of blue color, and dressed in a mesh t-shirt, orange sleeveless t-shirt, tightly fitting to the body, black shorts to the knees, tightly but not tightly fitting to the legs, sandals of black color. I smiled and we went downstairs. Having breakfast, scrambled eggs which Kushina cooked, we went to the training ground. Still, they need to be tightened, so I said when we were already at the training ground, you know what kind of. I asked them about the elements. I don't remember whether I gave them poems or not, but let them be the ones I'll give now. I have futon and raiton, said Aya. Looks like Rai, he got it from Minato, but photon is not clear because Kushina and Minato own it. I have Rai tons, gave her answer. Mita has it. I understood he puts in the bitten off, and Rai, he is the same as white. Minato, so okay, we are lucky that I own these elements. In general it would be possible to start teaching them when we leave, but again you can rely here. It's pretty good. Do you know any techniques of these poems, and what kind of control do you have over them? I continued asking them questions. I need to know what they can do now before starting training. Before that we only did physical exercises well and walked on trees with water. Now when it's time to leave soon, you can start training them in techniques. Otherwise, what kind of Brains, do I care about their training? At first they started running their eyes, but realizing that there was no way out, they bashfully lowered their eyes to the floor. It means they still don't know. Forgive Naru, said Mita, and I just quietly bought it, continuing to look in half eye. Just sighed heavily at this. That's what I should do with them. They are constantly trying to get my praise or approval, especially during training, and if it doesn't work out they become ashamed and she thinks that they are guilty. It seems strange. No, I, without further ado, folded the middle index fingers together on each hand, poked them in the forehead so that they wouldn't worry. You have nothing to worry about. I'm not angry with you. If you don't know, then I'll teach you, I said with a smile on my face. They just beamed as they said even after my appearance they weren't praised very often because Minato was busy with the shepherd Akage. Kushina could be busy at home or on shift, but at least when there was an opportunity their success is noticed. At least some benefit from this. Namikaze. So you are very pleased when I praise them, or do not rush to scold for something. I will say right away, I do not know so many techniques of your elements, but they are honed to perfection, so each of them is extremely dangerous, I said in a serious voice, to which they only nodded, understanding that I mean what is the use of a huge number of techniques if their execution is extremely weak. To begin with, let's start with elemental control. Create 20 clones each, 10 of them go to train control of food, the other 10 go to train control of another element, I said in a commanding tone. They actually did not object, having made her say and explained how to actually train elemental control. When the clones left and we were left alone, I decided to train their usual control of the girls. You have already practiced holding a leaf with the help of chakra, I asked them, to which I received a satisfactory nod from both of them. I even sometimes forget that Mito is 2 years younger. Excellent. Now take the maximum number of leaves that you can hold and climb the tree. It is desirable that you stop on the branch upside down. I gave them the task. They looked at me strangely but carried out my order. The method holds 10 sheets of A8 in the trailer. Not bad, although it is quite difficult for them to stand like this, but this is only the beginning. So now I will launch the return of the throwing weapon. You in turn must dodge jumping from the tree and not losing a single sheet, I said, and somehow maniacally smiled. The girls shuddered from this. That's when I folded the seal of shadow cloning and 10 of my clones appeared nearby. They even became a little scared. The rest of the day we spent in such training. By the end of the day I more or less began to cope with the task. Although having cut quite a lot on them, they were wildly tired but happy since we still improved the control. But when they dispelled the clones they could not stand on their own, so I created one clone which I took in my arms, and I myself also took Mita in my arms. True, I was a little puzzled by the fact that we somehow smiled triumphantly and pressed closer to me, and they looked at my sister contentedly but also relaxed in the arms of the clone and pressed closer to him to get hung up on. I did not, and I did not want to test them with empathy either. They will have to tell themselves when I came home. 3 pairs of surprised eyes stared at me with an inclination, but Minna quickly made a displeased face and looked angrily at me, not paying attention to them. I went to my room where I put the sleeping girls to bed on the bed where they usually sleep. Nissan sleepily said. Mito, what brought out sleepy Aya? They are still cuties. Shaking my head from strange thoughts, I asked her. What is it? Not Chan, asked I, sitting on the edge of the bed. Did not think that I would be able to address someone like this. Of course, lately I got used to them and became attached, but before that mission in the country of waves definitely not let me change. Our things are already here, so no need to go to the rooms, said I. Slowly getting out of bed and trying to plop down again, I got up on the warm and cozy bed without unnecessary questions, and already at the exit of the room I realized that she said stop. And what are your things doing here? Asked in surprise I. After all, I don't remember them bringing their things here. We brought them when you were not home shortly before this mission, just for such cases. Yes, and then sleep more peacefully, answered Mita, getting up after her sister, no longer asking questions and not embarrassing them. I left the room. I thought that I would quickly wait and come back, but no, suddenly wanted to talk to me. Minato, Naruto, why did I come back to you and your clone in my arms? Trying to stay calm in the voice asked Minato, warming up his empathy. I was convinced that he was unhappy with this. I can say one thing, he goes on foot erotic far and for a long time trained. They were very tired, dryly answered I. He did not see the lie in my words. Pulled a smile and nodded, went to his room annoying. So in a few days there will be the first stage of the Chunin exam, therefore it's time to tie up the Kusht, replace her tilt, which will be an eyesore to everyone until we leave this wretched place. In the forest of death it will be necessary to twist the Minu, which will not be difficult, and find Uzumaki and also offer to go with us, and then see my mother. From my thoughts I was distracted by a knock on the door that came from my room. Without thinking twice I went in and found such a picture. Mitya is lying on the bed and nodding off, waiting for me. Activating the barriers, I went up to the sisters and kissing them on the forehead, from which they smiled sweetly. I went to bed myself, almost taking a change of clothes. I removed the barriers, went to the bathroom where I changed my clothes. I think it is not worth embarrassing the girls. Returning back, I repeated the early procedure and settled down on my bed. Good night. Nissan reached me. Good night, girl, I said in a sleepy voice and closed my eyes. Soon it will begin. What I am starting all this for. Soon we will leave this lousy village, and we will leave beautifully soon. I believe you, Kaguya. Let the main performance of the Lord begin. Waking up in the morning, I noticed that the sisters were still sleeping. Smiling at this picture, I got dressed and went downstairs. Judging by the sensations, Minato had already left for work. Kushina was standing there making breakfast. In principle, a good time. Good morning, Naruto, she said, answering her in kind. I came up to her closely from behind and attached the binding seal and chakra suppression, and the latter in the amount of 1/3 of the pieces. And Naruto, what does this all mean? She said in surprise and fear. And what are you afraid of, you fool? Really? Weren't you ready for the fact that we could find out about your conspiracy against us? But I only wanted to answer her when they beat me to it, and Mito beat me to it. That's what Kushina said calmly. Mita's eyes almost fell out of the jug when Mito called her by name for the first time. Her daughter called her like that. Who knows what's going on in her head now, but perhaps nothing good. We know how you wanted to use me, Mfa, Aya said in my other voice. From this statement she turned pale, and now she looks like a relative of Orochimaru. Haha, in her emotions, so, and after all, disbelief, fear, anger and hatred, although the latter is rather directed either on me or the nominee. You will understand well. In any case your fate will be decided, grandfather and grandmother, said Mita, finishing here breakfast, which Kushina did not have time to make, but it is necessary to put enough chakra into the clone so that it does not dissipate long enough so that I can replace it when mentioning my father and my mother. Kushina simply stopped, understanding what was happening. Anticipating your question, yes, they, like part of the Uzumaki clan, are alive, and I will return them, and my sisters will help me with this. Honestly, I was thinking about giving you a chance, but after you voluntarily gave up your children as sows and a bull inseminator. After a short pause I continued, I madly want to kill you, but I can't. To my Nat, unfortunately, I said with a rather sad sigh. The jug just stared at one point with an empty look, taking out of the seal a scroll for sealing. I did everything necessary for the last time before the meeting, .. I said, looking into her stunned eyes, and sealed after I put the scroll in the seal of ours. And looked at Meta. What did she put? Breakfast on the table. And looked at me. Where is Aya? I asked with a slight smile. Without waiting for an answer, I created an improved shadow clone with an artificial chakra focus, made him take the form of a Kushana. You know what to do, I told him. He simply nodded, made a smile like a bitten man, went to change clothes, and will go to the council of the Jainins. He is still sleeping. Go her, wake me up while I go to the bathroom, gave the answer. Mita, smiling at me, went somewhere upstairs. I followed her. Blessings passed. Judging by the chakra he is sleeping, there will be fewer problems from him getting to his room. I entered her, and I am sleeping peacefully, curled up and wrapped in a blanket. This is An insanely cute picture. Involuntarily, I thought how she will react to them in her after all, although the thought is rather stupid. It will be quite easy to explain, but the jug will definitely be in trouble. Oh, wake up, I said, going up to the bed and lightly shaking her shoulder. She mumbled something, wrapped herself even tighter in the blanket. Well, no chan today to get enough sleep. Unfortunately, no chan. Get up, lightly sang in her ear. Sometimes the quirks of an older sister slip through her. Although technically she is younger than me, sometimes she just forgets about it. The effect is immediate. She opened her eyes, sat up and rubbed her eyes with her fist, then turned her gaze to me. And what am I standing with a grin on my face? Panic. Well, why did she wince when she turned around? So daddy doesn't like the rays of the sun on her face. She is a pest. Getting up in the morning here to sleep until lunch. It is she always. Haha, get up, come on, breakfast is ready. Tomorrow the first stage of the exam. Today we'll work out a couple of techniques, so just in case I'll do your training already when we leave, I said, to which she lifted the corners of the guppy, nodded, and in her emotions there is dissatisfaction from the early awakening and satisfaction that soon the real training will begin when we leave the village. Having ruffled her hair, I left the room so as not to embarrass her. Below was already sitting Mita, dressed in a black blouse with orange edging and a swirl on the back, white tight shorts to the knees, and on top of that a dark blue skirt with a cutout on the right thigh. A strange style. Well, okay, it's not for me to talk about it again. She stood up with difficulty. She said with a grin she knows firsthand how hard it is sometimes to lift her up steplay and cozy beds. However, no one blames her. I also do not always have a great desire to wake up early in the morning, although I do it, but sometimes with great effort, and they are exceptions. Yeah, I'm thinking here, I said with a thoughtful look. Meta immediately pricked up her ears and looked at me with interest. I want to leave quite loudly, maybe blow up part of the village or not. I figured out how beautiful you are and will make the task easier in the future, I said clearly. A non-vocal smile made my sister shudder from her. I don't show her often, but if this happens it means I have something in mind, and this is something not as good as it may seem. And what are you up to? She said as if nothing had happened, and she was dressed the same as Mita, only she was not wearing skirts and shorts. Looser, and also the sleeves of her blouse were rolled up and put on fingerless gloves. I am going to cut out the Uchiha clan, I told her. I saw a shocked reaction from my sisters. Maybe she can ask Daida Ruzzle to sing me a big bomb and drop it on Konoha. We'll see. What did you ask without coming out of shock, and how can we not quarrel now on the basis that they will not want extra victims? No, we understand that you will kill, and a lot, but you will be able to cut out the Uchiha clan? Mita asked with disbelief, surprised that they did not throw a tantrum at me about the fact that you can't do this. We may be against you cutting them out, but there must be a reason for this. Yes. And we already said, you are our family, we are with you, we will go to the ends of the earth, but Tony's clan is weak. She said no. She nodded at her words and stared at me. In what way am I convinced that I was not mistaken in them? I was betrayed. Under the bookmarks, they were given for the benefit of the village. Only I remained from their family, and I found a blood family in the person of these two, so I don't think that their words are anything surprising, but all the same, it cannot but bring a smile to my face. I can have someone who will help me with this. I will let everyone know that it was me so that they will be afraid of me in the future. We may have to enter a war in order to return the clan. That I am going to return quietly, but with the clan such a trick won't work, I said. The girls drilled a curious look into my eyes for a couple more seconds, but then calmed down and started having breakfast. Their trust in me quite definitely simplifies many things, at least saves my nerves explaining something to them. They are not stupid, I just don't like to lay everything out at once. They will figure everything out in time. When we have almost finished eating while talking on an unrelated topic, footsteps were heard from above. Has the finally woken up? Naruto Mito Chana-chan, why didn't you wake me up, and where is mom? Started to bombard us with questions. I just shrugged all his questions with my shoulders, collecting from everyone everywhere. Washed it and went to the exit of the house. The girls followed me. I think we will practice a couple of techniques, and if it works out, I will teach one elemental technique if they have time to learn it, of course. Having arrived at the training ground, I gave the order to the girls to do the same machinations with the clones as last time. They did everything without further ado and began to wait for the task personally for them. For the clones, I think today they need to train their physical component. Control, but their body in the future may simply not withstand the chakra and techniques that they will have. Shipka, it will not work to disperse. All the same, the exam is tomorrow, although the first stage is written, so there are a couple of days before the second stage to teach the wind technique. I think I will have time, and I can also show it on lightning with water, and then we will see if we have time to learn it or not. So girls, now we will conduct physical training, and after I will show a simple wind technique for starters. You learn it, I said. They of course immediately wanted to get down to the technique and therefore made dissatisfied faces when the conversation turned to physical training. Smiling, I gave the order for them to do 15 to 20 laps around the training ground, as many as they could from this number: 40 squats, 3 push-ups, 60 on the press in 3 approaches with a break of 10 minutes. I think for a start it will do naturally. Before that, a standard warm-up for muscles before their preparation was a little worse for the time spent here. I raised their physical training a little while the girls did their exercises and sent the clones to train techniques. During this time I also taught them well, but the combat power of some still leaves much to be desired. Also advanced in the use of the element of wood, and now it has become an order of magnitude easier to control. It also made its way into the Hokage's residence and copied the Hiraken from there. The technique at my stage of development will be extremely useful, but even despite my few skills, it is quite difficult to master this technique when moving on. The body, a pressure effect is created due to a sharp change in the environment, yes, and you need to get used to instantly reacting to everything that happens immediately after the move point. After 3 hours, the girls' physical training was finished and the clones have trained their chakra control quite well. They still have enough so training in elemental techniques. I think the wind blades will be quite suitable, so you have worked hard enough. So now I will show you the wind technique and you will start mastering it, I said with a smile on my face. The girls also lit up with happiness. They were all day in anticipation of the new technique Hirashina Rosengan. Also not bad techniques, but this is still not enough. Fortunately the sisters understand this, having shown them the seals. I use this one as an example technique only. Without a seal, a translucent blade flew at high speed into a tree and cut it in two. However, several trees that stood behind it were also cut by the girls. Looked at it with burning eyes, anticipating how from arsenal will be replenished with quite a dangerous technique. In fact, this technique is from rank. I just have it honed to the limit. I already wanted to explain why seals were not needed, as Mito got ahead of me. That is why you did not use any seals at all for the technique. This is incredible, brother said first with a smart look and then with admiration. The youngest of us chuckled contentedly. I ruffled her half hair, from which she blushed a little, confirming her words, and explained how exactly it is necessary to manipulate the caviar of the wind to create a blade. After I dispelled my clones from slightly staggered from the influx of information that rolled over me, the girls stopped training and ran up to me. Nissan, what's wrong with you? Asked excitedly. And whatever you say, but she is certainly caring. I would not say that Mito is not caring, it's just, well, and this is more strongly noticeable. Yes, and she was very strongly hit by the betrayal of Minato and Kushina, so she is very worried about me. Imita is much more than Mita, although she is also very worried about me. Aya, although there was no special reason, yet everything is fine. I just dispelled the clones, I said, and immediately got a slap on the back of the head. Atmata, she looked at me with a rather gloomy look. Why are you creating so many clones, you idiot? He said in a menacing voice. From what did she get the idea that I created too many clones? Although from the outside it probably looked like that, but Meta is frowning quite nicely. I need to calm them down calmly. Girls, I didn't create many Clones, they just worked hard so everything is fine and you should go back to training. Saying this, I folded the index and middle fingers on each hand and hit them on the forehead. They only smiled and went back to training. I need to talk to Obito with him to cut out the entire clan. It will be easier, of course. I don't want to kill children, but if I cut out all the adults and combat-ready students, who knows how will the Kanaka government deal with the children? Perhaps they will make them their puppets. Or their girls will be made into queens from wine, and from the boys they will probably make bulls who inseminate. What worse will they do? So it is better to kill them than for them to suffer from the actions of the government. Having moved away from the girls, I created a barrier from listening, and an illusory one. So just in case, having called the clone to the Ozitsu, I gave the order for him to call Obito to me in a very long time. It will not take the Zeta clones such a feature that they have one consciousness for all, so Obito is most likely already aware of what I want to see him. After a couple of minutes, the space in front of me swirled like a funnel, and a bat in the shape of Akatsuki and an orange spiral mask appeared. What's the matter? Immediately got down to business. Inhabited. I wonder how he will react to my desire to get rid of the Uchiha clan. In theory he should not care, but who knows. I need your help during the second stage of the exam, Nachuan. I want to cut out the Uchiha clan. This statement shocked not only Obito. Clone Dekel, who was listening to our conversation, was also very surprised. They for about a minute just looked at me as if I was reborn from the dead. At that moment I felt that something was wrong in me. I felt somehow strangely sick. I would not say that it brought great discomfort, but it was just unpleasant, and my head began to tingle, not much, but noticeably, and at one moment everything disappeared. That it actually was not Naruto. Are you okay? Asked me Bat. It seems like I could tell that something was wrong. Yes, don't pay attention, so I need your help for this idea. Think about it yourself. The Uchihas will become a big problem if you don't get rid of them right now. You know without me how strong the Mangekyo can be. I don't need any extra trouble, I told him seriously and steeled in my voice. For a minute he thought about my words. I turned on empathy just in case. Now he is in a slight confusion, but after a second it changed to complete confidence. I understand you. As soon as the time comes, contact me. And by the way, he agreed, and after it seemed to remember something, I felt that he was not lying and his determination was not a lie. Also, he wants to ask something. What is this? I raised an eyebrow in a silent question. Why did you allow Deidara to blow up Haydn? He asked me. At first I didn't understand what he was talking about, but I remembered how on the last mission I met Deidara and so sorry, and allowed Haydn to blow up if he wouldn't give up the clay. I couldn't help but laugh, and Bit stood there and didn't understand anything. After laughing I began to explain to him what and how I allowed him to blow up Haydn if he wouldn't give up the clay which he owed to our demolition man, and as I understand it Haydn refused. I asked him, to which he let out a heavy sigh and began to explain. You know, Deidara didn't even ask, he simply broke into the shelter and began to blow up Haydn and everyone who was there too, and only after that he began to demand clay. This madman blew up my room. The dissatisfied Uchiha said. I began to squeeze again. That's what to do with them. It seems like a serious organization, serious people, but sometimes they behave like little children, but some of them, but at least it wasn't boring. When I finished laughing, the dissatisfied Sharingan looked at me, realizing that he was not in spirit. I spoke well here. All claims where Daria. I did not tell him that it is possible to blow it up without asking about clay. Yes, and about the others I did not say anything. I then turned my gaze to the girls, who were already starting to get something. Okay, at this stage we will start acting. My sisters are coming with us. You will find out the details later, I said, becoming serious. Obito only nodded, disappeared into the funnel. The clone disappeared underground. Only I wanted to remove the barrier, as the same soft sign repeated as a few minutes ago, only this time a little stronger and more unpleasant. Besides, there was an itch in the muscles and a slight pain. Why the is happening? As soon as everything passed and turned to Zeus. Zeus, what is happening to me? I asked him. He only thoughtfully looked at me for about a couple of minutes and then spoke. I do not know such symptoms that sometimes come and go. I have not seen anything like this, and okay, if you were sick I would understand what and why, but you are completely healthy. The truth is something strange is happening with your check. I have not seen anything like this in anyone. The same chakra of Ootsusuki that mom passed on somehow. He behaves strangely. I don't understand anything, and it's normal to scan you. I can't bother me. This is all very strange, but I think that everything will pass soon. At least all the chakra in you has begun to normalize, said thoughtfully to the tongue. I really didn't like what was happening to me, but in any case, I will hope that the girls won't notice this and all this crap will pass quickly. Removing the barriers, I went to the girls. They are already making progress. A few days left, only a little. Today is already the first stage of the exam, as the clone of Kushina created by me informed us. The exam will be at 12, so there is still time. Now I'm sitting in the kitchen and sipping tea. Meta repeats some material from the book and I'm preparing us scrambled eggs. Minma in the house? No, he said that he would stay at Sasuke's house. This was even to our advantage, although his absence was more welcomed by the Mitosai. He has been getting on their nerves too much lately, and you can understand them. Minma increasingly behaves as if the girls already belong to him, but when I'm around he tries to control himself, afraid of me. Which is basically right. Now thoughts about my condition are spinning in my head. Yesterday some kind of crap started. Not only my physical condition leaves much to be desired, but also my chakra is behaving strangely with Crocodile also behaving unstable. Even Zitsu, he doesn't know anything about this, and this is strange. This means that this hasn't happened before, although a couple of hours ago I managed to scan my condition during this attack. As the white Zetsu says, Kaguya's chakra is my own. They are mixing and mutating consequences. He doesn't risk predicting this because there are too many options, but it seems like it shouldn't last too long. But one thing is clear, the final attack will be very unsweet. At least it seems that way to me. Sharing my thoughts on this matter, I didn't want to be angry. There would be no point in that. Naru, why did you tear me out of my thoughts? Mita's voice looked up at her and saw that she was also looking at me. Apparently I went too deep into myself and didn't notice how I came. They put a plate of scrambled eggs on me. There's nothing, I was just thinking too hard. Don't pay attention, I said and smiled at this. They just nodded and started eating their portions. I hope these attacks won't interfere with my plans. Maybe I should try to connect my chakra and Kaguya's chakra. I couldn't do it before, but now I might be able to do it. I'll just try. I'll be there by evening. Minato won't be here today, as he reported. Kosini's clone is having a meeting of clan heads today, and then there are negotiations with the Suna ambassador to sell off a minute. Also won't be a problem. He seems like the girls are studying for a few days too. It's not a problem. Will be more precisely, I will try to make sure that they do not see me in this state. I think the sound barrier is quite enough. It is also worth it so that immediately after our departure, Kanaha does not raise a fuss, of course, due to the destruction of the Uchiha clan, so it will be a little out of our league, but everything is ensured. I think I will just use Suna as a distraction to order the viewer to climb into Kozuki's head and attack Konoha. You can also connect him. They hate the leaf very much because of the defeat in the last war. They will not miss the chance to take revenge at all. This attack can be used to reduce the number of Nara and Yamanaka. The first in the event of a war, they will be two unpleasant strategists. The second will be the basis of the alliance's connection if the great villages still unite against me. Again, with this very attack I will delay. Perhaps the alliance is unlikely to want to unite with those who destroyed his village. This blonde is too proud. Yes, this will be a pretty good move. Of course, I understand that I am overly cautious because Obito will transfer us, but still better let it be so. Who knows how it will go. The purge of the Uchi clan. The Obeta can get injured and will not be able to take us. Even with his immateriality, the injury can be received quite easily as soon as I finished my portion as my plate was taken away from me. The thief turned out to be Mita, who, judging by the satisfied face of Aya, lost in rock, paper, scissors, and the dishes of my younger one, and I went to the shower and I went to the room to change clothes. Soon we have an exam, which in fact the three of us do not need by entering the room first. Business, called the clone. What's the matter? Naruto asked me herself. Clone, you must brainwash the Kazekage so that he gathers his army and attacks Konoha during the second stage, I think immediately after the destruction of the Uchiha clan or during it. I also gave a signal, connect the father of Chikage to this attack so that Konoha will have much less chances and much more losses, and give them the order to reduce the number of clans. Nara and I, Monoko, said I, looking at the white creature as you wish. After these words Zetsu went back into the wall. I seem to know how this technique works, but they still look strange and I would even say creepy. Handsome men. Zetsu certainly cannot be called ham during the attack of the stone. If they, of course, do not bring them, you can immediately take two exchange, but this will already have to be discussed with Nagato as soon as I changed my clothes. Aya entered the room in a shirt, in only a shirt on her naked body and a towel on her head. Why are you walking around like this? I actually also in the house, if you forgot, I said, turning my back to her. No, of course I understand family and all that, but if I'm not mistaken they should walk around the house practically naked when I'm at home. Nobody cancelled the embarrassment, or is it supposed to be like that with namecads? And they taught us to do this. And what did they ask in some too innocent voice? And what should I answer to such a killer argument, especially since I know that you won't harm me with them? And as for me, it's stupid to dream of my own brother. Besides, I'm not completely naked, so everything is fine. In the same innocent voice continued, oh, well, if I agree with the first words we will never harm, then here's to the second argument. I have questions. Here's where she got that from, and as for me, it's not that stupid, I said, leaving the room anyway. I was waiting for me to come out. Well, not all is lost. The one who came down became Mito, who had already changed and was sitting at the table in the kitchen continuing to repeat the material. But why did I ask? Sitting down opposite her. You, what? She asked, looking from the book to me. I'm talking about the book. We'll leave the village anyway. What's the point of bothering yourself so much? Well, in order to get to the second stage, you need to first get through the first one in you, and I don't doubt it, but I'm not very good with theory, by and large. I helped me with many topics, but here it's unlikely to work out. Haha, Mita said, guilty, laughing. I see. But theory won't be needed here. By this point she's already down-dressed. There's no point in your knowledge at all. The first stage, although it's written, can be written by yourself, but its meaning is different, I said, cunning. With a grin in response, two pairs of surprised and interested eyes stared at me. Haha, just for this it was worth telling the secret of the first stage. Their faces are pretty funny at the moment. Among the participants there will be fake nins who put on tuning, and the answers to the questions must be discreetly copied from them. This is if, in short and without going into details. Nissan somehow unkindly extended Mita. I don't know why, but it seems to me she doesn't want to thank me at all, or I'm completely paranoid that I couldn't say it earlier, even though I didn't spend too much time, but I still spent it. But I could have spent it in a more useful way, for example, sleeping longer or training. Mita was indignant, and I was watching my sister Snow, and with malice. Maybe Mita shouldn't have changed her shampoo, and she did something else, at least if I understood everything correctly from their screams. This is exactly what happened yesterday evening. In general, they sometimes make fun of each other for fun, and now I apparently perceive this incident as a sword for a fun evening shower. Well, I didn't ask, I said, looking into her eyes. She even stopped radiating indignation, and now, just like a fish, she opened and closed her mouth in an attempt to understand why I started making fun of her. Naruto shouted, Meta jumping up from her seat and slapping her palms on the table. Ha ha ha, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I think it's time for us to go. Yeah, there was A synchronous response from both girls, but there was still a little indignation in her voice, but I think she'll cool off quickly when she leaves the house. We headed to the academy, listening to lamentations about how they'd have to meet Mina again, considering what he wanted to do with them. There was nothing surprising in such an attitude towards him. And on the way we passed a couple of students who grinned at the sight of us, but nothing. In a few days, these will show mercy. And then about their death. If you take into account their reaction when they saw us, you can safely say that they are aware of what the village is planning towards us. So, this pair are far from the last positions in the clan. I doubt that such plans would have been announced even to simple shinobi. Surely someone would have let it slip already on the approach to the academy. We met Min Mumu Sasuke, who were walking and discussing something heatedly. But Sasuke will be in the forest of death, which means he won't see a massacre in his clan. I think he can be stabbed in front of the entire graduating class of his year, although in that case it won't be possible to leave quietly. Although it's not so important, in principle you can still finish off Shikamaru. He's the son of the head of the clan and probably quite brainy, and this is fraught with problems. As soon as we got a little closer, this couple paid attention to us. But Uchiha, looking at Mita, who was now watching the birds in the sky, somehow smiled nastily even though he tried to do it unnoticed. So now this walking corpse knows that you can intimidate the a little. And why are you smiling like that, duck? Emma Sasuke was a little shocked by such a nickname and turned an angry look at me. The girls appreciated the nickname and laughed, which caused even greater anger of the Uchiha. What business is it of yours, degenerate? And how I thought how to bring everything up so that there would be a reason to attack him, and he himself gave it to me, these with the words, just be careful, Uchiha, I can do it so that your life will be worse than. Saying this, I sent small waves at him, which was basically enough for him to start feeling fear. I warn you, if you do something I will kill you. The exam will even give me such an opportunity. Saying this, I scared the wave of Yaki stronger so that he would not took my words as an empty threat or even a joke. Uchiha knew my threat. Understood. That's right. The girls didn't understand why I got mad at him, but apparently having decided that I wouldn't do it for no reason, didn't pay much attention. Minma was blazing with indignation because I threatened to kill his friend. What a shame. Then the conversation died down because my teammates came and we went to the academy itself. Having entered there, we went up to the second floor and I was already about to go further, but Bai and Saisuke stopped near the crowd that was trying to get into the office that under the illusion looked like the one needed. The girls were initially following me, so they didn't fall for this trick, although they didn't understand why did I pass by the right office. Hey idiots, we're actually on the second floor and 312 is on the third. Having said this, I waited for their reaction and only after that continued on my way. Mid about myself, even slapped her forehead. She herself didn't notice when these comrades of one of these fools caught up with us. We approached the right office. There they were already waiting for us. Mentor's clone Kushina naturally portrayed her good-natured smile. Hatake Kakashi did not even tear himself away from his book. They wanted to say something, but I did not listen. Immediately went into the office, followed by Emita, and she was already sitting in the office itself. Quite a lot of people, and these brats are now trying to scare me with their petty thirst for blood. Repeating a little got through, but after our training they are more resistant to this than before, so I easily scared off this crowd of stronger yaks. Yes, so that they forgot to think about looking in my direction. Only on one individual it had the opposite effect. He, on the contrary, turned in my direction. Jinchuriki of the one-tailed, he seems to have mental problems. If I meet him in the forest of death, I will have to capture him there and run away. It is not my thing, so it is better for him if we do not meet. A minute later Maz entered with Sasuke's team. By the way, the thirst for blood worked on them even though they tried to hide it. The girls and I stood aside so that they would not bother us, but these __ came to us and After them the entire MFA graduating class, and I also pulled myself together. By the way, yesterday I talked to the girls about the fact that their friends would most likely die and perhaps even at my hands. I was interested in what they thought about this and they surprised me, albeit reluctantly. But they accepted this fact. Connie said for the sake of the family of the whole clan they are ready for this, and if necessary they will kill them themselves. It was hard to say this, but they chose the side on which they will fight hard. They will have to, but their meeting in the future may not take place here depending on who will survive the future attack. By the way, the girls also know about it, even though they were puffing and puffing about the fact that I use people as it comes to my mind, but we accepted that this is the most effective move in this situation. Oh. Long time no see, said the dog walker. The girl with pink hair, Sakura, it seems, already wanted to answer as a man with a pretty decent scars on his face appeared in the office, everything in place, and backed up his words with a strong yaki. Although he is far, very far from the same Kasami, I am Marina, and today you have the most important stage in your life, the first stage of the exam. Nichunin, said he, slightly raising yaki. So far not impressed, then went on to explain the rules of the exam. I was not at all interested in the main point. I already knew Mityai from this morning. I also know, so all his speech does not matter much. Besides, if you translate his words then copy only unnoticed all. Period. The first stage came to an end. What can I say? Nothing. This stage is the most boring and the easiest of all from the issue Mita, and I also passed the team from the sand. Of course there were many more teams, but they do not pose any threat or interest, so I calmly return home with the girls. They joke this is her. Deeply immersed in my thoughts. Today there were no attacks at all, not even a hint that it might happen soon. It's a bit stressful, although perhaps one hint there is a chakra. It behaves too strangely. I don't like it at all. It seems like I control it, but at the same time it doesn't give a about my control. What is it connected with? How to deal with it? And they imagine. I hope that there won't be any problems in the second stage. The most important thing is that the girls don't find out about these attacks. In that case, crap. They will let me go anywhere alone. They will worry too much in that case. I have already managed to understand. Today was decided to be devoted to rest and packing. Leaving things when you have sealing techniques is pretty stupid. Again, it was so easy to do only because there is no home. Otherwise, would have to turn it off so that it would not interfere. At least some sense would come from this red-eyed one. The evening came out. Period. That's what matters to you. In the evening, the girls prepared a very tasty dinner together, during which we discussed the last details of our departure, and after that we simply told each other stories. And when we were about to go to bed, having previously hung a barrier over the entire house, just in case, Minato, by the way, will not be here today either. He will figure it out at work. So when we were about to go to bed, I had an attack. And this one was stronger, much stronger than all the previous ones put together. It all started with the fact that my chakra began to rage, and then I started to feel dizzy, which is why I was carried away. It was from that moment that the girls noticed my condition. When they were about to rush to me, I vomited blood all over my body. The beginning aches. Muscles hurt insanely and burn. Also there was a feeling that the boys' channels are about to explode. The girls put me on the bed and tried to say something, or more precisely they were shouting something, but I didn't hear. Everything was ringing in my ears. My head was splitting. Convulsions began to turn all my muscles inside out. I could no longer hold on. I was in insane pain. I screamed that insane pain that was only getting stronger now. Even the chakra began to float according to the sensations. My chick kana bones are about to break. Organs are also twisted inside out. Eyes are burning. So much pain. I have never been. Only for a second I returned to myself, a meaningful look, and saw that the girls were shouting something and they were crying. What kind of day is this? I can't do anything about it. I was kicked out by an arc. I announced the most piercing scream because the pain increased sharply and rolled through my whole body. I Lost consciousness, but even here everything hurts, so what should I do? I don't know in what state the girls are crying there and I'm here unconscious, I'm lying down. As soon as I finished thinking this thought, a bright light flashed before my eyes. I began to feel my body only in a strange way when I opened my eyes and was stunned. I was already here many years ago. It's you, Naruto-kun. Heard such a familiar voice. I turned around sharply and saw the one I wanted to see for many years. Kaguya. It's you, Naruto-kun. Heard such a familiar voice. I turned around sharply and saw the one I wanted to see for many years. Kaguya. For all the time that there was no, she hasn't changed at all. What a beauty she was and remains. She looks at me with no small surprise and hope in her eyes, although the latter quickly changed to something else no longer. Seeing with the thought of keeping silent, I finally allowed myself to smile just like then with all 32 teeth. How glad I am to see you again, as if I said, and these words came out either with tenderness or with relief from the meeting only. Here Kaguya blushed for some reason. What is wrong with her? However, I decided to do what had long ago approached as still red. Girls, I hugged her. By the way, now I am already a little taller than her. What jerked from surprise a second later also hugged me. I don't know how for her, but for me these hugs are like a breath of fresh air. I missed her so much, even though I was able to get along with my sisters and even love them, but it was the girl I am hugging now who became the first one I loved. I missed her so much. Yes, we would have seen in a few years, but it is a very long time, although I did not even imagine that I would meet her so early, and I am glad that so it happened. Let me and thought that if she does not love me in the future, I will be able, even with heaviness, but to let her go. But now seeing her again and hugging, I realize that I cannot do this. She will forever remain the one who conquered me. No one can replace her for me. I missed her. Her voice sounded muffled with a slight tremor. After these words, I thought that she would break my ribs, so much she squeezed me in her arms. In response, I squeezed mine, of course not overdoing it, even though she is a goddess, but she remains a girl. You never know, I will have enough strength to cause pain, and I do not want to do this standing like this for a little longer. We surrounded ourselves from each other without saying another word. She took me by the hand and led me under the very tree under which we first met. In this place also nothing has changed. How did she sit here for so many years already? Directly under the tree itself, as if it settled and laid me down so that my head was on her lap as then. Now I feel truly happy, as if an impossible dream has finally come true. What a beginning to sort out my hair. They are already the belt's reach. Further, I won't let them grow. I'm happy with everything the way she does. It makes me get goosebumps. I'll allow myself to close my eyes and enjoy the moment. I smiled so relaxed like never before. I want to tell her so much, but I just can't interrupt such pleasure. But it seems like I've finally decided to start a conversation. You know, I want to ask you so much, I want to hear so much, but I can't find the right words. I'm too glad to see you, she said, smiling and played on her face. As I understand her, before it was easier to start a conversation, but then I didn't feel for her what I feel now. It would seem, where could such a strong feeling come from if we saw each other only once? But I don't know, she means a lot to me. That meeting means a lot to me. I don't care if I'm too much, I'll sign and imagining something for myself, but she's the only one who accepted me then, and I don't need anyone else either. I'll be with her or I won't be with anyone at all. Sisters will build their families, I'm sure of it, but I can do this only with Kaga. Maybe childhood affection or something else, but I've already decided everything. I understand, but I don't want to waste time. I'm unlikely to be here for long, so I don't want to miss a second, I said, and looked straight into her eyes. For some reason she looked away and her cheeks turned slightly red. She may not have gotten sick. I agree. So tell me how you live, what are you doing, and is everything okay with you? She asked. I decided to change something and stood up abruptly, from which she seemed taken aback, but Before she could say a word, I pulled them to myself and put her in the same position in which I lay a couple of seconds ago. She only had time. The dog apparently relaxed a lot, although I, however, also looked at me. She only Mila smiled and closed her eyes, settled down more comfortably, sorting through her hair of simply exorbitant length. I am telling my story well. It's worth starting with the fact that after I left you that time, I found myself not far from some village. When I got there, I was going to buy a map, but I had no money, so I walked around the village and thought about how to earn money, and met a girl as soon as the last words of whom I tensed up and somehow strangely looked at me. Why do I have such a feeling that she demands an explanation from me? The deck that began to come from her about this is a good hint. Don't worry, for me she is nothing more than a comrade who is in the same organization as me. Nothing between us. No, I don't know why I said the last thing, but the main thing is that you had an effect on her. The rest is unimportant. Maybe I have a chance for mutual feelings. At least this is her reaction. Gives me hope. Only if she reacted like that to Conan, how will she react to Midta and hide it? I'm not going to anyway, so I hope she won't get too angry. Ahem, so this girl's name is Conan. She immediately recognized me as Uzumaki because her best friend is also Uzumaki. She offered me to go with her to the organization and I agreed. Initially, I thought that I would be there for a while until I became stronger and started trying to free you, but I was lucky Zeus was in this organization. He was the one who secretly directed the entire organization to assemble the exchange and activate the Eye of the Moon. That's what he called the plan for your release. A lot has happened in all the years that I've been in the organization. Now all the preparations are complete and the capture of the tailed ones will begin in the next month, I said, and fell silent for a moment so that she could digest everything I said. It didn't take much time, as if realizing that I hadn't abandoned the idea of saving her. At first she smiled happily and then pounced on me with hugs. It was quite unexpected, so I didn't answer right away, but after a couple of seconds I hugged her back. Her shoulders began to tremble. Thank you, she said in a quiet voice. Stop, did she really think that I would leave her? If that's the case, then I got angry at her for the first time, but I seriously promised her then to free her, although my anger passed as quickly as it came. Because in her place I could have thought the same thing, and I can't be offended by her for long. So, pressing the matrix closer to me, I kissed the top of her head and began lightly stroke her shoulder like a goddess that the whole world was afraid of. But she is such a cutie. She calmed down only after 10 minutes, but did not want to let me go more comfortably. Settling down, I continued my story. I told about everything, about my training, about the members of Akatsuki, about how I carried out missions under the leadership of Ki Sami, how he taught me the basics of shinobi on these missions, told about everything he could remember. And so I got to my current mission. Wait on hand, that is, you returned to Konoha? She asked me, looking straight into the eyes. I do not know if I read her look correctly, but it may have seemed to me, but there flashed panic. It seems that Hugo has the same eyes, but for some reason they seem special. I don't know how to explain. Well, I understand the misunderstanding in her emotions for this. Even empathy is not stop empathy. I can find out how she feels for me, but is it worth it? Will it be fair to her? Although she did not forbid me to look at her emotions, so don't worry, this is just a task. In a few days I'm going to leave her. Besides, the reason why I even went there is Zeus. I told him as is. Zetsu, she asked, not understanding what it has to do with it. Maybe he seems to have no relation to Konoha, but he is the reason for my return. Strange, however, it looks well. He said that in Konoha were born the reincarnation of Shura and Indra, children of Haga. Roma said, I honestly don't know how she feels about Ashura Indra, but when Haga Roma was mentioned, her eyebrows frowned. Although it's hard to call it eyebrows, but it suits her. You shouldn't worry about these two. I don't feel anything. They are children of Haga Roma, forced to fight their children with each other, spilling blood. Just like that. She said it like she cut it off. How did she even understand that? This question interested me. I think it's because it's Kaguya. I can't think of another answer. I'm glad in general Zetsu said that they could become a huge problem on the way to your liberation, so he suggested that I infiltrate Konoha and find out if it was possible to pull them over to my side. Shura's reincarnation is my younger sister Mita. By the way, about my family, Minato and Kushina were under bookmarks. They were set to hate me because everyone thought that I was a Jinchuriki. In the end, I was able to improve relations with Mitaya, but Minato and Kushina turned out to be named Nai without any bookmarks. They planned to use Meta Aya as sows, and I was the last one to be inseminated like a bull. I said with a girl, but Kaguya still didn't like my words. I had to explain myself in an instant. After a couple of minutes of explanation, he understood everything and doesn't seem to be expressing anything against his sisters. By the way, you didn't say anything. Tell me about Mitoya, I asked, looking straight into her eyes, to which she raised her eyebrows and tilted her head to the side, as if asking what you were talking about. She is still very sweet and beautiful. It's just that you reacted to the tilt. That's what I thought, smiling stupidly and scratching the back of my head. I said, I'm still an idiot. Why would I even think that she would care about this? Well, I definitely shouldn't worry about them, said Kaguya with a blush on her cheeks and looking away. In what way shouldn't you worry anyway? Since she doesn't worry, then that's even good. Everything seems to be just wonderful, but all the time there is a certain awkwardness between us. This has never happened before. I haven't had such strong feelings for her before. It seems I'm still an idiot. We've been sitting together for 3 hours and I still haven't tested her with empathy. I'm definitely an idiot. I only wanted to do it when I felt something I didn't want to feel for a long time. I'm leaving here again. Your mother, noticing this, Kaguya panicked for a second but quickly pulled herself together. Listen, Naruto, the reason why you got here, I don't know it, but the reason why you felt those attacks, this is my gift to you. Our chakra intertwined, making you much stronger. Your volume will grow a lot. Also, the power of your techniques will be much higher. This will also affect your health, but also your appearance. I'm sorry, but your hair can become the same as mine, but that's not all. Your new chakra will resemble your father's chakra, and your regeneration will be at the level of Jinchuriki, if not higher. But even so, don't you dare do something recklessly. I'm not going to stop. Ahem, I don't want something to happen to you. Happen, she said, stumbling at the end and blushing a little. There is also another gift that was unplanned due to the fact that my powers here are very limited. I learned to disassemble techniques and daughter itching Suna components recently. I was able to roughly cut out the technique from Renee Gon, but due to the fact that I am doing this is the first time she came out incomplete, namely those J. Kara. Due to the fact that she is not complete, you will be able to open passages to any part of the world. For combat she will not work, but for movement outside of combat she is ideal. Quickly but clearly, said Kaguya. After the last words she folded the seal of concentration with one hand and with the other touched my left eye. He pricked for a second and calmed down. She smiled sweetly at me and it seems she wanted to do something. While there is time, I checked her. She loves me too. How glad I am, but now he madly does not want to let me go. Having decided the feeling is mutual. Having stepped towards her tightly, I put one hand on her cheek and with the other hand pressed her to myself and kissed, putting into this kiss everything that only the magician. I do not know how did I get experience, because I don't have any, but judging by how this beauty looked after the kiss, she liked it. I love you, Kaguya. Of course I understand that. Maybe I'm in a hurry, but I can't help myself. After my words, her eyes widened even more. She wanted to say something, but I had already disappeared. Well, no one tailed. I'll grab it myself. I'm unlikely that I can wait long, knowing that she didn't have time to tell me something at such a moment. There is no need to rush too much. No further than Nigan and somewhere else. I don't know how long I lay like that, but my body gave off a slight pain. Turning my head to the side, I saw the girls now sitting next to me and crying. Yes, I scared the girls terribly. I need to calm them down somehow. I don't like all this. Hey girls, I'm alive. I tried to joke, but they suddenly raised their Tear-stained eyes to me and rushed to hug me while starting to cry even harder. They also tried to say something. But because of the tears I didn't understand at all what exactly they were saying. Instead of words I just hugged them and began to whisper soothing words to him. In this position we sat for about an hour and a half, still how long I lay there, fortunately. Before the second stage there is a whole day of preparation, so it's a mistake. I wasn't worried the attack would take place during the second stage, so I didn't have any plans for this preparatory day. So my sister, how long I lay unconscious, I asked them about this, and we will think, is it possible to sleep some more, or is there no time for this, although the sisters, in any case, need to go to bed now. I'm sure that they haven't left me all this time and didn't know what to do. Answer my question, decided Mita. Still continued to sob. Not into the shoulder. You lay for 3 hours. During this time your chakra was raging strongly. The same, your appearance changed. Your hair turned white, one eye remained blue, the second became purple, and in general was that at the last moment she broke into a scream. Tears gushed with renewed vigor and she pressed herself against me again. Everything is not as sad as I thought. Not much time had passed, which means they will still have time to rest, but I just can't answer their question simply because I didn't even understand why I ended up with her. The truth is I'm only glad about it, but that's not the point. Answer: that time is still necessary. This it was something like a gift to Kaguya, only it worked a little differently than she planned, but I was able to meet her again, and the changes are connected with the change in my chakra. The only difference is with the left eye. This is an unplanned gift from Kaguya which will help me a lot in moving now. There is nothing to worry about, I said, and kissed them both on the top of the head. I had to. Another minute 10. Who started having hysterics again. I can't even imagine what they felt while I was lying here. It seems like I'm to blame, but at the same time no strange sensations. Okay girls, go to bed. I'll sleep too. The main thing is don't be afraid, everything will be fine with me, I promise, I said, smiling stupidly. Now my chakra hasn't settled down yet, so I need a little time for it to return to normal, and I can control it normally and feel it, but even what I feel now quite directly says that the chakra has become stronger. This pleases the girls. Agree. They googled and looked at each other, nodded to each other. The next second they settled down more comfortably on my sides and grabbed me tightly. Now I clearly feel how they are both shaking. Empathy says that they are very afraid and worried. Apparently they are afraid and worried about me, but that doesn't explain why did they settle down as if I was their teddy bear for hugs. For tonight girls, we won't be able to fall asleep any other way. Not today. You scared us a lot, idiot. Today let me sleep with you, said Mito. Apparently I underestimated how much they were afraid and worried, although in their place I think I would have felt you in the same way. I think nothing bad will happen from one such night. Smiling at them I wished them good night, to which I received the same wish, and already with much greater motivation to free my beloved. I fell asleep. Tomorrow I will have to meet with Obito and say that his help in escaping is no longer required, although there is no better for now. I won't show off this technique to the Konoha mongrels, they'll find out anyway. I woke up somewhere around 12 o'clock. To be honest, I thought that in the morning my head would hurt, as would my whole body, but no, I felt just great. It's amazing that I slept at all. When I looked at Mito I realized that they were still sleeping. Don't wake them up. I replaced myself with a pillow from their bed and went downstairs. There was no one in the house. Minato, most likely, you are at the residence. Minmakron knows where. Oh well, now I need to think over everything that happened last night, the meeting with Kaga, the changes in my chakra, my left eye, the sisters' hysteria. There are somehow too many events for one night. I made myself a coffee with milk. I sat down, caught her, and decided to start from the very beginning. The meeting with Kaga was really like a breath of fresh air for me. I missed her too much. I'm also glad that she reacted quite well to all my actions, and she has nothing against my sisters. That's it. The main thing is true. After this meeting I had a desire to go right now and start collecting Jinchuriki, but it will be too reckless and stupid. I Will simply fail. Everything needs to be done gradually. Further chakra it has become 5 times more, considering that before I had just darkness. Now I have more of it than Minato, Kushin, Kakashi and the most Obita Apakata taken together, although of all these people only Nagata, Kushin and Obito have a lot of chakra. Minato's Kakashi together, the sum of the chakra together would hardly amount to half of Nagata Sabita. Also everything is clear in him. There are Hashirama cells, plus he himself has enough chakra for an Uchiha. Because of this he is an order of magnitude stronger than all the Uchihas living now. Also the density of my chakra has become simply incredible, and it feels like it has changed on some deeper level. It is perfectly felt that now the chakra has become stronger in all possible parameters. Here it is worth going to the training ground and checking everything in action. It is also worth checking my left eye, which I said that my left eye. This is a temporary spatial technique that allows you to move to any point in this world, but you also need a lot of chakra, though with my reserves this is not a problem at all. It is also worth checking in the future. It will be very useful to me regarding the girls' hysteria. I don't even want to think about it. I made them worry and worry about me. The main thing is that they don't get too hung up on it. I don't want them to worry about every step I usually take. Although it is nice, it will cause a lot of trouble for both me and them. I think I'll have to talk to them. This account. Good morning, Nissan, said Mita, and tried to say something from the same opera, but because of the marshmallow nothing came out. It looked really cute, although their eyes are still red from tears. Kind, sit down, I'll make breakfast myself. They already wanted to object but didn't have time. And don't argue, you suffered so much at night because of me. Consider this my apology, I said, and hit them both on the forehead with my fingers. Allah Itachi. They made unhappy faces but still sat down. I decided to make cottage cheese shops. They really like them, so during cooking where they all joined girls, I told them that today I would train, or rather test, my new abilities. They presented me with the fact that they were coming with me and looked at me as if it was not discussed. However, I didn't even think to object. A secret to make from this for them. I didn't plan on making pancakes. We spent another hour. After we ate deliciously, we walked to the farthest training ground where no one will be with us interfere with each step. I became more and more interested in how much the power of my techniques has changed. Has it changed at all? Although in theory it should, considering all the changes. With the checker arriving at the training ground, I told the girls to move away just in case. As soon as I wanted to start experimenting, I suddenly had the idea to conduct a regular training session to develop physical qualities. Telling the sisters about this, we began to do exercises in the amount that was usual for each of us. Finished only after an hour and a half, and now they have moved away to a sufficient distance from where everything will be perfectly visible, but it should not catch. But just in case, this distance was behind me, a little to the side for better viewing. Having collected my thoughts, I quickly folded a couple of seals, used a fireball. The change was very clearly visible. Firstly, the temperature, it increased very much. Even the girls could feel how strong the heat was coming from the technique. The stones that were nearby became very hot, yes, so much so that there was a feeling that they were about to start melting. Before, such an effect from my fire techniques was not more precisely so obvious and strong. Secondly, the destructive power itself also increased several times than before from such a technique with such a quantity chakra, and it was impossible to expect. Yes, the amount of chakra that I put into the technique is simply insignificant. Before, with such amount of chakra, I could create a fireball slightly below average in all parameters. Here is simply unthinkable power for such amount. It more than satisfied me, but I suddenly felt something very strange and very interesting. The amount of chakra that I spent suddenly restored, as if I had not used charku at all. Yes, and it looked as if I had absorbed natural energy. Having decided to check it out, I folded several seals and blew out a huge wave of water, which turned into 2 water dragons, which were suddenly covered with lightning. This technique completely swept away several huge stone forests consisting of 15 to 30 trees and went into the lake which was behind it, also forcing it bush. Colossal power. I did not expect this from a new technique, and in combination with the element of lightning chakra for this technique, due to the fact that I am using it roughly for the second time, quite a lot was spent, although not too noticeably with my reserve, but the main thing is that my chakra heart began to seethe and absorb chakra from nature, processing it into my chakra and rather quickly filling the missing amount of chakra. This is simply incredible. Means ootsusuki chakra is capable of this, but does this mean that I can no longer use the hermit mode and natural energy? This is really interesting. So I sat down in a pose lotus and tried to feel the senchak ryu and collect it. What? To feel it, I did it even easier than before, and the most interesting thing is I was able to collect it, and it did not transform into the usual chakra for me this time. There was no feeling as if the hearth began to boil, and everything was as it should be when collecting natural chakra. Having decided to try, I again used the same technique of the elements of water and lightning. This time it took almost the same amount of chakra, maybe a little less. Having decided to try to speed up this process, I try to help my hearth collect senchakra. It seems that everything worked out just fine for me, but the speed of replenishment of my chakra did not increase. The speed of absorption of natural chakra increased, but the part that I collect myself remains natural energy as it should be. This is quite interesting. Perhaps I will be able to learn to collect it while moving. All this will need to be checked when he goes from this village. Having turned his gaze to the girls, I saw that they were in shock that of my techniques. It is not surprising that their destructive power is really great. Now I am incredibly strong, not enough to challenge the whole world. That I do not like it is simply incredible, brother. Admiration affected. Mita also agree, nodded, but her eyes simply gave her away with all the guts. Thank you. I think now we can check my technique of movement. Now we will try to move to our room, I said with a smile on my face, putting chakra into my left eye, thinking about our room. The technique was activated. Foreknowledge began to form dark purple funnel along the edges of which small pink lightnings ran, and silently the passage was exactly the size I wanted, and also everything that was on the other side was visible. Girls, yes, and I was also fascinated by this. By the way, the passage formed quite quickly. Deciding not to pull wee Smith, I went inside and the passage closed. Such a feeling as if I just went through the door. Like, why do I need this technique when there is a Herat ion? But Mitya puts it everywhere. A little inconvenient, yes, and it will not work to move to where there are no marks, and with this technique I can be wherever I want almost instantly. This is just great. Well, the technique is just cool, although I thought that when moving the sensations would be a little different, said Mita at her words, and Ollie was shocked. My new abilities are incredibly cool, but I forgot to check I can that he, although in the forest of death they managed to check it. By the way, as far as I know, to Father Key could change his appearance through him. Her tone, this is the least studied element, so something like this could well be expected. Of course this is not a stupid thing. You cannot just take and change the parameters of your face or physique, but change the color, skin, hair, eyes, even voice. Quite real. This is exactly what I want to test. After all, I am practically half of Ootsusuki. Although this is too rude an expression, I can say I am a half-blood of Ootsusuki and Uzumaki, and this is artificial half-blood. Concentrating on my feelings, I closed my eyes and imagined how I changed my hair to red after a couple of minutes, during which the girls started looking at me strangely. I felt the Kove chakra passed through my hair. Nissan, your hair, the sisters screamed at the same time. Amazing synchronicity. Opening my eyes, I went to the closet and opened its door, where there was a mirror on the inside of this very door. My hair really returned to that same scarlet shade that it had before. Awakening Kaguya's gift. Now the dilemma, I like it with white and red. But in any case, as long as I walk around with scarlet hair, so that there are no questions when I leave the village, then it is quite possible to change it back to white, but this is later. Now I need to do something until the evening. It is now about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so I think there is no point in sitting at home training until the evening. We will waste our energy in vain, and tomorrow we will have its quite Difficult especially for girls. I'll recover much faster everything's. Fine, I just changed their color so there wouldn't be any unnecessary questions I think. We can rest at home until tomorrow, I said. I closed the closet door. The girls said that in that case they'll go to the shower, and they asked me to go to the store for some goodies. Apparently they came up with something, and for this they need some goodies. But what kind of? Asking them this question, they said to take some sweets, baked goods, said that we will watch movies until the evening, don't argue. I went to leave the house. Fortunately, I have more than enough scrolls of ceiling and money, so I am not limited in anything. Leaving the house, I went to the store on the roofs. I think 2 scrolls will be enough, one for sweets, the other for baked goods. For all the purchases it took me about an hour. There were quite a lot of lines, and the choice there was also surprisingly large. Returning home, I found the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and I, who seemed to have just come out of the shower. They were in the living room getting everything ready. They curtained all the windows, put a table and a sofa more comfortably. Mita was dressed in red shorts just below the hips and a white t-shirt with a red Uzumaki clan sign on the back. By the way, the t-shirt is mine, and it is a bit big, I would even say too big, and I was also dressed in the same shorts, only a little longer, in black, and also black sleeveless t-shirt with the golden Uzumaki clan sign on the back. Again, this t-shirt was mine in principle. I don't mind if they like it. They are comfortable, then let them wear it. I came back, I said. Mita, she looked at me and smiled, and I just now went to the kitchen for something, shouting, "Oh, I suppose they have already chosen a movie. I hope it's not some detective. I can't stand them. They are too boring, uninteresting." You bought everything? Asked Mita when I went into the living room itself. They shouldn't go to the shower, change into something homely only, I wanted to answer her, which returned to the kitchen with 3 cups of tea. Although I am not a big fan of tea, but it makes it very tasty, so it would be wise to keep quiet. Maybe you will be offended. Yes, I see you liked my outerwear, I said with a grin. You opened 2 scrolls in which everything you bought was sealed. A scroll with sweets signed per. Sweets and pastries signed per. Pastries. Both scrolls fit on the table when all the contents are taken out of them. Yes, it is very convenient. Listen, she said. I just didn't let her finish. You could say I have the honor of watching 2 pairs of surprised blue and blue-violet eyes stare at me. By the way, Mita's are quite interesting. I don't remember anyone else who else had blue eyes like you. Again she started, and again I didn't let her finish. Guessing what she wanted to ask me wasn't hard. No thoughts. I can't read. It was just too easy to guess what you wanted to ask me. I don't mind if you kept these t-shirts for yourself after your words. I smiled good-naturedly at them. They said, beamed with a cry of hooray, rushed to hug me. Hugging them back, I went upstairs, where I took a change of clothes and went to the shower. I didn't spend much time there, only 30 minutes. After putting on a loose gray t-shirt and black shorts with red trim, went downstairs where Mitya laid everything out, and were now arguing about what movie are we going to watch. Mike reported for an action movie, but I wanted to put on a horror movie. In the end, I hit each of us on the head with the edge of my palm and put on an action movie comedy, and after that a horror movie will start. That's exactly how I responded to AI's indignation. After that she seemed to calm down. The girls decided to seat me in the middle. They themselves sat down on my sides, Meta on the right and on the left. Only after that we started watching movies, which lasted until the evening period. The next morning I surprisingly woke up the last one. Now it's about 5:30 in the morning. Our exam is scheduled for 7 a.m., which means I have time getting out of bed. I went to the bathroom where I got myself in order and returned there. I changed into a mesh t-shirt and on top no gray t-shirt, a la Itachi on his legs, put on loose black pants tied with bandages just below the knees, and standard shoes. Obi going down. I found Mito, namely, who to my surprise was here today. His thoughts are now focused on the exam. It seems he is very worried. In front of him the girls, on the contrary, are worried about whether our escape from the village will go normally, also worried about something of their own. Real much attention "Good morning, brother," said Mita, warmly smiling at me. I answered her in kind. Minma simply nodded, and I also greeted me kind. "How are you?" Ready. The question was rather addressed to the girls but sounded as if I am saying this to me too. The stage will go for 5 whole days, during which I must capture the Jinchuriki of the first tale, destroy the Uchiha clan, wait for the attack on the village. Oh, and a busy week it will be for Kanahi. I would even say that I am envious, but considering what it will be filled with, perhaps there is nothing to envy here. "We are ready, but are you ready?" Minma said mockingly. Either he wants to cheer himself up like that or just decided to mock, like I don't know. "They want to do more to us," I answered quite coldly. "Then we just ate and went to the training ground. 44 deaths, all the girls' things and mine including. I packed the scrolls and sealed them in my seals on my body. There weren't that many things, but the girls had accumulated quite a lot of them over the whole time. Of course not everything they needed, but they still decided to take them. I don't even have the slightest idea why they needed them. On the way we met the dog handler's team beetle breeder. Hyugi started pointing with her fingers and saying, "Min Ma Gong, well, she's in love with this scum, I see. Apparently she knows since he looks at her like that. If we meet them in the forest I'll beat her. I wonder how he'll react to Maka's. Will he release his chakra fox mitt? I already know that in the forest I'll kill whoever I want, so there won't be any problems with them. Give the dog lover most likely not equal." Breathing in her direction. Having reached the training ground we met everyone else who had passed the first stage, but there were still 10 minutes left before the start, so the Konoha teams gathered together, and just in death there was nothing to talk about after these 10 minutes. The examiner of this stage of the Onkamata Rasha appeared. Judging by her appearance, putting her to bed is an extremely simple task. From the court the question arises how she became a jounin so snotty. Brats yanked my Tasha, your examiner for this stage. Further, I didn't listen to her. I tried to find the one-tailed one with my eyes. To find him I don't. It worked out, but after scanning the area I found him. He was standing at some distance from us, and because of the crowd I didn't find him with my eyes the rest of the time. While she was telling something I was thinking about how everything would go well. The girls weren't hurt, although the probability of this is low, but she is there. The most important thing this woman said is that they will give us a scroll and we have to find a scroll opposite to ours. Also murders are allowed, which undoubtedly makes my task easier, having signed forms that no one will have any claims against Konoha. If we die. I went for the scroll at first. He was rushing past, but I stopped him and went for it myself as soon as I picked it up and returned to the team as Namecads attacked me for taking the scroll on my argument that no one would get it in my seal. And if he had a better place where you can hide the scroll and I will give it to him. He didn't find what to say. Each team was introduced to a chunin who took us to the gate where we would start. Only after 10 minutes a sign was given to start and the gates opened. We didn't hesitate and went deeper into this forest. The last stage, my mission in this village, has begun, which can't help but make me happy. It was worth the gates happening as we immediately set off on our way. This is practically the end of our stay in this wretched place. Soon her sisters will leave it, which can't help but make me happy. So in the near future no action should be taken at all. We have 5 days for everything, which means during this time I have to grab me, find Uzumaki Karen and talk to her, capture the one-tailed, cut out the Uchiha clan and give the command to begin the attack on Konoha. These 5 days will be incredibly eventful, but the profit will be incredible. The battered and even destroyed Leaf Village, the destroyed Uchiha clan, the capture of the first-tailed beast, and finally leaving this finished village. I suggest we go straight to the tower, and there on the way we will obviously run into someone, said Minma. To argue there was no point, because at the end of the day I will capture him. The sisters also nodded to him and we moved straight to the tower. After a couple of hours we did not meet anyone except wild animals. After another 2 hours we came across the first team, though it was a team from Kanaki. It seems Team 10, and also to him smiled like the sisters, but their smile was strained. They had already decided that they would completely support me. Yes, and They came to the conclusion that all friends also know about what the village decided to do with them, the behavior of a pacifier. Completely confirms this, so they decided that their friendship was only a pretense. Is it true or not, I don't know. But let him think it will be easier for them. By the way, it is just possible to put this team under the knife anyway. He was going to interrupt their entire release if of course they get caught. I'll just check the reaction to Hinata's death. Also her name is O. Heineken Kiba Shana shouted. Tires nodded. Hugo squeaked embarrassedly. O. Emin Maku, I just rolled my eyes at this and the music just grinned and started talking about something with Namikaze. Apparently he decided that he, the captain of our team, is naive, __. We're standing next to me. Hinata was quietly looking at the menu and Barami seemed to be on his own wave. Did not react to anything. I hope they decide to go together so without suspicion you can find out who has the scroll and kill him. Although from what am I even trying to encrypt, it seems I've gotten too used to acting in such a way during the entire mission that I could not be suspected of anything and accused Naruto Mita, and we are going together with Team 10. We decided to unite again, shouted past how loud he is. This is just awfully good. Who of you has the scroll? I asked. I wanted to do it so that it would not look suspicious, then spat on conspiracy in the end. I did it so that there are no claims against me. Genius, I have, quietly said the heiress Hyuga, chuckling. I suggested transferring it to me in the seal so that no one could steal it for sure. Kiba was indignant at first, but the Barami supported this idea and the music had to agree. I came closer to Peñate, who had already taken the scroll out from under her jacket, apparently put it in her inside pocket. I reached out for the scroll, but suddenly lightning flashed in my hand. Chadari. The technique worked even without seals, which had happened every other time before control. The technique also increased sharply regarding the penetrating power. I won't say because Hinata's chest is not the strongest that could be found, but she tore it extremely easily. Hugo coughed up blood and dropped the scroll and fell dead. Min Masks Baisher looked at this attention to the fact that their friend was just alive and already dead. Forgive Min Man, but I am against uniting with them, I said with a grin. But before any of us could react, as blood began to cough up already with drills, this made even me surprised for a second, but then I grinned happily. It was I who pierced the kunai and hit it, as I said, right in the heart area. I never expected that it would act here. I naturally didn't want to force the girls to kill right in the forest, but apparently they have their own plans for this. At least Aya, maybe Emita, will also decide to finish someone off. Of course, the fact that they are already shedding blood at such an early age, I don't like it, but there is no other choice. The clan cannot be returned, otherwise there is no other way to return our real family. You are, what kind of creatures are you doing? Shouted past and began to cover himself in red. Chekra Che Kroiku by. He did not have time to rush at me as I flew up to him and stuck the seal of chakra suppression. He immediately sank to the ground, losing consciousness because he wanted to rush at me, but he had to dodge the air blade that cut his puppy and mosquito. He shouted, appearing behind him. I kicked him, sending him flying and breaking a couple of bones. His physical strength also increased. It's just incredible. I will definitely have to try Makutan, but Nezuka is not the one, and for whom I will have to use the techniques of this genome. Here is the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed. Yes, that's another matter, but here he is. No. Kibo tried to get up, but he was deeply wounded by the air blade. Lowered. Mita. Kiba screamed in pain. My little sister did not lose her head and threw a Napravka Nalchik Roy at his head. He did not have time to dodge and died almost instantly, whining. I looked at my younger one's wise hands were shaking and tears were flowing. Mita began to breathe more often. Her eyes also began to water. Yes, it was stupid to expect a different reaction from them. They are not me. Maybe it's even good. Going up to took her by the hand and led her to Mita, then hugged them both as tightly as I could so as not to hurt them. They also pressed themselves against me and divorced. This is for them the first murder. They need to calm down and cry. Be brother. We tried to talk Mita out, but couldn't because of the tears that only got stronger, and she was already starting to shake. A lot quieter, girls, quieter. Everything is fine. I understand this is your first murder, but you shouldn't blame yourself, I said. They don't seem to calm down, but the growing hysteria stopped. Now it's just hysteria, Enu. They are not to blame, we pee. I just said it already. Apparently everyone's thoughts just flew out of my head. I need to calm them down and move on. Of course, everything didn't happen the way I planned, but nothing critical happened. They could have been those who would use you. If Minato's plan had succeeded, understand. You killed and will kill for a reason. You wanted to get your real family back. You wanted to get your clan back. This is a completely justifiable reason for killing. In addition, above this part of our life, but you can always rely on your older brother. I will always help you and support you. You are part of my family. This is enough for me to arrange the horror that will befall this village soon. I don't know. Will the last part of my monologue help them, but there is nothing I can do and can't take the words back. I was worried in vain. They began to calm down. As soon as they calmed down, I went up to Menma and sealed his unconscious body in a scroll and put it in the seal on his neck. By the way, Gata's head is still there. I will have to sell it. Turning to the girls, I smiled at them and we went on. Today, we still need to find Uzumaki. Or at least the Jinchuriki of the first tale, but the forest is very large anyway. You will have to search for a long time, although you can arrange everything a little better. To arrange the destruction of the Uchiha clan on the night of the second to the third day and organized the attack on the third day while everyone is busy with the Uchihas. The attack will be unexpected. I think we will do so. It means we have these 2 days to find these two. Well, today I will hardly have time to find anyone, so before going to bed, I will send clones to search for them. Let them keep an eye on them today. Unfortunately, we still haven't found anyone we need. Now it's already getting dark. Having chosen a more or less suitable place for that camp, I installed several protective and signal barriers. Also, with the help of Makutano, built a house using this technique. It's hard to say what has changed, but the control has greatly increased. Yes, and I think now I can make more complex structures than before, but now there is no point in trying. After having lunch and talking a little with the media, I created clones and sent them to search. And I went to bed. The girls decided to sit a little more and talk among themselves. I also, after the first murder, did not sleep all night. Scolding them for it, I did not, and simply fell asleep. Mataya sat next to each other and calmly discussed the books and films that they had recently read and watched. They had no desire to raise the topic of today's murder, but still they tried to be closer to each other and also to be as close as possible to their brother, who would have thought that the man they considered dead and who hated them and wanted or was ready to kill the first meeting in the end will become the closest relative for them, and the native family with whom they lived all this time will betray them and want to use it. Was given to the sisters. It is very difficult, and the betrayal of friends who probably knew about everything also does not paint the picture, so they decided for themselves that even if their brother decides to destroy the world and become the world's evil, they would rather die next to their loving brother than live in a world where they are only the fault of the uterus. Their conversation. Zetsu that climbed out of the floor. Roughly speaking, Naruto's barriers are specially allowed only by his girls. At first they were scared that someone could penetrate inside the barrier, but having seen Zetsu they calmed down because Naruto told them that he was on Naruto's side and obeyed him. Zeus, don't scare me like that. Mita grumbled to her son-in-law. Looked at her with an unreadable look. He only hopes that she is really faithful to his mother's chosen one, although he agrees that it sounds extremely strange. I didn't intend to. It seems Naruto herself is sleeping, so please tell him that everything is for the invasion of Konoha and the destruction of the Uchiha clan is ready as expected. Only his order said, and after the sisters looked at each other and nodded to him, he sank back underground and went to the Akatsuki base to tell Obito that Naruto knows about the readiness. A little more. Yes, into the void, asked Aya. At this she looked somehow thoughtfully. Mid Looked at her and only slightly pushed her in the shoulder. At the uncomprehending look they only smiled. Right, while they are together and with them their son, everything will be fine. They will return their clan and their entire large family probably. In the morning I woke up well rested. The girls were still asleep, so I went outside and walked to the nearest river where I took a bath and returned back after all. The seals that help to dry quickly are very useful, yes, and in principle food they are better. What my clan came up with when I returned to the house. The girls were just waking up. For today we need to find Karen and the one-tailed. Although there is no need to look for them, Karen had already been found, as well as one host. Only they are quite far from each other. We'll have to try to make it to the wallpaper team. Our Jinchuriki has already arrived, both with a coil. Now they are simply mowing down everyone who comes their way to the tower. At least such a trace is already left. Good girls, how are you? I am interested in them. Yesterday was quite a hard day for them. I hope the evening conversation helped them to distract themselves. Good morning, brother, we are fine, don't worry, Mita said with a smile, and she is still trying to wake up. Early rising is definitely not for her, but we have no choice. She will have time to sleep off today. She still owes the newcomer a report. The main thing is that he does not came at the wrong time. By the way, Anika, yesterday when you fell asleep came Zitsu. He said that everything is ready. He is just waiting for your order, said in a very sleepy voice Maya. Now she looks pretty cute. It means he came yesterday. That's good. Now we will have breakfast and go first Zakarin, then for the tailed one he will not go anywhere. In any case I will get him by unsealing the brown bacon that was already ready and hot. We ate calmly, and having cleaned the house with barriers we set off. Karen is 5 kilometers from us. This forest of death is very big. I don't even know if it is good or bad. Moving along the top I thought about how the girls will meet each other. I don't even know why such thoughts suddenly came to me, but I always, when I move along the top, I think about everything, sometimes even about the most delusional, but still for me it is important. Not that and my sisters whom I accepted, and who accepted how was the first who accepted me. Only she accepted me when I was weak and useless. She gave me strength and meaning to life. Besides the Renaissance clan, she is the girl I love, but I hope everything will be fine. Who I have nothing against girls, she already said it. I still can't believe that I saw her again involuntarily. I even started to smile remembering recent events. The girls looked at me somehow strangely. Well, nothing is happening and I smile. Happy like, __. After their questions about what happened I answered that I was just remembering something they, as I hoped, would not ask me, but I was wrong. And what were you remembering? Asked me. After her question the whole meeting flashed before my eyes. And especially how I kissed someone. From this I even involuntarily blushed a little. Really how I hoped that they would not notice, but judging by their shocked faces, the fact that Mito stumbled and almost fell, I realized that I was caught. They even stopped and seriously and even somehow slyly looked at me. Kaguya remembered, asked a question. Mita, now I have a question, and not where they know I didn't tell them or said. Why did you ask? I can get stuck. Well, we don't know any other reasons for you to blush. You're not a pervert, brother, we know that for sure, so all that's left is this. Mito listed it to me with a smart look. And only with a smart and important look. She nodded, even crossed her arms over her chest, nodded with her eyes closed. Here you go. A detective, a minor. Why are you so sure that I'm not a pervert? For some reason I blurted it out without even thinking that I was speaking correctly. Beaten, and then he also told me that my communication with Haydn had loosened my tongue too much. Sometimes I say I think that it's well. Why wave? Well, let's see how you probably are. You know there are brothels in Konoha. Why exactly didn't they close them? I don't know. Well, they are located in not the best areas of the village. We were walking past one of them the other day, right past the brothel, and some ladies were specifically calling clients to themselves, so a couple of ladies there even tried to hit on you despite our presence, but you didn't pay attention to them and didn't even notice, although they were dressed extremely provocatively. Besides, you don't react to us, Smith, although This is a bad example, but you understand, so most likely it concerns Kaguya well. What happened there, and at the end she almost impatiently shouted, "Stop, is it? When they were hitting on me, I don't remember something like that, did you really not notice it? Happens, how can I tell you, it's just that when I lost consciousness there was that attack, I ended up with Ogier, how can I still not understand? Well, we spent quite a long time there together, and before leaving I confessed to her I kissed her. She wanted to say something but I had already left. It's a pity that I couldn't control this process, I told them with a stupid smile, and not bewitched. Everyone listened and then started talking nonsense in general. They were pleased with my action but were also disappointed that she did not have time to answer, and now he is very interested in what she wanted to say to me. By the way, I am also very interested. Then we continued on our way. Karen, if you believe the clone, they should not have gone far, so in an hour plus 20 minutes we will catch up with them. I hope she will agree, although her mother is already with us, so I think she will definitely agree. On the way we met a couple of teams from different villages, one from grass, the other from the waterfall, but we quickly killed them. Mita and I are already killing a little easier, but still it is not easy for them so far. You just need to get used to this feeling. Do not lose your head because of this, otherwise you will become a psychomaniac living only for the sake of killing. The team from grass, which Uzumaki Karen is a part of, is now moving towards the tower, hoping to find a weak team and take the scroll from them. The relationship in the team is naughty. The guys do not get along with each other for family reasons, and in the ocean both are negative because they consider only a tool sensors first aid kit as a person they like, and her mother do not perceive Karen a girl with red hair, crimson eyes and glasses, dressed in a mesh t-shirt and a brown vest, gray shinobi pants and shinobi sandals. She does not understand why she deserved such an attitude from her team's native village. She did nothing to them and her mother did nothing either. Nothing bad, on the contrary, she only helps. Uzumaki moved away from the team's father because they again began to argue about something of their own. She hopes that she will find at least a rabbit nearby to catch and cook it. When she moved far enough away so that they could not see her, something strange crawled out from under the ground. It looked like green. Corinne was very scared, because it could possibly kill her. This thing began to open up and Uzumaki was about to offend when she noticed that this something was dressed in a black cloak with red clouds. When the green thing opened up, she saw a person. One half was white, the other was black, and the hair was dark swamp colored. That was Uzumaki. Karen asked, "This is something?" "Yes, yes," the girl said in a trembling voice. She is not sure that this is a plant, because it has clothes on it, which confuses her as well. She doubts that she will be able to escape or win in the event of a battle. "Don't be afraid of me. I am here to warn you. A red-haired guy will find you soon. He will be in the company of a red-haired girl and a blonde. The guy will offer you to go with him. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. He is the current head of the Uzumaki clan. In a sense, he is your distant brother. He wants to help you and save you. I am his subordinate. By the way, your mother has already agreed to his help. She went with me. Now she's safe, you better agree too. He doesn't wish you any harm. He's not talking about this, he wants to help, believe me or not, but today you meet him," said this creature and sank back underground, and Karen stood and didn't understand what had just happened. Uzumaki Naruto, head of the Uzumaki clan, mom agreed to his help. The most amazing thing is that she didn't feel like he lied to her. Usually she walks poorly, but she senses a lie, but here nothing. Uzumaki Karen decided to wait. If everything really turns out like this, then it's good, if not, then no. We continued moving when we saw a team from Kanahi Nara Aki Swords Yamanaka Shikamaru Chojii, but I think we need to get rid of them too, although this is not our primary task. Looking at the MFA Aya, I waited for their reaction. She caught my eye. and nodded to me, so they are also ready. This is again good training for them, a fight against most likely well-coordinated trios, and also tempering their spirit in terms of killings, although we have already killed a lot lately. But we need to completely deprive them of the inhibition after the kill, roughly speaking. They need to develop a habit of this feeling. It seems they noticed us, since it began waving and shouting at us to come down. Without making them wait, we jumped from the tree. Naruto. Mita A.O. Where is Minma? Said O to Kimichi Choji. It was worth thinking about the fact that they would ask him somehow. I missed this moment, although legend just came to my mind. O this ___ got caught in a trap and ended up seriously injuring his leg. They gave my first aid. Well, Theon couldn't, so I gave him. Sealed in the tower. I will unseal, I said in a calm voice. Konam taught me how to lie correctly for quite a long time. I am happy with this. Well done. Who would have thought that this is a whole art? Clearly sad. By the way, what is going on with you with the scrolls? Shikamaru said detachedly from him. Definitely we need to get rid of him. I am not going to leave Konoha any chance at all for strong resistance in the future, and he is already showing incredible talent, even more than his father. It is too risky and dangerous. It is better to kill him before he gets stronger than not to suffer. When he grows up, he will get stronger and become stronger. Everything is fine. We have already found the scroll. We need also another set of scrolls, said Mita. Girls, by the way, I also taught this art. They have quite a good talent in this, although great actresses died in both of them. In principle, lying is the same, acting only in harsher conditions and at a higher level. Oh, can you share the scroll, Sky, please? She asked, and but chuckling, I unsealed the scroll. Sky and came up to the movie. Girls immediately tensed up. That I noticed Shikamaru Chuji didn't pay attention. Only Shikamaru didn't have time to react because he simply didn't expect an attack from his own. Monoko had already reached out for the scroll as I dropped it and formed a chadare in her hand and pierced her chest the same way he did with Hyuga. But the main thing is that Shikamaru was effective. He gaped at this like a victim at a predator. He stopped eating and even dropped the chip without bringing it to his mouth. Sorry guys, but you'll have to die anyway, I said with a crazy grin on my face. Well, as Yuzu said, in such a situation it really turns out crazy for me, which looks creepy. The guys quickly regained their composure and jumped back. As for the same, Shikamaru threw away even a pack of chips. He immediately tried to grab me with a shadow, but an air blade flew at him, which made him stop the technique and leave the line of attack. He increased his fist and attacked me. What an idiot. I just dodged and hit him with a simple blow to the chest, from which he flew off tree and spat blood. Naruto, Mita and YYU, we were attacked. We are from the same village, and friends shouted. Choji the mosquito was already just watching us closely and was ready to attack us with his shadows. Why the beginning? Aya just want continued. Meta apparently don't want to talk for long. That's right, there is no need to talk to them. In any case, they won't leave me alive. Somehow couldn't stand it. Using the meat tank technique, Shikamaru attacked Mita. He was shouting something, but Aki swords didn't listen to him. Sister folded a series of seals and sent 2 winds into captivity, and I supported with air bullets. It didn't cause him much damage, but Mito was in danger. What came time for them not to use Nizutsu. Sharply approaching Mita pushed her to his back, and Shikamaru was already looking at this picture with horror, folding seals at high speed. I exhaled a fireball. It was just something the same effect as then meat tank this fat man. It not only stopped but also caused incredible damage to him, and the nearest territory to him is burning females. Machiva drink in the technique underestimated the damage, so he did not die right away. In principle also not bad. Ain began to wait for a long time. I attacked the hole, and using air bullets, Shika jumped back but got a couple of bullets in the shoulder and leg. I was already thinking what they were going to do with him next when from behind the bushes clones of Amit jumped out and ours attacked. Kamaru with a blade cut off his arm and pierced his chest with bullets. Choji was already silent. It means he died perfectly using the technique water put out the fire, only fire I was missing here, although it would not have been there anyway. Shinchak earlier would have allowed the peculiarity of this forest. Shikamaru was already bleeding, and pretending to be dead was a good idea if your opponents don't have sensors or empaths, but here's the rub: I'm an imp. We're done, said Aya. Almost done, not quite. Nara still alive, he's just pretending to be dead. Finish him off, I said. The girls looked at him in surprise, and then at me, but before they could say anything he started moving and without further questions threw a kunai at his head. Listening to myself, I realized he was dead. No emotions coming from him now. We're done. Ready? He can go, I said. The girls looked at the place where the corpses were lying, swords more precisely what was left of him. In the future they might see more horrible things, although I don't like it, but there's no choice. Let's go. There's no point in staying here any longer. Let's talk when he leaves here, I said. They nodded to me. They went on after Karen. When we got there we saw a team of grass resting after the fight, and it's probably her now, all covered in blood. There are a lot of bites on her, and these are even laughing at her. Apparently her teammates won't survive until tomorrow. I printed out the Cubicure Bocho and immediately jumped down to them. When I landed I didn't give them a second to think. I immediately cut the guys in half at the waist. The girls stared at me in shock, apparently not fully understanding what had just happened. The girls jumped a second after I killed them. Karen didn't notice them right away, but when she did see them she looked at us strangely and said something I never expected. You Naruto Uzumaki? In a trembling, slightly frightened voice she asked. Here I was already stunned. Where does she know me from? And since she called me by name before I introduced myself, she knows what I look like. The question is where from. I don't believe that she just saw or heard. Where did you even want to ask? Well, Karen interrupted her surprisingly. She was not afraid to do this. Your subordinate Naruto came to me himself. He was half black and half white, in a black cloak with red beams and dark swamp hair. He said that you will help me, that you are the head of the Uzumaki clan. He said that you helped my mother. This is really the last, she said, even with some hidden hope, which means it was a ziptsu. That's where she is trying to help me to curry favor. For what would it be interesting? Well then it's better. Yes, I am Naruto Uzumaki. You met your father. He is really my subordinate, and yes, I really helped your mother, not personally unfortunately, but she is safe. I have a question for you. Do you want to go with us to her? I asked her. I agree. Please help me. In the end she could not even stand it and cried. Meta came up and hugged her, began to console. After a few minutes she calmed down. I came up and applied medical Zatsu in this. She is not so good, but I can heal such simple wounds, although not all and not completely remove the bleeding for sure. I can. There we will find her. Varanin. So Karen, I need to seal you in a scroll. Don't be afraid, for you a moment will pass and you will be next to your mother, I said with a kind smile. She somehow got tired, smiled at me and nodded. Taking out a free scroll I sealed it and put it in another seal on my neck. In the wrong direction. Well, what girls are going after the first of the tailed ones? He will become the second captured Jinchuriki, I said, turning around and leaving this place. Of course, Nissan answered me in chorus. This is IA. I just smiled at this and jumped on a tree heading towards the one-tailed one. The girls are coming straight after me. So we met the one-tailed one, I said with anticipation of a good battle. The whole team of sand stood in front of me. The girl and the puppeteer were very tense when we went straight to them, and after my appeal they even got scared. Who are you? Asked me the dog-leg era Jinchuriki one-tailed one. My goal in the last part. So we met the one-tailed one, I said with anticipation. Not a bad battle. In front of me stood the whole team of sand. The girl and the puppeteer were very tense when we went straight to them, and after my appeal they were even scared. Who are you? Asked me dog-leg era Jinchuriki one-tailed. My goal, our time. I yes, so just a humble temporary head of the Uzumaki clan in a comic bow, reported I, but I think it's time to stop these jokes, and also I am a member of the criminal organization Akatsuki. My Sisters, by the way, are also more serious, I said if Gaara did not react to my words. Then the other two frowned strongly from my words about the criminal organization. You are a Nabukanohi, but what? More important, how do you know that Gaara is a Jinchuriki, and what do you want from us with a hint of fear? The girl said, it seems like this is his sister, but I'm not interested in the fact that he is the vessel of the tailed beast. It's easy to guess specifically from all of you. I don't need anything, I need something from your brother, and pointed at the already irritated guardian. The sand that is spinning next to him clearly hints at this. To be more precise, I need the one-tailed, and Biju stunned. I am them. So Gaara, you will come with me voluntarily and give up what you can't live normally because of. I promise after that you will be able to sleep normally, I said, having an empty hope that he himself will go with me and will not have to strain too much and fight with him. His brother and sister just stand there experiencing indescribable feelings, clearly worrying about what I said. When full awareness came, they prepared for battle and shouted that they would not allow their brother to be taken away. Gaara also said simply, no, brevity is the sister of talent. This is clearly about him since he did not want to go. Myself, I will take it away. Scroll, I'm not principled, understandably sorry, but since you didn't want to go yourself, I'll have to take you by force. You see, I don't accept refusals, and believe me, if I wanted you'd already be unconscious, but I want to check, is it true what they say about you? I said, smiling predatory. He mirrored this smile at me. The game has begun. While I'll fight with the sandy girls, will have to hold back his brother and sister until they are not strong enough to defeat them. Over time we'll fix this. Having abruptly tore off from the spot, I walked straight towards Gaara, but suddenly this girl stood in my way and with her fan blew out a huge wave of wind. Having chuckled, I removed a couple of levels of the resistance seal and jumped back at full speed. Gaara looked displeasedly at his sister. Apparently they don't get along. Having approached her, I blew her legs off in vain in the ribs at my speed. She stupidly couldn't keep up. After the girl's blow, I spun on the spot and with my other foot attacked Aru, and his sand defense stopped my fight. She pretty good. The girls have already gone to the remaining two. One, I probably broke a couple of ribs, which will make their task easier. Gaara grabbed me by the leg with his sand and threw me into a tree. In the air, I managed to group myself and land with my feet on the tree, although there was still a dent on the tree. Pushing off, I attacked him again. I wonder, will I be able to break through this defense? Or with these limitations this will not work. Having approached him, I delivered a direct blow. The sand naturally blocked it. I couldn't even break through it. Accelerating, I went behind him and attacked again. Again he blocked. Jumping away from him, I suddenly had to defend myself because he went on the offensive. A stream of sand rushed towards me, or rather tentacles. It doesn't matter. Dodging it abruptly went out of control. He is clearly very tall. Again bouncing back, I looked at him. He clearly doesn't like that he can't hit me. Frowning, he has already launched a whole wave at me. Here I will have to use techniques. Dodge. With such resistance they won't work in the seal folding seals. I formed a water wave of sufficient size and directed it at the wave of sand. When the waves collided, I expected that they would annihilate each other, but my wave turned out to be stronger because I not only wet his sand but also pierced it. Sent a wave. Aru's leg. Here is clearly such a turn of events I didn't expect, since I reacted only at the last moment, and releasing more sand met the wave and extinguished it. But having wet quite a lot of sand and in some sense losing it, yes, the wave turned out to be stronger than I expected. I should get used to such a force of techniques. He was clearly angry since there was a much greater thirst for blood. His face distorted in anger, and he attacked with much more. I decided to test him to the fullest. With rage, I completely removed all the seals of restriction. Feeling light, abruptly left the line of attack and attacked myself, appearing behind his back. I struck a blow that his defense was able to stop, but at the same time it scattered. Shock is clearly visible on his face. Appearing in front of him at an even greater speed, only Tom struck, then his defense did not have time to react and he flew into the air. Jumping after him, I began to strike him with rather heavy blows. And why did his defense that was on him go into cracks? Grabbing him by the legs, I did a somersault in the air with all my might, throwing him down. The earth, roughly speaking, exploded after his fall. The shock wave even reached and blew away the sisters and the sandstones. When I thought that everything was over, sand flew at me again. Using Haration, he fit out of the line of attack. Now I see how Gaara is crawling out. His entire upper body resembles a one-tailed one. Even the tail is massive. His brother and sister looked at him in horror, but the sisters suddenly attacked them, taking advantage of their confusion. A little more and then there will be badges in full growth. I don't need such happiness here. All sorts of Naka will come running. They didn't notice him only because the forest is oversaturated. Senchik Croy, looking at the MFA Aya, saw that they were at the limit. Wounded and the tired clones of course help, but that's not enough. It's time to finish. Having folded several seals, used the great fire destruction. I will burn all his sand that he sent to me and set it on fire. Although I will turn the sand into glass, well, it doesn't matter. A huge line of fire. The chakra rushed into Gaara and they took pity on him. The heat was simply monstrous. The sisters with the Sandmen even stopped fighting and tried to hide from such a flame that it burns even at such a distance. The sand collided with my fire and was losing. Not only was my technique larger, but the heat was incredible. After a few seconds of using the technique, my technique not only melted the sand to the state of hot glass, but also pierced it. I don't know whether he tried to defend himself or not, but my technique knocked him down and carried him into a tree, knocking him down and several trees behind him, burning them. By the way, the trees here are simply huge. The bridge of techniques even terrifies me. Having stopped the technique, I went to the place where Gaara is now sunbathing. Having passed by the fire, I saw it. It got to him badly. The upper half of the sand is destroyed, but the burns on his entire upper part are also quite strong and his large legs are even worse. One leg is completely burned and part of it is burning right on him. The second one looks more like a piece of meat that has rounded up and is bleeding a lot, although it is boiling. So it is clearly painful for him because his sand is starting to rage. It is clear that it will come out now. One-tailed sharply approached him, put the seal of the 5 elements and also the seal of restraint that he put on the mine. He stopped kicking just in case. Put another 10 seals so that he doesn't die, at least won't let him die even from such wounds. At least immediately quickly grab him by the burnt hair, dragged him back. Show these two, I want to see what will happen to them. Go out to that clearing, found fighting girls and Sandmen. He is angry and trying to break through to my side, but the girls with the last of their strength restrain them. We should stop this and give them a rest. Hey Sandmen, I have a surprise for you, I shouted to them. All turned in my direction and I raised the body that I was holding by the hair to the level of my head, all for froze in horror from what they see. It's a pity that the girls saw this, but in the upcoming war it may not be like this, and it's better this way than later during the battle. Because of a similar picture he will dull and expose himself to a blow. The fan fell out of the girl's hands and she fell to her knees crying. The puppeteer also cried. There was horror on their faces, fear, disbelief, pain, and all that. Let them blame their father for sealing one of their brother's tails. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have suffered. This is what happens if these are against me. If you don't do what I say, I offered to come with me peacefully, but you refuse. This is what it turned into. Blame your father for sealing your brother's monsters and not me. If I hadn't touched him, I said in a cold voice, amplifying my voice with a chakru so that I could be heard well. The girl quickly grabbed the fan and screamed, Gaara attacked me, don't let go of the body. I extended my left hand to meet the technique on my hand. From the chakra supply, seals appeared grouped in the yin-yang sign. When the technique collided with my hand, I simply absorbed it. My recent development, an extremely useful thing. Of course there are limitations, but in my case They are insignificant. Letting go of Gaara's body, I approached these two and began to beat them. After a couple of minutes of beatings, I thrust a Rasengan into the girl's stomach and thus throwing her into the tree, in which she left a depression and passed out with. The second made it easier. Appearing in front of him, formed in each hand almost Dari, and piercing it tore in two. The girls of course were shocked by this, but did not restore me, which I am glad they are. Enemies Akvim, there should be no pity. After I went to Gaara's body and sealed it in a scroll and threw it into the same seal. Where is Minma? Let's go, told her. We moved away from this place. Maybe someone will come there soon. There is nothing for us to do there. Moving away and spoke. Brother, you are not wounded? She asked me. If you listen like this, drowning. Although the first time he squeezed my leg very hard, I think it will heal quickly, but for now there is a bruise. Maybe there is. No, I am fine. You? As I asked, we are a little wounded, tired. You were right when you said that they are still too strong for us, but we tried, said Mita. I smiled at this. There is still enough time until night, so let's find a suitable place and rest. Telling them this, they in agreement nodded. We continued to move for about another hour. During this time, the girl had already approached the moment when they were moving with their last strength. Having found a good and small clearing, we landed there. I immediately built us a house and realized that I forgot to check the element of the tree. Oh, okay, I'll check later. After the house, I installed about 5 protective barriers, reinsurance, just in case. You never know what can happen, and it is not a fact that the threat will come from the Genins in the house. I unsealed sleeping bags, food and water. I also made it for convenience. He is really very low. Even sitting on the floor, he is slightly lower than my chest. The girls grabbed the water and drained a whole bottle for 2. It seems even they themselves did not understand how much they were tired. A few more minutes later, we were already sitting at the table and silently eating. Mid Ase were in their thoughts, but I thought that all that was left was to destroy the Uchiha clan and attack the village from the other side. Why attack in the morning if you can attack at night when no one is expecting it? I will put up a strong and invisible barrier over the Uchiha quarter, so no one will leave and no one will see what is happening inside the barrier. He thinks so. I will do it, Aniki, and you are not too cruel with that, Sandy. I looked at Mita silently, asking to clarify who exactly does she mean. I Pragaru, how will you get the bijou out of him if he dies? Asked Aya, although it seems they are still outraged by the light uneven tan that I provided them with. Everything is normal. The condition of his body is not so important. Under the seals he will not die, and we will get the tailed one, so there is nothing to worry about. I said, but why was it so bad? We now have an ugly tan, she said, and I indignantly. Sorry, I said with an apologetic smile. Okay, girls, it's too early. I cured you as best I could, so rest. I will also rest before night. You can make as much noise as you want. I will put a seal so as not to listen to you, I said, putting on headphones for sleeping with special seals. They nodded to me and I fell asleep. Tomorrow morning we will leave and fully concentrate on our goal. Waking up a few hours later, I stretched and looked around Mitya and peacefully slept in a row of lying photons. It seems when I lay down they were not nearby. Well, okay, if it is more comfortable for them, then let them be pretty cute when they sleep. Getting up from his place and going into another room where he washed himself and changed into a black sweater and black pants, I checked my cubes. A working seal from the stock of kunai and shuriken. The fight could be serious, but it's still worth doing everything much more quietly. Returning back, I noticed a scroll that was lying on the table. Taking it in my hands, I realized that the girls had made it. There was a clan herpes on it. Unsealing its contents, I was a little surprised. One of the dinners that the girl had prepared and sealed in the scroll before the start of the second stage was sealed there. Chuckling, I was glad that the girls had left it for me to go on a mission with an empty stomach. There was no desire at all. Having finished with lunch in about 10 minutes, I was about to leave when one of the futons stirred and the red-haired top of my sister Mita looked out from there. She looked around and noticed me, although she squinted, trying to understand who it was. Thanks to her left eye, I can see well in The dark, a good bonus. Realizing that no one could get through the barriers, she realized that it was me, Nissan. She called me with a very loud voice behind her back. She rubbed her right eye with her fist, which she did even more sweetly. I wonder why she woke up so late. Going up to her, I squatted down with a slight smile. I began to say, "What is it?" I asked her. Have you eaten?" she asked me, yawning. Even here she manages to take care of me. "Yes, don't worry," I said in a whisper so as not to wake her up, and after the words, I gently stroked her head, to which she closed her eyes contentedly. "Sleep, tomorrow will be a long, hard day. You need to rest," I said, watching her yawn. I always knew that yawns are contagious. A little more and I myself will start yawning. "And you?" Apparently, she is because of sleepy state does not remember, or I did not say at all what I was going to do at night. It seems like I said I need to do something else. I said, and the smile never left my face. "I remember, and good luck to Uchiha," she said while going back to bed. "Thank you," I said quietly, and was already getting up to leave when Mito called me again. "Brother, what turned?" I went back to her. "Be careful," she said something else, but because of the quiet and sleepy voice I did not understand anything. Smiling I answered, "I will definitely, and you sister, sleep. You may need strength tomorrow," he said. "I even know that she is worried about me." Hearing it is still nice. Without saying another word, I went to the exit of the house. Just in case, I will put up a couple more barriers. I do not think that this is a great necessity, but it is worth playing it safe. You never know what, as they say. Leaving the house as I wanted, I put up 2 more barriers to strengthen the protection of the territory. Chuckling contentedly, I with complete confidence, and went away from the forest of death. But before I had time to move away, and 200 meters as I slapped myself on the forehead, "I have a mean again, Kara. Why am I actually going to leave the forest on my own 2 feet? Apparently I didn't completely shake off the dream and forgot about this technique. When I wanted to open the portal, I remembered that I would need help in the form of a dweller. It's too expensive for one to kill so many people quietly. It would be worth calling so that he would figure it out and move towards me. "Zeus," I called my subordinate. "Clone, did you want something?" Naruto herself asked Clone to her son-in-law. "Climbing out soon. A tree. Tell dweller to be here in 10 minutes near me." Gave her his order to pull. There is no point. The only thing I didn't think about is whether all the members of the Uchiha clan will be in the block today, because someone may be on duty in the police or even Vanga. If this is so, then it means he will run around the whole village cutting them out. Zetsu nodded. Disappeared. I was suddenly visited by a thought that may save a lot in the future. In addition to the fact that everyone needs to be killed, everyone needs to destroy the Sharingans. Who knows how Konoha will use their eyes? They can become a big problem after all. No one cancelled the fact that they will be transplanted to someone using their ability, and it turned out on the edge of the Uchiha clan. There shouldn't be any here now, so I'll wait for Obito right here, and from here we'll start. I sent the clones first so that they would prepare barriers that would cover the entire Uchiha clan quarter. I didn't have to wait very long. About 15 minutes later, Obito appeared in a black suit with a tiger mask. Why such warnings? I can't understand, but I don't really care. The main thing is that he's here and he's ready. All that's left is to give the command to the clones so that they would erect barriers, creating one clone, and immediately dispelled it. Passed to the rest of the clones so that they began to erect barriers. We must do everything quickly and preferably silently. Barriers, of course, will hide sounds chakra and will not allow to see what is happening inside the barrier. Well, the barriers themselves we do not see, but even taking into account all this, but to spend a lot of effort and time there is no desire, especially since there are probably users of the Mangoku Sharingan in the clan with them. You should be as careful as possible. These eyes are too unpredictable and dangerous. Inhabited an example of this. No matter how you twist his eyes, or rather his eye is very strong. As soon as the barriers rose above the block, Obito and I began by breaking into the first 2 houses. We killed everyone who was there. I don't know how Obito is, but I only had a young couple of children. Apparently they did not have Leaving the house, we continued the massacre. No one had time to resist. Everyone died quickly and painlessly. The most disgusting thing is that enough children had already been killed, no matter how much I did not want to do this, but it is necessary. Eyes we also destroy so that no one uses them against us. Running out of the next house, I ran into a group of 7 people. They were ready for battle, means at least they suspected something to stand on ceremony with them. There was no point, so I blew off all their heads at maximum speed. They were just tunins. The real SI hadn't shown up yet. Only I wanted to continue when the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, appeared before me. He is a really strong opponent. It is even believed that his eyes can subjugate the cube. How to understand this? Naruto asked me angrily. For all the time that I spent in this village, the Uchihas often appeared in the Namikaze's house, and naturally we were even familiar. It's funny to watch how he reacts to the murder of his clanmates. Everything is simple. Fuga Kyuzan began calmly. You Uchihas would really bother me if I had left you alive, I told him, watching how his face didn't change at all. After all, the students have problems with emotions. There are exceptions. He, according to his stories, was always pleased with the emotional. In what sense? He asked perplexedly. In the future, I plan to unleash a world war, and the destruction of Konoha should begin any day now, and there are a couple more goals where you will be a big hindrance to me, but besides this, revenge on the last words. I grinned. I think in combination with the fact that I am covered in blood and there is also blood on my face, the picture looks pretty creepy. Revenge. Barely holding back, he asked me, I think this is a shadow clone. Otherwise he would have already attacked me, so he is extracting information and stalling for time. But good luck to him. You dared to wish to use my sisters as a sow stone, as if Kai changer. For this you will pay with blood, but don't worry, your son Sasuke as well as your eldest son Itachi will die without removing his grin, I said. His eyes even widened in horror. You are a demon evil, he muttered. Demon, you say? And what? It sounds funny, the love of a goddess and a demon, if of course she accepts my feelings, but that's later. Now it's worth finishing here. Oh, how did you guess? I pretended to be surprised. He chuckled and dispersed. I was right about the shadow clone without lingering here, and went on to cut the red-eyed. Exactly half a block remained. Uchiha Itachi, this man is standing in front of me right now. Drill me with your Mangoku Sharingan, if not for the gift, as if it would be quite difficult, although even so the fight will not be easy. Mainly because I am limited in the use of chakra due to the tasks not to make much noise, but it is unlikely that this will work. Considering that I will have to fight him now, it's good that I put my seals against genjutsu, otherwise they would torture me in soup with each other. Now we didn't move our eyes and weren't going to attack each other first. But in the end he couldn't take it anymore and rushed at me with a tantalum at the ready. I still had a regular katana in my hands. I thought we could dance a little. Having gotten closer, he tried to deliver a vertical blow that was easily blocked by my katana, after which he immediately followed with a horizontal blow with a turn. Having taken a step back, I also easily blocked this blow. In this way we danced for the next 10 minutes. She moved extremely quickly and tried to hit me. I dodged and blocked, but he still managed to inflict several minor scratches that healed pretty quickly. When I got tired of playing defense, I went on the attack after one of his lunges and again reflected it and then attacked himself. He didn't expect this and therefore missed my lunge, which allowed me to injure his right shoulder. If it weren't for his eyes, I would have hit his hand. He bounced off me. I began to approach him. Having approached him at striking distance, I immediately began with a vertical blow that he blocked, but the force of the blow was great enough to make him sit down a little. I didn't stop there. Immediately struck with the right side, which he also blocked, and again it moved him a little from the place. Chuckling at this, I began to deliver a hail of blows to him. Some he blocked, from some he simply dodged. Approaching him again, struck a vertical blow and again he was blocked, this time removing the katana. I Instead of just attacking began to spin, it also began to move more chaotically. This time it was much more difficult for him. The chaos, the strength and speed of my blows clearly did not please him. He already managed to get several wounds, one of them was even deep. I did a good job cutting his right thigh. After another blocked blow, his tant broke, deciding to see what he was capable of in close combat. I put away my katana and attacked him. Uchiha was not at a loss and, without further ado, also rushed at me first. This time I attacked with my right heel from a turn. Unfortunately, he managed to block. But it didn't help him much. He was thrown back about 10 meters from me. He landed on his feet and only raised his eyes to me when he had to dodge my leg. After that, I immediately began to strike with my hands in taiji. We fought for another 7 minutes. Here, he showed a much better performance than the tant. Sharingan helped him a lot in this. However, I was still in the lead. But if I didn't have those dimensions and physical strength and endurance, I would have lost. On his side, he still had experience. They, the devil, always carry out rather difficult missions. Having received a blow to the chest, he flew back about 10 meters. 50 from me. Standing on his feet, he used his eyes technique on me and Mother and Reizu. Black fire absorbed me all, and if I had not been at the soul and where were the seals to confront Mother, I would feel bad now without saying anything extra. I just activated other seals and all the black fire was absorbed in my seal on my palms. Yes, the stunned face of the Czech Republic was clearly worth it to learn these seals and put them on himself since he decided to use his eyes. Then you can go to the technique by folding a couple of seals. Sent a huge fire dragon to the genius of the Uchiha clan. The dragon was incredibly hot. Itachi barely collected his thoughts to fold a little more seal than her. Sent the same fire dragon of mine, but I would not say that my dragon is much hotter. Itachi is a master of fire techniques, so it is not surprising that he is almost at the same level as me. Dragon he collided formed a wild dance of flames. The only difference was that I just had a lot of chakra. I poured a lot more chakra into the fire technique without any problems. My dragon overpowered Itachi's dragon and went to him. Itachi did not lose his head and left as a replacement, and the house and the wall that were behind him burned in the flames of the dragon. Uchiha appeared behind me. In my hand sparkled chattily after I shot him with a spear. Itachi did not have time to dodge and my technique pierced his chest through and through. Canceling the technique, I began to watch him die. Uchiha fell to his knees and vomited blood when I was about to approach to finish him off. Red bones appeared around him. Chakra began to rage around him, forming bones and after him an armor. Susanna, in one hand he had the ability to burn like that. The same flame, and in the other shield burning at the edges of the flame of small color. Here I was very surprised to dream mirror. No, I thought these artifacts were long lost or even destroyed. Deciding that this was an ideal opportunity, one folded several seals and used the technique of wood dancing around Susan. Roots grew. Grabbed the Scarlet Warrior mirror. I did not allow the roots to entwine the warriors on my side, and Mektotsuka successfully sealed those roots that he reached, but there were too many of them and they were too strong, so having grabbed him from the back, they also entwined his hands, not allowing him to use the artifacts. It's a pity that I can't take them away, they belong to him. His eyes. But I will certainly take them. You never know, it will be necessary to grow a couple more miniguns. Having folded 3 seals, I fired a wooden stake Susan, and this stake, although not without problems but pierced his technique, began to dissipate, and I no longer fearing anything headed to the already probably dead body. As I thought he died in long pull, I just tore out his eyes. Removed, and in a special jar with the necessary solution. Body Czechia has a burn except for her head. I took with me and removed the remaining roots also with the help of Makutan here. He has particularly strong changes I have not noticed yet, besides the fact that he has become easier to control. Having reached the house of the head Of the Uchiha clan I saw how Obito throws away from himself barely alive Makoto judging by the destruction and sounds that I heard before there was a serious fight and apparently Obito won in it. Although he looks not that important but battered it is yes Mig is all in blood. From the last chalk tries to get to his feet honestly I'm tired and not physically. It is immoral to kill children it's just too hard therefore creating a sinbon in my hand and lightning through and in the head she managed to react and dodge but made a mistake she turned around to see who attacked her. Took advantage of these pierced her friend with some kind of black pin she and having let go of her last spirit fell for dead while that's all I asked him yes fight with Fugaku was heavy as far as I understand you fought with Itachi he asked me a question at the end to which I simply nodded affirmatively finally we finished I said sighing. Almost all night for this they killed calmly stated this fact inhabited. Really even somehow did not notice I need to go back girls. I'll wake up soon I still need to wash myself otherwise I'm all covered in blood stop scaring them already. They might think that there is my blood here yes it is there but it is not enough. Even for me Itachi was a difficult opponent one mistake or shortcoming of mine could cost me my life even though I won the whole fight but my words this does not cancel I informed him to what only. Shrugged lightly okay it's time to go I still need to see the girls you can go back I have spatial technology so I can go back myself you should rest. You were apparently pretty battered and this is even with your coma and in the end I grinned he just threw an agreement and he was into the funnel I dispelled the clones that held the barriers thereby removing these very barriers activated those very Jakeru moved the house in the forest of death soon there will be a big brawl in the village. The girls were still asleep which was to my advantage leaving the house I reached the river and crashed I dove into the water all the wounds healed so all that was left was to wash off the blood which I successfully did after swimming for another 20 minutes I went out and unsealed clean clothes and sealed the dirty ones then. I'll wash them returning to the house I began to wait for the sisters to wake up I don't see the point anyway while the clones were sent by me I found the Uchiha team I promised Fugaku that Sasuke also will die like her Tachi. Mita woke up literally 20 minutes after I returned from the river she sat down on the futon and stretched blissfully looking around she noticed me I didn't even need to look at her to understand that she was examining me for damage and not finding anything like that she sighed with relief and becoming confused she came up to me and just hugged an unexpected reaction of course but I wasn't going to push her away so I just hugged her back glad you came back and that you came back in one piece she said hoarsely apparently holding back tears everything is fine not Chan everything is fine soothing I Amita still cried from emotions it is clear that these are tears of relief and yes there is a lot. In general she is glad that everything is fine with me we were worried with our sobs she said. Little by little calming down although the tears were still flowing I know sister I know affectionately I say. I now need to let her know that everything is fine and there is no need to worry about anything mentally she understands this but the nerves are still not convinced she needs help to calm down Nissan quietly she called me when the tears stopped flowing soon we will leave she asked me. Already today my clone is looking for the last team of the eye as soon as I find her I will kill them and then we will leave I said stroking her on the back thereby continuing to calm her yeah just you. Hooted Mito woke up half an hour later and almost the same situation repeated itself as Smith already in how many times. I am convinced that it was not in vain that I agreed to this task then I am even more glad that I did not kill Mito right away but decided to check if it is possible to lure her to our side as a result. I found two loving sisters what is not. Said glad we managed to eat and roll up the barriers destroy the house before me. Memories came of where the Uchiha team is without thinking twice I move there using my sister's technique naturally these three are with me now honestly of all three I only remember Uchiha who are the other two I don't remember and it doesn't matter who it is there was simply no desire to attract I already want to leave this village as soon as possible and soon it will be extremely hot and noisy jumped in the middle of this three I immediately Took off all 3 heads. Kubikiri and Bocho, the girls, jumped next to me and didn't even pay attention to the corpses. Getting used to such a sight has already begun, and so the girls. With a smile I began and opened the passage. The village hidden in the rain, that's where the Akatsuki base is located. It's time for us to finish. The girls looked at each other and simultaneously entered the portal, having looked around the clearing for the last time, calling the spectator and giving the order to attack. I entered the portal after the sisters. The countdown to the revival of the Uzumaki clan and Hu and Ootsusuki began. Moved. We are in the alley of the village. Hidden in the rain. It would be right away and to the base, but then I can cause a stir among those who are there now, and I don't need that. While we were walking to the base, the girls were looking around the village with interest, although to be completely honest, then Konoha is much more beautiful than Rain, although it's pretty stupid to compare them. The location and financial and economic situation are completely different. People who passed by recognized me and nodded affably, to which I responded in kind. Everyone here knows that I'm a member of Akatsuki. They are very respected here, so such an attitude is good. That I still took a couple of umbrellas with me, otherwise the girls would have gotten wet now, and they don't like rain. I remember this very well. I wonder who is at the base now. In theory I should have already started with the hunt for the 2-tailed ones. I've already captured them. You can immediately seal them in the Gado statue. By the way, I still haven't found out whether the stone will bring its Jinchuriki to climb in for an attack, or they will still leave them in the village. Of course you can take them in any of the 2 options, but I sat down on the first one. There are simply immeasurable. He's known for a long time for sure. We left on time. Minato something suspected and decided to capture us during the second stage, but we left earlier. Calling the evil one, ordered him to find out where are both Jimchu rivers of stone. Now he nodded and disappeared underground. Training of girls can be started tomorrow. How can I not take them to war? Even if you can train in the same world of summoning, but in any case there is a high chance that they will die in the war or be captured, which I want even less. I returned, I shouted, entering the shelter. Now in the shelter there is definitely a Sosori, most likely. Nagata Ikonam is also here. They are generally rare. Where come out to my cry? Only these 4 responded. Apparently the rest have already gone for the exchange. Finally returned. You were gone for a long time. And who said "Oh" to Conan and immediately asked a question. These are my sisters. There is a long story, but they are on our side. I explained to the girl, now quite quiet, in some sense bound, but this is not surprising for them. This is a new place where there are only criminals. About me they are sure, but about the others no. Let them even be in the same organization with me. Paranoia works well for them. This is great, especially for Shinobi. That's how. Okay, since you say so. The girl shrugged her shoulders. Sorry, just limited himself to a welcoming nod. He is busy with his doll again, and I still don't understand what he is doing there. Let me take you to your room, I told them, to which they nodded. Yes, they will need to get used to it. Only I headed into the depths of the shelter, as if from under the ground, crawled out at that moment. Nagato came, more precisely the main thing, tilapia, but the essence is the same. I found out about what you asked about Naruto Sama. Both Jinchuriki are now on the battlefield in Konoha, answered Zitsu, to which everyone except the girls widened their eyes, although Pin was much calmer than the others. What was this? He asked me. I decided to leave Kanahi beautifully and destroyed the Uchiha clan and organized an attack of sand and stone on the leaf. Now I'll take the girls to their room and go for the animals at the same time. If it works out, I'll kill someone strong so that later there will be less problems, I said. Stump for a few seconds looked into my eyes and only then nodded as if agreeing with me. Can you handle 2 Bijou? There will be 3 more Kage, 3 Sunny sometimes, and in general quite strong people. He asked me. In a sense he is right. You should not overestimate yourself, therefore it would be better to send someone to help me. Stump can't go himself at least now. You need to wait some time until his sarcophagus, where his real body will be transferred, close enough to Konoha so that he can control his bodies. Maybe I alone can't handle it. I will need your help. I will Hold them back until your arrival. Two-tailed ones, I have already caught one-tailed and nine-tailed, I said as seriously as possible and told about my capture. If I catch these two now, it will bring us much closer to my goal. We have already started the hunt quite abruptly. It is still unknown whether the others will cope or not. Okay, I sent people for the other two-tailed ones. You caught two more. We will catch now. These are for Didera and Obito. Went for three tails now. Sorry, and Conan will go for six-tailed Haidens. Watsu went for two-tailed kitties and Pokeroi went for eight tails. Only the seven-tailed. If everything is as it should be, then we will finish pretty quickly, he told me the gist of everything that is happening now. I didn't think that everything would start to develop at such a speed, but it's even good under the best of circumstances. We only have to capture one Biju. Let's hope everything will go without losses, even if I don't change my goal. But these people have done too much for me to lose them so easily. I understand. Then now I will go to Konoha and start the show after capturing Biju. I will meet you. We will return to the base, I said, to which he nodded. Who would have thought that we would be so close to fulfilling the goal so soon, although the Fourth World War is still ahead. And I will start it with this attack. I need to think more. Where will my clan live? Ears. And although it was restored, but is it safe there? It still needs to be found out. For the first time you can settle down, and then it will go on like this. In any case, the head of the clan is grandfather, so let him decide where the clan will live. In extreme cases, I will advise him no more walking along the corridors. I notice that the girls are kind of nervous for them. Here is everything new and they don't know anyone, although I also have no idea who is Pakura and how long has she been in the organization. The main thing is that she is useful. So after our back conversation, their nervousness only increased, and I think I know the reason for this. They are worried about how my prank that I am going to organize now will go. I think they would be worried about me anyway. They are like that. There is nothing you can do about it. Yes, I don't want. It's nice when they worry about you having reached a free room. I let them both go. Let them be better together for now. We should also hang up a barrier so that Haiden doesn't wander in when he returns, otherwise he will try to kill. I don't need that. Well, that's it. Make yourself at home now. I will print out some food and water for you so that you don't go anywhere for now. Soon a fanatic may return to the base and he may consider you strangers and kill you, which I don't want. So while I'm gone, don't go anywhere. Okay, I said. Okay, but you definitely need to do this. Mita asked me. Actually, I was right. They are worried and it seems a lot. Okay, the sooner we finish, the sooner we will return our clan and we will be able to live peacefully, I said, stroking her on the head, and say that you want to see this Kaga as soon as possible. Drag her into bed. Chuckled. That was completely unexpected. I didn't expect that they would have such an opinion of me. I should take Jur's books from her and generally kill this old pervert. Ahem. Well, I admit, it's not without this, but this is far from the most important, and in general he tells you about this while it's too early. You'll find together Smith guys for myself who will pass my test. Then these thoughts, at least in reality, to embody, but only after 18, said I. Of course I doubt that in the clan there will be suicides who will dare to mock and use my sisters, but this does not cancel the fact that their guys need a test. Do you want to leave us alone for the rest of our days? Asked Mita, widening her eyes. It is clear that we are just avoiding an unpleasant topic of conversation and calming down, but they are naturally surprised. Well, why? I hope there will be two guys who will pass. Nervously grinned and scratched the hair on the back of his head. There are no such, they both shouted. I could not stand it. Started laughing, by the way. After a couple of seconds they also picked up my laughter. Well, don't exaggerate. There will be, said I with a smile. Where will they go? And in general we will then arrange a test for the Kogyam, said I, grinning, and I realized that things smell fried. Okay, clanmates, but how will she perceive this? This is the question. So well, in this, calm down, not why go so far. He, I said, and laughed nervously at the end. It really is funny, but it is better not to risk. You never know, they will seriously start checking it. And here we go. But maybe I won't remember this moment if you promise one. Lining, said a satisfied Mita. Here are extortionists. As soon as they Manage to do it, oh well, one and nothing more. How do you manage to do it at all? Accidentally voiced. I am thinking out loud. We have studied you well, and we know that if it is good, and the most important thing is to ask correctly, then you will not refuse us anything for the sake of interest. We even wanted to ask you to take over the world, but we did not figure out how to ask correctly, said, slightly puffing out her cheeks. No way. They had plans for me, and that is how you were going to do it. She gave her voice. Well, you got carried away with the capture, but to destroy at least part of it I can always do that, I said, quite grinning. Okay girls, it's time for me, I said, and going to the table I unsealed scrolls with food and water, also several scrolls with books and tabletops games so they wouldn't get bored. They noticeably drooped when I said this, but didn't say anything against it. I understand that it's necessary already. Getting ready to leave, they both hugged me tightly, just like then in the land of waves during our first meeting, and also like then when I fell ill with a fever and ended up with my I hope so goddess. Hugging them back, I gave them a little time to calm down the emotions that had run high. After a couple of minutes they let me go. I promise. Listen, I promise that I'll be back soon, and I'll be back alive, I said in the most soothing voice, and kissed them on the top of their heads. Left the room hearing good luck Nissan at the end. Closing the door, I immediately activated the barrier that I had been setting up for now. Talk and hug sister. Good luck to you, Naruto. Turning around at the voice, I saw Asari. The leader will move out after you. The main thing there is don't die ahead of time, said the puppeteer. It seems his voice hasn't changed. Everything was as calm, cold and monotonous, but I still heard sincerity in it. I don't even know how to say it at all. He says this, really putting a lot of meaning into these words. Thank you too. Be careful, you know yourself that the bijou are not those who are easy to deal with, I said good-naturedly, smiling. He just nodded and walked past. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes for a second, tuning into what was about to begin. I wonder how many people will die today. I'm sure that many. Opening my eyes, my left eye flashed purple. A passage that was already so familiar to me opened. Stepping into it, I studied on the trunk of a tree from which all sorts of Noha was visible. The tree itself was beyond the border of the village. The attack was already underway. All over Konoha in places was just ablaze. Huge crowds of shinobi rushed around the village, killing each other. What beauty! Even here I can feel the chakra of the tailed beast's vessels very well. Well, it's time today. Countless people will die by my hand, and all this for the sake of my goal. Let them blame only themselves for everything that happens there. Agroma and Hamura, they attacked not my clan and almost destroyed it, forcing most of it to be sealed on the moon. Hagarma and Hamura attacked their mother, sealed her, creating the moon, and for all this you will all answer. I will make you lay down your lives in order to correct the mistakes of your ancestors. Moving into one of the alleys of Konoha, I abruptly ran out of there and immediately ran into ours Basonei. He did not expect to meet me, and I did not give him a chance and rushed at him, causing him to become frightened. A little mad grin appeared on my face. Let the Fourth World War begin. Shinobi moving into one of the alleys of Konoha, I abruptly ran out of there and immediately ran into ours Basonei. He did not expect to meet me, and I did not give him a chance and rushed at him, causing him to be frightened thereby. A little mad grin appeared on my face. Let the Fourth World War begin. By having reduced the distance, I sharply lunged with my right hand, on which a raikiri sparkled and pierced his chest through and through. Having pulled out my hand, I rushed further. His comrades noticed me and sent wind bullets and a wind blade at me. Having unsealed a cube or bachu, I dodged all of them, and finding myself near these losers, I swing my sword, cutting 3 of them. The remaining 2 tried to jump back, but I cut them faster. Having gone further, I came across a group of fighting shinobi of the Stones of Illista. Without thinking twice, I burst into this crowd and cut 5 of them. Shinobi fighters of the Leaf, which was a minority, immediately cheered up, putting the sword back into the seal, continued the dance in taiji forward from the volume of the attack. We will protect our home, someone from the Konoha people shouted. Don't pay attention to him. Dodged stone bullets from stone stakes and all other techniques. Getting to each shinobi of the stone, I hit them so hard that they died immediately, also injected part of my chakra into their body, which only worsened the consequences, tearing the same organs. Someone attacked me in the back with a tantalum on the balance. Jumping over this smart guy, I immediately hit him on the head. On the guest of the turn, his head was simply torn off from the body. What is needed is to attack so that there is no chance of survival. The rest tried to escape, but it was not there. I sent a fireball at them, the heat of which greatly surprised the Nabalista and in the sheep. They did not have time to escape, as they were burned alive. Thank you Naruto, don't come, you. We did not have time to finish speaking. This guy, as I pierced his chest, Sidori, that's all. The Konoha people were shocked and immediately prepared for battle. What are you doing? Some blonde guy shouted. And Monaco or something didn't get through to you. I'm here to kill as many shinobi from all 3 villages as possible. I was never loyal to Konoha. I grinned and went back. This guy tried to take control of me, but he couldn't do it. The seals didn't allow it, and he was too weak to take control of me for even a second. When I was near him, I grabbed him by the throat and tore out his Adam's apple. There was quite a lot of blood. The rest attacked me. What was possible here? You have lightning and fire techniques and even water, because I simply dodged all the techniques to show everyone that I can absorb techniques. It's not worth it. I'll save this as a trump card. Cutting the water dragon with an air blade, I attacked using Chidaren Gashi. I paralyzed all the Konoha people. The especially weak even died from this technique. The rest I finished off. Some I cut someone's throat, some I let someone's insides out, some I cut off their heads or just seriously wounded their insides. Having dealt with these, I moved on. Now in Konoha there is just a crazy amount of shinobi, so I can kill everyone I see anyway. They are all my enemies. After running a little, I came across a larger accumulation of meat. The main forces are still relatively far away, so while I get to them I will get rid of such groups. Having decided not to waste time on trifles, I immediately sent Dragon Flame at them. The shinobi managed, but not all 20+ people were burned alive. Others were too close and received severe burns that will not let them continue to fight normally without letting them figure out what is happening. I folded the seals and sent several rather large wind blades at them, which in total cut 30 people. They had already gathered and attacked me, and all of them, even the shinobi Konohi, apparently decided to eliminate me and then continue their battle. Several people approached me with weapons in their hands and began to attack me. Dodging the one who attacked me from behind, I immediately jumped over the one who tried to pierce me from the front. While still in the air, kunai and shuriken flew at me, taking out my throwing weapon. I threw it so that it changed the trajectory of what was flying at me. As a result, a couple of them even hit the sunits, landing on their feet. I moved away from the guy. I jumped over as he turned around and tried to deliver a vertical blow to me with his katana. It was time to finish with them when the katana of this Konoha sheep was at the lowest point. I attacked with a sharp blow to the side, threw him into the house, which he destroyed with his body. Picking up his katana, I parried with a stone that attacked me sharply. Throwing it away from myself, I beat off Dasha's Nabalist just as I had beaten off Beck's 3-shin blow, and gave me 2 more from the sheet. So we danced for a minute or two. I was just playing with them, although they were pretty good, to be honest. During that time I blew the guts out of one, pierced the cat's heart in the same place, and left the weapon for the third. I knocked the tank out of his hand while it was in the air, grabbed it, and drove it into his head up to the hilt from top to bottom. I sharply drove my hand into the heart area of the fourth, who attacked me from behind, and pulled it out, throwing it to the ground. I rushed to the others, who were throwing techniques and throwing weapons at me. One tried to kick me in the head, but I ducked, and while his leg was in the air, I tore out one of his ribs with my hand, breaking it in several places, and drove it into the throat of the son who wanted to wound me from behind. The rest were grimacing. in horror at how I was killing them, but I somehow didn't care. The main thing is that they were dying. The rest was unimportant. There was only 10 people grinned, folded several seals, summoned a large water dragon, then abruptly devoured 2, the rest were able to dodge, but the dragon turned sharply and tore 3 more into pieces. As a result, 5 out of 10 people died. Great, but I'm interested in whether my earth element has returned to normal. Before it wasn't enough for me to use it as a separate element. There was insufficient affinity, but it was enough to use the wood element. I haven't checked for a long time. How are things with it? Now I'll check. Folded the seals, used the flying boulders technique. It worked. Even though it devoured more chakra than I expected, it worked out. The opponents were expecting something like this, so they dodged, but my shadow clones, which I created unnoticed during the fight, finished off 3, 2 remained, and Kanahi, they were already quite tired. You can tell by their shortness of breath, but they did not retreat, but attacked me in close combat. Either they were saving chakra or they simply did not have any left. I am not a strong enough sensor to determine this. When they approached me, they attacked from 2 sides. One attacked me in the head with a foot from the front, the other went behind my back and struck at the bottom, and after returning from the lower blow, I blocked the upper blow. They did not stop, but continued the offensive. They circled around me and struck almost continuously from all sides. I blocked all these blows. I dodged some of them. They act well and as a well-coordinated team. Apparently not for the first time they work in pairs. Then it is more interesting, although they are too tired and weak for me, having slipped under the blow of one of them. I went straight out to attack, striking straight into the chest. I broke his ribcage, but that's not all. Some of the ribs just stuck out of the skin like an open fracture. In fact, this is what this guy was thrown away from me about 200 meters. 3 wanted to wound me in the side with a kunai charged with chakra, but I intercepted his hand and twisted it, breaking it in several places, not even letting him scream. Hit him in the jaw, so his head was just blown off. Here finished was a pretty good warm-up, but now we need to move straight to the epicenter of the battle. That's where the real dance will begin. Moving towards this very center, I killed everyone who came across my way. True, especially strong. I walked around, leaving them for last. When the fun begins, some, usually shinobi stones and sand themselves, attacked me because I was still wearing a leaf protector, but they did not hold out against me for long, although among them there were strong guys, but they also died. Reaching the main meat grinder, I even whistled because I am on a building. I see everything from a height. Honestly, the sight is simply incredible. Just a huge number of shinobi fighting among themselves like a huge pile of ants. I now have to destroy this ant nest. Jumping to the ground, I rushed at high speed into this crowd. As soon as it starts, the elite of all 3 villages will surely come. They are the ones who pose the greatest danger. I still need to find the Jinchuriki and capture them. My clones are already looking for them, but capturing them will be a problem because it won't be possible to do it quietly. Therefore we will capture loudly. Approaching this crowd, the Konoha people and the sheep noticed me. If the first ones counted that a little help came, then the second ones were far from happy to see me. But when I burst into this crowd, throwing everyone in a row, Kamoka in Chi realized that I was not a friend. Ravine on me began to attack me with the whole crowd, but only I stopped playing, started to fight to the full extent. No one could get me moving at great speed. I repelled every blow that flew at me, dodged and counterattacked without stopping. Each my blow sent someone flying with various injuries. Someone flew away with broken bones, someone with torn organs. Here millet was gathering, yes, stronger than there on the outskirts. Therefore not everyone dies from one blow. Having dodged a vertical blow of Tant, I kicked this guy in the ribs with a turn. As a result, all the ribs flew out, crushed into small pieces, and he himself flew far away from me. Being on one leg, I pushed forward, attacking those closest to me on the legs, breaking them and destroying them to pieces, jumping up thereby returning from the one who wanted to grab me from under the ground. I kicked Two idiots in the head who wanted to pierce me with kuna. With this blow I cut off their heads. Landing on this individual, I grabbed the sword that was lying on the ground and rushed forward. Rushing past the rows of tires, I cut them left and right. I completely blew the guts out of one. When I did this, one attacked me in Thai. Without thinking twice, I kicked these guts at him, thereby knocking them down and blocking the pattern to my father's head. Unexpectedly, I felt something crawling up my leg, but I quickly realized that it was Zeus. It seems there is information that I need. After listening to him, I sent him back, but the information he brought was very interesting. Continuing the movement, I only accelerated and gained more momentum. More and more people flew away from me. I dodged everyone's weapons, some beating others I caught and sent them back. Thrusting a sword tire bakona into the head continued the massacre in pure taijutsu. With one blow broke the jaw, find and hit with the elbow of the same hand in the Adam's apple, breaking it inward. She will not die right away, but she will die after beating 10 more people. Yes, so there were open fractures or torn off limbs. Dodging a direct blow, grabbed the guy by the hand and hit him with the other hand in the elbow, tearing the arm into two. Then again with the elbow, Adam's apple. Several more shinobi attacked me. Their blows I transferred to each other, dodging the blow. Ku find Willow's eye space by God, and tore out from their two ribs that were broken at the ends. I stuck one rib in the guy's stomach from their suna and the other in the eye find from Kanahi. Then I had to dodge various techniques versus on them. I don't pay much attention to them yet. It hasn't come yet time to start using techniques, but soon it will come. Further, my dance continued and only gained intensity. More and more people flew away from me with fatal and not so fatal wounds, but all of them were heavy, although there were those who could become after them and continue to fight, but there are not many of them. But I am sure that among the elite, absolutely all will be like that. One machine bia completely blew off the lower jaw and crushed the front part of the head with a blow. Looks creepy, but at least dead. Having untied the stomach of one shinobi, I grabbed his intestines and at speed wrapped and the necks of two kanechi and pulled so that they were attracted to each other. After all, intestines are quite a long thing. Allows you to do this before they had time to come to their senses as I hit them in the head, so they were simply crushed and all the contents were on the ground, and not everyone could calmly watch what I was doing here. Everyone has already unanimously called me the devil. Let it be that in part 1 am one, at least for everyone present here. No, not everyone. There is at least one person here with whom this needs to be clarified. Kanechi that attacked me was on the verge of exhaustion. Apparently she had been badly battered before that. Having hit her several times, I grabbed her by the throat. And what was all this for, I asked her, but she couldn't answer. My hand on her throat was so strong, it wasn't enough. It didn't let her answer normally. I didn't have time to do anything else as a strong wave of wind threw me back. Grouping in the air, I landed on my feet, having plowed 10 meters of land. This whole crowd even froze. As expected, straightening their backs, I shook the dust off my left shoulder and looked at this crowd. Not to say that I was tired of messing with them, but still it was a little tense, and more in a psychological sense. I was tired of the physical more than normal, concentrating as much as possible on chakra control and making one single seal. I used one of the most powerful fire techniques that I have in my arsenal. The Great Fire Destruction. Just a huge table of flames was directed at a huge number of shinobi. The technique came out simply a huge powerful one. The heat was simply incredible, and the height and the width and the pillars, although rather the wall was the largest that I have ever created. Having stopped feeding the equipment with my chakra, I began to admire what it had arranged, but even with this I destroyed only 30% of the entire gathering that had gathered here. Still, the army of each great village is simply incredibly huge. Such a sight was probably noticed by the strongest shinobi who are in the village, and now they will head here. It remains to wait for them. The vessels of the tailed ones will also come here. It will be simply incredibly difficult, but at the same time very exciting. Having looked around myself, I realized That I got a little carried away and now I'm just covered in blood. My hair is a little bloody, but because it's scarlet the blood is hard to see. There's blood on my face, but there's especially a lot of it on my hands. They're fortunately covered in blood. As soon as I finished looking at myself, as a very strong blow flew at me, sending me flying with my body. I broke through several buildings until I stopped in one of them. Mato guy, only this crazy guy can attack so quickly, so hard and painfully. This is already getting interesting. Standing up and shaking myself off, I teleported to the place where I was thrown back purely on reflexes. I put the mark of the Hara Ishina, which is surprising because I'm not used to using this technique, but then it's better appearing. Near the mark I saw the entire elite of all 3 villages, well, at least Kanaki for sure, but then there are still several strong shinobi of the stone bitches of Aji and Kazakage elite Jounas. Kanaki 3 Sannin, exactly. The sheep were very shocked to see me. Naruto, what the heck are you doing? The angry Tsunade yelled at me. Everyone else was apparently solidarity with this question. Well, how can I tell you, Tsunade? I do what I have to. I eradicate all the rabble and conduct, let's say, preparation, and so I came for the Jinchuriki of the stone, so please give them to me and we will part. One said, and smiled sweetly at the end, although with my appearance I looked not sweet but creepy. What other Jinchuriki? What preparation for what? Explain already. Finally, immediately already shouted Jiraiya, I would like to kill him right now. He writes bad books. Jinchuriki, I need to implement my plan. I said Palladia conversation so that it would be beneficial to me. What other plan? Asked the evil Kakashi. Killed or something whom he knew. As you all know, I am Uzumaki, so I need the tailed ones in order to return my clan, I said, and my words simply shocked everyone who heard it. BBC Thoughts you return with a trembling voice. Asked Shinju. Everything is going as best as possible in the direct when there was an attack on my clan. Only a part was killed, the rest is now sealed. Tailed ones. This 9 keys to open the seal. By the way, Tsunade, since you are partly Uzumaki, then I will offer you to join me and help me, because as far as I know, who the first lover was waved said, I am completely serious with this offer. I drove everyone into cognitive dissonance. Daichi whispered in a trembling voice. Tsunade, heh. As I see you still love him, I can please you. He is alive and is in the seal. Especially I am surprised that you are still protecting this village after everything she did. Said I. The price is invisible now, just an indescribable shock. The voice decided to give the snake. What did you hiss about? He hissed. Konoha betrayed the Zamaki clan at the time, allowing it to be destroyed. Also some shinobi even helped to kill them. I started from this. Everyone's eyes, except for Alanoki, climbed onto their foreheads. Even Namikaze, apparently even he didn't know, and my empathy confirms this further. Your clan, Shinju, do you think your brother skills died by chance? It was a planned murder, since the Leaf government found out that he awakened the element of wood like Hashirama. They weren't afraid that he would displace them and removed him. I said. Here Tsunade started to cry. Apparently they feel that I'm not lying. She awakened Dormita-san. Empathy is not as strong as mine, but strong enough to believe me. Why should we believe you? Said Ruta Biosuma, who had been silent until then. She knows how to test me for the truth of my words, I answered calmly. Let's move on. You don't know, but Minato with a jug wanted to use me Midno as a BKS eminent with wine of the uterus to strengthen clans of Konoha. I said. To this even the guests of Stone and Sand were surprised it was necessary. Said angry as Minato __ did not give a word. Rudely answered. I took out a special kunai. I threw it under the impudent Nadia. On this kunai the seals on which that conversation was recorded. Listening I put when I came to the office of the HKGE for the first time after returning to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I am aware of everything that I am telling here. Here is another piece of news for you, Tsunade. Yes, and you, Orochimaru. She will be interesting. Your sister Tsunade also died from a vein of a leaf, more precisely due to the fault of Minato. With these words I stunned 2 Sannin. The probability of recruiting them now is higher than ever. Peace. Yes. Her vocabulary is now limited to names alone. More precisely, it would be more correct to say that Minato allowed her to die on the orders of the third. After all, if he had transferred her to you, you would have been able to help her survive, yes, and Orochimaru would have had enough strength and experience to do this, although he could not help you save Dawn, but he just didn't have enough knowledge and experience. Said, I'll just say it just in case that time. In short, Maru really tried to save skills. I know that you loved Tsunade's sister. That's why I have a question for you too. In short, Maru, how do you still protect this village? I told them this because if they refuse, then it will be interesting to fight with a well-coordinated trio of Sannin. I will be glad if you join me and help return the Uzumaki clan. After all, they are part of your family, and besides, I found several members of the Shinju clan who were still being hunted by Shinobi Kanoha. I think they will be glad to see you. And I won't mind if the other two Sannin join me. I said, everyone else was just now in your broken state, true. Minato was burning with anger. I'm not asking for an answer right now, you have 20 minutes. Think and listen to what's written on those seals, so give me your answer, I said, and prepared for battle. It seems to me, there's time for talking. Glass. Akan, Em and Makan, your siblings, how can you talk about family when you're going to kill them? Roki said. Maru apparently doesn't trust my words yet, although not as much as at the beginning. They focus on Tsunade's reaction. Bypassed was aware of what Minato Tsukushina was up to and was all for it. He volunteered to be the first to use either the limit or I don't remember anymore, and it doesn't matter. This is enough to consider him a traitor. Extract the fox from him, MIDIA. No one will lay a finger on them, answered. I'm in some kind of organization. I'll never believe in my life that you do everything alone, asked the Akatsuki race, who had been silent until then. And I, as one of the leaders of this organization, declare the Fourth World War. Shinobi answered. After shouted and splintered temporarily, the conversations ended out. Of the corner of my eye, I noticed how Tsunade took the kunai together. Sorokimura moved away. And behind them I splashed, shocked by such an action. Jiraiya, well girls, let's dance, I said, smiling, and licked the blood from my right thumb. Blood intoxicates and allows you to focus on the real battle. Abruptly asking for kunai. Minato and I created a parazingan. Our kunai were opposite each other when we moved to them, made a dash towards each other. Let's see who will whom. Abruptly asking for kunai. Minato and I created a parazingan. Our kunai were opposite each other when we moved to them, made a dash towards each other. Let's see who will whom. After the dash, Minato tried to immediately thrust his Rasengan into my head, but I ducked under his hand and hit him with the same technique in the stomach as soon as he flew away, as a clot of lava flew into my back. Jumping from that place, I looked at the one whom he attacked. In front of me stood two people, and both I recognized the Jinchuriki of the stone as they. In time, for a long time I did not give it to think about it. I urgently had to dodge the sand that was trying to grab me and crush me in the air. I had to move with a Hirai Shin so that the old man bitch Aji did not use the dust element on me as soon as I landed. As again I had to dodge an attack. This time it was Kakashi who was going to pierce me. Bending down and missing a blow above me, I sharply hit him in the stomach with my fist. He broke in half and threw up. I did not have time to continue the attack as I dodged a strong ball of fire. Immediately after that I had to dispel the illusion that they wanted to impose on me after abruptly leaving the place where I was standing, because I was almost grabbed by the shadow of Nara. Yamanaka tried to take control of me, but instead he got hit in the brain. Seals rule in the back. Again a blow flies. Having dodged, I saw that this time it was acid. Hey, everyone in a crowd pounced abruptly. Namikaze appears near me and kicks me, because of which I flew back about 150 meters. Grouping myself on the fly, I landed on my feet. I immediately had to make a dash to the side in order not to get hit by the sand again. Then there was a joint attack of the fire and wind elements, from which I left using Horatian. As soon as I appeared, I managed to look at everyone and immediately dodged Guy's powerful blows your mother. You can immediately see the difference between meat and elite. I can hardly even calmly breathe, not to mention attacking. This is already interesting. I delivered only 2 blows. That did not cause almost any damage to the recipient's. Thoughts were racing through my head like mad while I was dodging the blows of this rabble of Sannin. They are still talking and I have no idea whether they will help me or not. If not, then it will be much harder than now and I don't like it. Landing on the remains of the building, I had to dodge the elements of dust of the old man. Grandchildren, I'm already starting to get tired of this. I just run dodging. It's time to start fighting seriously, otherwise I'll die again. Dodging a blow, this time from Kakashi's Raikiri, I teleported as close as possible to Kazekage. As soon as I appeared, I immediately released a fireball of chakra at him. They felt sorry, so the ball at 7 meters with a monstrous went to Reizu. He tried to defend himself with sand, but the heat was so powerful that his golden sand began to melt, forming glass. I don't know what else Sandy wanted to do, but my fire got to him first. A heartbreaking, heartrending scream filled the area. Everyone just stared at how one of the rulers of dreams, alive without getting hung up on this for long, immediately attacked Kurenai at high speed and at the last moment noticed me and tried to fight me off with a kunai. Raised it under her arm with a kunai. I created a scalpel of chakra and ripped it open. God, from which she screamed. Everyone paid attention to this and some rushed towards us with a scream, only he was too late. In my hand a chadare flared up. This is the technique itself. I pierced her chest from the back. She spat out blood and began to fall forward after I pulled out my hand with the technique, and some approached and grabbed the falling corpse of Lucky, which to my surprise was still alive. She was crying and telling her something, only I didn't listen. I was thinking about my own I don't care horror. I wonder what to decide there. Sannin, so far I have eliminated the 2 weakest of this whole crowd. With the rest it will be much harder. There are no weak ones here, but I still have enough tricks. Chicken too. My surprise still holds on willpower and thirst for life. She has incredible, but it's time to finish. Having unsealed the katana, I raised it over Seret both and prepared to chop off his head. Minato shouted at him to leave, but he didn't react, and that's when I almost brought the katana down on him. Someone hit me hard in the side. Flying about 200 meters, I grouped myself in the air, landed on my feet looking at the one who risked attacking me. I admit I was slightly disappointed. It was Jiraiya. It's a pity. I hoped that he would take my side, although on the other hand I won't feel so sorry to kill him than Tsunade or Orochimaru, who by the way are still talking. Well, oh well, it doesn't matter to me that they finish quickly. For now there is still a chance that they will take my side. Without saying anything to him, I threw it at him. Wind blade flow. They were big, fast-toed. Sannin barely managed to grab Asu Muscurin and get away from the line of attack quickly, though not like me, Illuminati. It's also unpleasant. Abruptly had to get away from the fireball. Kakashi almost hit me. Naruto, stop this, just give up. Innocent people died because of you. Jiraiya shouted to me. No, I will never stop. I will return my clan and avenge those who were killed by your ancestors, and some of you even personally participated in this, I said, and looked with contempt at Inoki. This one won't leave alive today, that's right. Moving straight to the group, I attacked Jiraiya, followed by everyone who fought well in close combat joined him. I dodged a guy, Kakashi the enraged Asuma, who decided to chop me up, Jiraiya, and so on. Bending down, missed guy's blow and lunging hit him myself, yes, so that in my opinion his ribs cracked from behind. I heard that I was small, strained. 64 touches of heaven. The head of the clan, Hyuga, joined in the fun. I was about to dodge when he was suddenly thrown away from me by the conversation of the Sannin's Price. Archie, are you serious now? Are you going to believe this crazy guy who kills left and right? Angry asked Jiraiya. He just didn't understand how his friends could even think about going over to the side of the traitor to his village and family. Shut up, Jiraiya. Tsunade believed him, so I will believe too, and besides we are not going to join him until we listen to this. Seal said how Maru cut off the rhino. He was really interested in the words Of the boy Shinju, Miki was the one who managed to melt the ice heart of the snake she was. Special for him, she is the only one he accepted into his heart, closer than just a friend. She did the same, she accepted him, she was glad that he chose her. She died. If it turns out that Minato really let her die, he can't even imagine what he will do with this mistake of nature. Archie, you didn't have time to start your tirade again, as his description was interrupted. Inju, pretty, I want to listen to what on this seal. Naruto, he spoke the truth, without a word or a lie. The gift of my grandmother, let it still be weak, but it is enough to understand the truthfulness of what he told us, Tsunade said in a trembling voice. She did not expect that this recording would confirm everything he said, but she is sure that there will be something, but she cannot understand that. For another 2 minutes Jiraiya tried to prove to his comrades that they were being deceived and that they should now help kill Naruto. In the end, the two Sannin could not stand it and sent him to fight Uzumaki. He grumbled and told them to catch up, rushed into battle. They exhaled and began to listen to what was recorded by the seal. They listened more and more, amazed at how Minato was from a person. Yes, the Temptations Act causes strong disgust. It was necessary to think of using their children to strengthen the clan in the village, but the most frightening and worthy of attention was after Minato. We have been keeping this Shinju locked up for so many years and trying to do something with its cells. It is high time to fertilize and restore the obedient clan of the Shinju. Some disgusting voice said. Tsunade and Orochimaru were horrified that in the depths of the leaf, still outliving the Shinju. Kaita-san, I understand everything, but Miki, we still need. In the state in which it is now, in a year it will already be possible to begin the restoration of the Shinju. Now we risk simply killing her in vain. These words completely knocked both Sannin out of the rut. Sister and beloved one who has been considered dead for many years. Besides, Naruto did not listen to this seal since he did not tell them about it. It was this attitude of Miki that determined the side for both Sannin. Tsunade began snakes but was interrupted. I know too, and he will help. I am sure of it. I hope for it. The last she spoke quietly and even with some despair. Sannin saw how some clan heads arrived on the battlefield. The head of the Hyuga clan already wanted to use his signature technique and Naruto dodged well. Orochimaru was faster. He folded the seals and called a gust of wind that blew the head of the Hyuga clan into the destroyed house. Their choice was made. There is no way back. Naruto, stop this, just give up. Because of you innocent people died. Jiraiya shouted to me. No, I will never stop. I will return my clan and take revenge for those whom your ancestors killed, and some of you even personally participated in this, I said, and looked with disdain at Anuki. This one will not leave alive today. Having moved perfectly, I attacked Jiraiya directly to the group, followed by everyone who fought well in close combat. I dodged Kakashi's Adagai, the enraged Asuma who decided to chop me up, Jiraiya, and so on. Bending down, missed Guy's blow and lunging myself hit him. Yes, so that in my opinion his ribs cracked from behind. I heard something that made me a little nervous. 64 touches of heaven. The head of the Hyuga clan joined in the fun. I was already about to dodge when he was suddenly thrown away from me. Seeing that he was thrown away from me, I was pleasantly surprised and very pleased. It was Orochimaru, next to whom Tsunade was standing, looking at Namekaze with hatred. I'm glad you took my side. I smiled at them. I'm so strong. Allies will be very useful. Naruto, there is something that you probably didn't listen to the end in this seal said to Nadia's father. EU, some sadness, on the verge of despair. What is she saying to her words? I just raised an eyebrow questioningly. Miki, our son Miki, is alive. These creatures are keeping her in the dungeons in order to revive the obedient clan of the Shinju. I ask for the beginning of the Roki Marussia with a plea, but I interrupted him. I understand you. I will send a group of clones so that they will free her. I nodded to them. This only convinced them even more that my side is the most correct. You will not dare, growled Minato. I just chuckled and moved behind the back in the head of the clan and Nuzuk. It's good that my kunai with the seal was behind her back, so having moved, I immediately pierced her with my Chaidare. Although she was the head, she is not at the level to resist me. The head of the clan in the form of a tank immediately flew at me. Realizing that I will not have time to live for this, I just moved away from him. There, the technique of splitting the Inoki was already waiting for me. Having put up a stone wall, I quickly left with trajectory of the attack. Kakashi immediately flew up to me and we started a battle in Taiji from a blow from the left eye. Bent down and immediately with a turn kicked him, immediately dodging the blow of a suma I. Hit him in the elbow and the same kicked him in the stomach, thus first a battle with the strongest in this village. 4 hours have already passed, throwing away the kunai flying at me with my kunai. I approached Kakashi and stuck it in his shoulder, only I wanted to burp from him in order to continue having fun, as before my eyes for a second flashed the memory of how Kaguya sat under a tree alone and was sad. I also remembered the clan that is waiting for me to free them. Also Mickey, whom I promised to save for Tsuna. By the way, I scream, and they fighting on my side against the clan chiefs and ordinary shinobi. It's time to finish with them. I quickly tore off his arm from the other shoulder. In fact, of all those present here, only Gaimanada can pose a danger to me, the first because of his 8-gate technique, which can be extremely inconvenient and even dangerous for me, the second because of his insane speed, which is not much less than mine. Jinchuriki quickly shackle wood technique, and that's it, although there are also seals to suppress the exchange and chakra, so just in case somehow one arm is not enough for him already going to kill me, they prevented. Namely, guy with his 5th gate threw me back hard here, __. Son of a bitch hits painfully did I in the clones that collected natural energy. I entered hermit mode. My hair flared up and turned red, although during the fight it changed to white around you, appeared red pigmentation, eyes turned gold. With an elongated pupil, everyone felt the enormous power that flared up from me, and the heat does not give rainbow thoughts. Looking at everyone, I decide to deal with Guy first of all. His 8 gates really bother me, therefore it is better to kill him as quickly as possible before he opens the 8th gate. They bother me the most, I don't even know why. Approaching him, I hit him with all my might right in the body. He of course put a block. He flew back strongly, and probably a burn remained a feature of my regime. Having reduced the distance, I struck him again. This time he dodged and tried to attack again, but I transferred the blows again, hit him only in the side. Having responded at a decent distance, he was going to regroup, but I put the seal of curation on him in advance, and having moved to him, I immediately hit him, driving him into the ground. You shouldn't linger with him. Having put a couple of seals, I launched a fireball where Polima and Tagai, only this one was bigger and stronger, and it blazed in places with a straight blue flame. The ball immediately began to melt the earth, and in theory Guy only Mato managed to get off the line like that, and kicked me in the side with his foot extremely hard and continued to beat me while I was flying. It wasn't the most pleasant feeling, actually. I'm glad that the Phoenix Hermit mode increases my regeneration several times, so after I was thrown away from him, I quickly got rid of my wounds. What a nasty one he is, __. In addition, he's also strong, only I wanted to attack him again as I had to dodge the Jinchuriki technique, which began to be covered in Chukravitsa. Things are bad, I need to deal with them as soon as possible. I also fold seals and use wood bindings. They were very surprised by this, and to my regret I only got one. Well, okay, and that's it. Excellent. Approaching him, quickly sealed it in a scroll. It seems this drove them into some shock. Do you own the element of wood? Asked Anoki specifically, and she is very strong for me. I will not say that Hashirama is stronger in this, but certainly stronger than Mata. I doubt that anyone can ever compare with the first Akaji in owning Makutan. I answered him. Our battle after this conversation broke out with renewed vigor somewhere for another 2 hours. Everything went on like this, and I felt that I was getting very tired. During this time I managed to change the hermit mode several times. Fortunately my opponents were also on their last legs. It is also pleasing that the clones successfully carried out. Some from the dungeon sent a scroll with it to the base of Tsunade and Orochimaru behind my back, covering from those who were earthly. Jiraiya all this time fought with his old comrades. I think they can already be called that. Having folded one single seal, I used great fire destruction. The wall of flame was truly huge already. I don't know how many fell under it, but in front of me there were only the badly battered Minato guide Jin Churiki, granddaughter of Anuki, and the old ruler himself. There wasn't much stone, but it's better for me that I just sat down to Maintain the regime. I have extremely small. I need to quickly kill the traffic police, grab this guy with biju and water him too. Regeneration is of course a super thing, but fatigue makes itself felt too little. Experience for such battles. In fact, I'm leaving on a stupid total superiority in the village and chakra there. Is no time to examine myself now, but judging by the fleeting glance from the Shinju, I guess that not all of my wounds have healed. I would gladly kill Balanok, but I'm afraid of time for him. I simply don't have enough telling these two to hold on and keep fighting. I was already ready to rush at these suicide bombers when a powerful, cold but eerily familiar voice sounded from above. This is the problem of our world, constant wars for the sake of stupidity and only the last war for peace. There is a place to be. You are all rotten and must surrender for the good of the world, so you will. Yuya God commands. You so stump, said he, and 6 Telpin appeared right in front of us on time. But our opponents were very tense and even with some fear looked at 6 new opponents. Now everything is going in our favor. Stump without any words pulled the Jinchuriki to us. It's good that I didn't get confused and quickly hit him and sealed yes, and quickly Nagata worked. If I'm not mistaken, then this idiot was going to release what I would like to avoid. In my condition, you better leave Naruto. You look extremely bad, said the main. Stump with me also Tsunade and Orochimaru. I managed to pull them to our side, although thanks for this I must say, Konoha, said I. Stump not to say so that he was very surprised but clearly did not expect this. Then go to me after. You will transfer us all. The owner of the Rinnegan nodded to me only. I was going to leave as Gafe pounced on me in the 6th gates. It seems he is even ready for the 7th and 8th. That's not necessary anymore, the Stump quietly whispered to me to hold him back at least for a second. It's not that difficult to do so. Everything will be faced with him again. We began exchanging blows at high speed. A slight adrenaline rush clearly hinted that this speed is my greatest limit at the moment, so that you and were the strong one would have lifted you up the infection several if placed in time, both along the perimeter and on Guy himself, really held him back for a couple of seconds. Immediately after that a body appeared nearby that sucks out the soul. He touched Malta and immediately tore out his soul in time, still a split second, and he would have broken free. The technique of 8 rad, simply monstrous. Now you can leave and wait for me, said the main pain, throwing Minato away from himself. All this time all 6 paths of pain and Tsunade Sorokimaru fought with those who tried to interfere with me in the battle with Guy. As soon as I appeared next to Tsunade, changed as I was interrupted again. Deja vu, some kind of you cannot surrender to Naruto. I will help, said another familiar voice. Everyone turned their gaze to the remains of the house on which sat a man with an orange spiral mask and Akatsuki uniform. Glad to see you, Obito, said I. Even it's a pity that Kakashi Peace did not wait to meet him. But Minato, in shock, look at his old student. Obito without further ado jumped to us and moved me and 2 Sannin to the Akatsuki base. As soon as we appeared there, as I relaxed and immediately felt all the fatigue. Your mother, yes, on me so many wounds. Adrenaline did not allow me to notice it. I feel that now. Point. I will fall. Point in point. Fainting. Brother, the last thing I heard before falling into the darkness. This is a double voice in which I clearly caught fear and horror with surprise. And the darkness is so calming and pleasant. Darkness, let me go as quickly as it took me to itself. After all, I perhaps overestimated myself a little and went where I could have died peacefully, so it's better not to do it anymore. Although if there is no choice, then we will have to. What we have 1-tailed. I captured part of the 9-tailed. I also captured the 4-tailed. I took the 5-tailed, was also captured. Total 4 out of 9 is too much. I took on myself. Now I have to get up, go find out if ours were able to capture those whom they went for. I hope that they all succeeded and no one died. Fortunately, they would have started to act almost simultaneously. Few people understood what Akatsuki are doing now. Well, yes. My announcement of the 4th World War shinobi. Opening my eyes in. Eyes rested on the ceiling. Expected that I would be at the base recovering. I would have lain down a bit longer and preferably slept, but I have to get up. Things are not waiting now. I am closer than ever to returning to the wallpaper and the Zamaki clan in this mortal world. Looking around I do not notice anyone in the room. It is funny that it has been converted into a hospital. This has never happened before, and it is not surprising because the strongest criminals in the world have gathered here. Only rarely did anyone return wounded, die. Almost everyone has their own natural regeneration helped. Something tells me that Tsunade organized all this, perhaps even Orochimaru contributed to this. After all, he is a scientist and a good medic. Well, okay, bye. My feelings, I have almost completely recovered. There are sales and scratches left, and even those will heal in a few hours. That's what the Uzumaki gens and Atsuki's glass do. Even after such a boni, I am almost whole. But how much time has passed and I have no idea. But all this did not cancel the fact that I was all bandaged. Okay, it's not that important. I get up, I disconnect the for what was here. It turns out, yeah, I didn't even notice it at first. Leaving the infirmary, I stomped over to where I felt like the assembly hall was usually where spirits were talking about some things. When I got there, I wasn't surprised to find my sisters and Sannin there. Well, two of them also. Almost the entire Akatsuki team was here. Pin had already managed to return, which means at least 2 to 3 hours I was lying around. Definitely need to get rid of all the bandages. It's annoying. They were all discussing something. Tsunade was said by my sisters. Orochimaru's pains. The rest, except that I don't see here. I'll have a smoke, and they themselves didn't come back or something. Well, okay, watch everyone. Of course it's cool, but I feel like it's better for me to go out into the light of day. Otherwise they've dragged me and they'll kill me already. My sisters. Yo, I go out and say oh to everyone. They all immediately paid attention to me. Before I could understand anything, I was occupied by 2 hurricanes, one scarlet, the other gold. Honestly, if it weren't for the chakra, they would have knocked me down on the ground. Both hurricanes managed to take my t-shirt off with tears, but a couple of seconds passed, made them worry. Again, hugged them, I stroke their heads. Well, why are you alive? I'm all good. I tried to calm them down. You're an idiot, __. They shouted together. Daughter didn't come out. All I could do was hug them and stroke their heads. Yes, I won't even deny it, but still it ended well, so why cry? Calmly I whisper to them. I don't know what the others are thinking, but I don't care. The main thing is to calm these two down. Well, sob, you saw the sob. In what state the sob came back? She said, oh, still I scared them too much. Sometimes it seems to me that they are a little fixated on me, especially after everything that happened in the Namikaze family. Even if so, then let it pass with time. To calm them down it took me, __, an hour. They were very worried about me. It's nice, but there is a minus in this I will not tire of repeating, but they were too worried about me. Nothing can be done about it. Yes, even if I could, then if I started to do it then in order to make it easier for them, although I would not like to lose such support. After they calmed down, we all sat down on the sofas. I had just a ton of questions. So first I will ask, how long was I out? I asked. I decided to answer this question slightly gloomy. Tsunade, 18 hours, of which 10 were your chakra recovering. She answered me, yes, I somehow underestimated my genes and chakra. Kaguya. After such a massacre, all those with whom I fought will recover in a few days, and this is the shortest period I recovered, roughly speaking, in a day. This is a point powerful. This is cool. Yes, I did not expect this. So what about Biju? I asked the question, to which I answered naturally. Nagato. Through the body of pain we were able to capture the 3-tailed, 6-tailed, 2-tailed and 4 tentacles of the 8-tailed. We couldn't capture him himself. Smoke died during the capture, and he himself was seriously injured. If Coco hadn't arrived in time, he could have died, but there are more than enough tentacles to fill the statue considering those you collected. Then we have 7 out of 9. Bitju, said Pain. That's how it is, __. The 8-tailed Godfather will pay for this before that squid. In any case, it would be desirable to capture, and now so during the war Zeus, I called my subordinate. He didn't keep himself waiting long. Go to the Godfather and keep an eye on the wreckage. Also send your clones to keep an eye on other villages like me. Soon it will become known that almost all the exchange was caught. They will probably gather a council of the 5 Kaguya. We need to know when and where. Also let a couple Of your clones keep an eye on the Jinchuriki. If the 8-tailed one disappeared, then let them find and keep an eye. We need to know absolutely all of them, plans and location. I gave the order to my son-in-law. Nodded briefly and went to carry out the order. Why do you need advice from the Pitakage? Asked Rajkumar. You need to know where the Kaguya is. While they are gone, it will be possible to capture the rest and blow up their villages so that in the war they will be weaker than they can be. The more people die, the better. Civilians, of course, it's a pity, but before the end of the war this is an insignificant price. Sighed. I thought about my words for some time. Thinks you're right, even though I don't like it, but there is no choice, said everyone. Simply nodded at these words like tanks themselves. I asked Tsunade. Said that the wounds, although seriously, but now nothing to him threatens. It's good. The kiddies as well as Kakuzu among Akatsuki are my best friends, if of course this can be applied to us considering the age difference. By the way, did Era you can generally blow up all the villages once? I asked him a question. PF of course I can, though I'll fall ill with exhaustion considering the distance and targets and the number of explosions. Snorted the explosion lover. It's good, he sighed. I mean, my idea will be more than successful. That's the point. You don't want to leave them chances for a big maneuver. In other words, not a single chance for a relatively easy passage of the war? Asked Mita. Exactly. Smiled and stroked her on the head. These two gozas, by the way, never let go of me. They settled down next to me and pressed themselves against me as tightly as possible. However, I was never against this kind of contact on their part, not so much my stroking, only smiled as well as the Sanins. Others held back. Here's another thing, do they have anyone capable of using etiquette? I asked Orochimaru. He thought for a moment and after nodded. Yes, there is my student. As if let her husband as a year have not communicated, but he knows most of my techniques. Ten Cyan also knows the more improved version, said Snake. This is bad. We need to find him and either lure him to our side or kill me. I am more than sure that they will try to summon a dead Kaguya for us. This will not be the deadline, I said. After my remark, there was a prone who was presented to me on account they will be able to summon only dead Akagi and those whom you killed in that massacre in Konoha. The rest of the samples were seized. He said this is already better, but still bad plans from this little change. We need to destroy any opportunity for them to use this technique. Zeus send a clone to steal DNA samples of all 3 Ekiji and a scroll with the resurrection technique after they lose, as if in any way they are afraid to meet resurrected on their side will be almost negative, completely excluded. Just in case I will not. In short, Maru, you can use this technique? I asked him, to which I received a nod. Then you will resurrect everyone whom Zitsu prepared, as well as all the dead Agi, including the Hokage. On all the Kaguya, it's better to put on something that will fix us. There will, I said thoughtfully. The snake only nodded at my remark, agreeing. By the way, I heard that the clouds are an island where their Jinchuriki trained, said Sorry H&M. It's interesting because they have 2 Biju left and we are hunting for them. They will try to hide them from us and end the war without their participation. Leave them where it is safe. The Jinchuriki of the 7-tailed will probably help to master the power of her Biju just in case. So we need to be on duty near that island. After all, it is the most safe place to hide our targets. As soon as they appear there, then it would be good to capture well, or one of them, the 7-tailed one, is preferable, since we don't have his chakra, but this is if we don't have time to take the girl before active hostilities begin. I said yes, here Yuzari has such information. This is simply wonderful. But isn't this too obvious a place to hide them? Oh well, let's hope that the Zetsu clone will cope with its task perfectly. So what are you planning here? Of course, this is simply wonderful. But you need rest even if you recovered quickly, even too quickly, but this does not cancel the fact that you also need rest. Print out my sister, she needs medical help. Tsunade clapped her hands, which scared me too much. I withdrew into myself. Why do I need rest? I have fully recovered, although I expressed myself incorrectly. Why is it right now that we still have a lot to do? We still had time to rest. I waved her off, getting up and creating a clone to bring the peace scroll. Yes, what? The difference is that you recovered so quickly. Your body and mind need a long rest. It is advisable to devote a couple of days to rest and then start training and work, she said harshly. I wanted to start protesting, but I was grabbed by both sides by the arms. What I did not understand what happened. Don't worry, Tsunade both-san, we will look after him somehow, too energetically said, and Mita supported her with intense nods. Here no one could hold back a laugh except me, who is not a period but does not understand what is happening, although no, I understood. I was betrayed. Well done, girls. Don't let him get up. Saved until tomorrow morning, pretty, sang the princess of the clan. I'm sitting. Stop. What about the scroll? I still need to open it somehow. I started to protest in a panic. No, I don't mind resting, but now it would be better to do work and prepare for work. Okay, you will open the scroll and leave, said Tsunade immediately after this remark. The clone came in with a scroll in his hand. Tsunade and Orochimaru stared at him with an unreadable look. Clone came up to me and handed me the scroll. I dispelled it with a slap on the back of the head. Some mist. A laugh, putting the scroll on the couch and opening it. I unsealed the body of Tsunade, and Orochimaru gasped. Honestly, fresh in the coffin they put something that I unsealed. She is almost dead. They conducted some experiments on her, and in my opinion they tortured and prepared for something. A couple of Sannin quickly picked up the half-dead body and rushed off to treat her. I only had to inhale and follow the sisters who were pulling me into my room. Entering it, they quickly laid me down on the bed and settled on the sides, occupying hands. And now you can't run away. Good night, brother, they said at the same time. Well, exactly like twins. It's even cute. Good night, Mita, and I wished them. I fully felt all the fatigue that I didn't even feel when I woke up. I think until tomorrow I'll sleep peacefully. Okay, nothing can be done about it. There's only one animal left. The second is just a principle. On this thought I fell into the kingdom of Morpheus. A month has passed since I returned from the massacre in Konoha, and I came up with, as it turned out later, an almost successful plan. The key word is almost, but first things first. 2 days had passed after I was forcibly sent to lie in bed. At that moment I was in Pain's office and dissuaded him from some moments of the beginning of hostilities. At that moment Rockmaru came in, slightly gloomy. Rotamaru. He said that they really experimented on her. They were preparing something. Firstly, it's natural, a project to return the clan. They would simply rape her and she would give birth. Healthy Shinju, completely controlled by the power of the fox Shinju. Secondly, they wanted to use her in the same way as the cells of the first Hokage. They tried to force her to have Makutan, but they just had no idea what the element of wood is. A tautology turned out, but the essence is clear. They knew that it consists of water and earth. The first problem came out in the fact that the world did not have both elements. She had fire, wind. They experimented with her chakra and tried to introduce the necessary verses to her. Even through biology, genetics tried naturally, this had a negative effect on her. Next comes the percentage of verses, that is, in what ratio it is necessary to introduce this or that element to her. It would be possible to conduct experiments on other people, but each organism has its own ratio of sins. To guess from other experiments that they probably conducted the ratio of her elements would be impossible. It would be ideal to conduct the same experiments on members of the Shinju clan, but only Tsunade remained alive. But she still had to be captured, and then the rest of the Sannin would be alarmed, so there was no option. Her health is very shaken. Millet will never become more. Chakra system is simply torn apart. Chakra core is also in poor condition. Her life expectancy has decreased by about 23%, which is quite a lot, but no matter how surprising it is, she has already woken up. Psyche from the first tests is also battered. Weak reaction to stimuli. Poorly coherent speech, although understandable. Memory lapses. Confusion. Fear of touch. She woke up 3 days ago, and all this time her mental state was checked, although in Canada and Orochimaru she remembers that it is already a good sign. Also, she asked to meet me. This surprised both me and Pain. So they already told her that I pulled her out of the lab. I just can't understand the reason for the meeting. Oh well, this isn't such a problem. Let's go and find out what is needed from me. In extreme cases, we'll blame it on madness, telling Pinu that everything should go as before. I went for Orochimaru. 5 minutes later, we arrived at the medical wing. There, on one of the beds, lay a thin and tired blonde. She was practically a copy of Tsunade, except for her eyes, they were blue. She was dressed in a hospital gown for patients. She looked at me and tried to get up, but Tsunade, who had appeared in an instant, or, in short, Maru, didn't allow her to do this. Only now did I notice that she was connected to many devices. Naruto, she started in a weak voice when I approached. I simply waved my hand. Naruto simply answered. She nodded, and while the hat was still on, she continued. You read just like that. Naruto period. I would like to thank you period for saving me. She said. She even jokes. She's trying in this state. Otherwise, I don't see any reason. Why did she just call me Naruto? Nothing. How soon will she recover? Question I asked already healthy Shinju. I think from 8 months to a year and a half. Thoughtfully said Tsunade, and her sister just smiled exhaustedly. Well, that's not a despondent woman. Okay, you work here, get well, and I'll also go to work, I said, and turning around went to the exit. How are things there? Asked the snake. Preparing something. Quite good resistance they of course provide, but not as much as they could. My plan is in full swing. Unfortunately, it is not possible to capture the 8-tailed one now. Well, it is quite possible that the girl Obito went after her said. I'm standing at the exit of the room. And what are you going to do? Asked the world. With this she surprised not only me but also the 2 Sannin, mentally grinning, and answered, I'll go to someone and destroy this village of the Raikage and the strongest Shinobites. Now there is no that there will be no problems, told her. Immediately moved to the village hidden in the clouds after the destruction. Coma returned. A few hours later, coming tired to the office, I found there not only him but the icons of Sabita. Correction, battered, inhabited. Oh, how did it go? I asked. Oh. News, good and bad. From the good, the Jinchuriki of the 7-tailed was captured. Now in the dungeon. From the bad, she was not alone, there were many strong shinobi. The Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed and the Raikage Smizukage, so I was battered. The Mizukage I killed also. From injuries our 8-tailed died. Let's hope that what the kitties took away from the Spokeroi is enough. Obito reported with a heavy sigh. Clear. Then we seal the moth and proceed to the final stage of the plan. I said. Who will become the vessel in the Yubei? Asked Khan. At that moment Zetsu appeared. We will resurrect Madara and he will become his vessel, he said. Stump. Conan looked at him in surprise. Madara, and this is not dangerous? Asked Conan. No countermeasures we already have, he answered after he turned to me. Starting the resurrection we will just seal the 7-tailed and revive the Yubei. Let the Uchiha play with the alliance, I said. Zetsu nodded, hurried to carry out my order. So we better start as quickly as possible, sealing the tailed business, not fast, I said. The others nodded, and having gathered all the members of Akatsuki we began the sealing. At that time one of the squads fought with the white little finger in the desert. There was also a resurrected second cloud Kage. He, like the army, fought with the squad under the command of Scars and the old ruler of the village of stone. The army of Azitsu lost to him also sealed. Everything had already begun. Rejoice as the censors felt just a huge and monstrous chakra. Everyone immediately returned to where they pointed first. The second cloud Kage appeared. And Noki quickly explained to everyone that he could split his body in 2. A second later the culprit of their commotion appears. It was a man who had long dark hair to the waist. His body was covered with a black suit, decorated from the back with the symbol of the Uchiha clan, which ended with a cut mantle. He also wore black pants with bandages on the shins and simple shinobi shoes. His hands were covered with black gloves and the upper part of the body was protected by a breastplate, to which The hip-shoulder pads of scarlet color are attached and Noki immediately recognized who this man was and turned pale. He knew that against this man they had no chance and it would be a one-sided game. This man was none other than the legendary Uchiha Madara. They were strange protectors on a shinobi, asked Madara. Yes, this is the United Alliance of 5 villages and samurai, answered him, standing next to him. And who resurrected us? Turned his head to him and asked his question. Uchiha the second cloud. Kaguya just shrugged. Who knows? I was immediately thrown into battle. Now through me they resurrected you, gave him the answer. A real evil spirit crawled out next to them. They both paid attention to him. Madara slightly raised his eyebrows in surprise seeing him. The alliance just stood and prepared for battle. To interfere with them they didn't want. Zeus, yet what's going on here? Asked Madara. Forgive Madara herself. There is a war going on. The final stage of the plan was from the moon in 2 hours. The last one will be sealed, he answered. That's how clear what is good. Then I'll play a little with these people. I'll test their strength, and then I'll seal the 10-tailed one in myself and bring peace to this land, Madara said, and then he jumped off the mountain he was standing on, and then everything went according to canon. Except that Obito didn't seal himself, the Judas, and Madara's fights against Naruto and Sasuke. The alliance was in despair. Madara smashed them to smithereens. And they simply couldn't do anything, even with the help of the resurrected Hokage. They were resurrected thanks to luck. Someone had a student who knew this technique, but apparently it didn't help. Madara's Yubei appeared on the battlefield. The answer just started laughing and saying that they had lost. After the remaining Akatsuki appeared, everyone simply lost hope for victory. If they couldn't handle the latter, then they don't have the ghost of victory against them and Madara at the same time. And who are you? Madara asked. Madara was completely alive. Madara-sensei, these are members of Akatsuki. They helped in implementing our plan. The appeared a bit of Madara simply nodded to all members Akatsuki and began to seal Yubei in himself after he turned into someone who remotely resembled Kaguma. For the people apparently this is Ootsusuki, although Naruto quickly stopped being surprised by this. In the end he himself is half the same, that's all said. Madara, I fly up there. He broke his hand on his forehead. In its place a vertical red class with circles appeared as if 9 this is mine on these circles. Until the eternal Tsukuyomi will begin, said Uchiha, and activated the technique that plunged the whole world into an eternal illusion. True, it did not work on Akatsuki. Naruto shared his chakra with all of them, that's why it did not work on them descending to the ground. Madara turned to everyone with a smile. Finally our mission is over. What else? He wanted to say. No one will know. Zetsu appeared behind the check's back, pierced his chest with his hand. Madara spat out blood and turned to Zetsu. Why will how I drank him because I fulfill my mother's waves, he said, and began to nourish him with his chakra. The Uchiha's body began to inflate and the portal Naruto is preparing to transform. He watched this with bated breath. The others already knew what he was waiting for, so they were just wondering what this same Kaguya looked like. Finally the body turned into a black portal. It seemed like a beautiful girl. Get out of the portal. She opened her eyes and began to look around. Noticing Naruto, she looked at him for a second and smiled. No one understood how she ended up next to him. She immediately hugged him and began to thank Naruto, also smiled and hugged Kaguma tightly. So they stood for a few minutes, after which they finally let go of each other. So it remains to return your clan, Naruto said Kasami, and handed him all the swords. Fog. Suddenly in Naruto's head appeared information about the keys to free Uzumaki. He surrendered himself to Mihaduki himself and took the pendant that Tsunade had given him a month ago. Putting them in one place, Naruto began to put together a series of seals. Everyone watched with interest. After 50 seals the keys began to rise and lit up, blinding everyone around. When the light passed, everyone saw a large number of people, thousands of eyes from This whole crowd, one person came forward. He had scarlet hair that reached his knees somewhere. 185 to 190 centimeters tall, he was dressed in black and gray armor, and on his belt he had a katana. Also made in a black and gray style. His face was slightly wrinkled with several scars. His eyes were the same as mine, were bright blue, although now I only have one like that. I immediately remembered who it was because we Uzumaki, my grandfather, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Grandson said with a smile. Grandfather, come to me. He hugged me. Yeah, there is such a thing, I answered him. The same period since then. 25 have passed years. As soon as the Uzumaki clan appeared, whom I transferred everyone to the university Shio, as grandfather said they needed to take something. I did not go with them because I still needed to finish what I started. As promised, the beaten day was resurrected. I don't know how things went for them at the very beginning, but my son married their daughter. Nagato was cured and also was resurrected. The son of Konan and Yahika married my daughter. The Uzumaki clan, after everyone took them from the soul, about settled in one of Kaguya's dimensions. In principle all the Katsuki settled as well, except Haiden and Kakuzu. They preferred to stay in the ordinary world. Kaguya and I got married the same year as she was freed. Kushana was judged according to the laws of the Uzumaki. I don't know what they did to her, but the screams were very loud in general. Since then has happened, but this story is for another time. I finished with a smile on my face. Wow, grandfather, you were very cool, exclaimed Mikasa, my son's daughter. And what, and daughter's live? True, true, I will be the same as you, shouted from Una, son of my daughter Kiyomi, and son Yahika. Icon Luffy, children have dinner, shouted from the kitchen Kaguna. All my grandchildren immediately ran to her, and I only had to get up from the floor on which I sat and told the story of my life. And I, shouted I with a little indignation, you also fit the concept of children, shouted to me in response my wife. Kaguya, shouted I in response. I heard the cheerful laughter of my wife. Grandchildren, I just smiled and hurried to join in. That's the end of the story.